First and second. Yeah, first and second. Time for the moment you've been waiting for. Also, I love when my air is filled with carbon monoxide. Why is your air filled with CO2? Also, hi. I'm putting together the thing. I'm actually surprised that so many people have such a reserved reaction to the thumbnail I chose to make. Which is funny. The microphone a little bit over this way. Carbon dioxide, aka smoke. Oh. What? Why is your air filled with smoke? You forgot how addicting Power World was along with the changes you haven't seen until now. Well, glad you're having fun, Fancy. The server is up right now. You were there, like, what, 3-4 hours ago? 5 hours ago? I can't do math. 7 plus 5. 12. The part that you... this is wild. I'm a little bit upset. I expected a much more dramatic reaction. Yes, thank you. Thank you for the Inuyasha poster. It was either going to be that, or on a high school club, or the first version of Bleach. I was also on the wall with Fruits Basket. I was looking for deep cuts. Technically, Inuyasha isn't a deep cut, but you know. That era of Toonami. Some people in Canada thought it would be funny to make a bonfire and it spiraled into a massive forest fire and it's going down south. That I have heard of. I saw pictures of that. Alright, now, I'm a little bit disappointed that you guys are not reacting as extremely large as I expected y'all to when I made this thumbnail edit, okay? Because those who look at the source material, because it's obvious for those who are in the Discord, if you know, you know. And like, there are little itty bits here, okay? Because I didn't just one-to-one. Because it's not all AI generated. I inserted some of those elements myself. But the little tweaks, okay? Like, the big gulp was supposed to say Negro Sid, but I didn't like the way that it came out. So I just decided to go with, you know, the 90s cup design, the 90s jazz cup design, but it didn't want to put the white in it. So it ended up coming out like, I don't know, that fucking hodgepodge of Kool-Aid pineapple spears that people have been trying to make from fucking Costco and Sam's Club, which is like non-eligible levels of fucking sugar. Then obviously the photograph of my family. And then obviously the two posters in the background are supposed to be a recreation of all this. Because I know for a fact it wasn't going to be able to recreate the Taco Belmont poster. So instead, I chose to give it something better to do. And then I changed the Famicom on the ground into a PS2 Slim with the internet broadband Ethernet connection peripheral accessory. I think I did an amazing job, and the fact that there aren't more people reacting to that actually, like, I don't know, it actually offends me a little bit. It offends me a little bit. I worked hard, slaving over a stove, and here none of you are reacting to the thing I did. I can't believe. It is what it is. It's whatever. Post a tweet, putting on the timeline, getting everything synced. And then we're going to be ready to go. Okay. I think it's pretty, Carl. Thank you. Mind you, we got 3 of these broadcasts to do today. I'm doing a minimum of 3. And these ones are the shittier ones. Well, shitty-ish. State of Play is debatable. I don't know what's going to be in State of Play. But I know that I skimmed the mix. This is the only one that I looked at. Literally, that happened on June 1st. And then the one after it, I think I asked questions about what that was, rather than looking at it myself. So, this is going to be mostly on 2.5, if not 1.5.
What's poppin', my gamer gang? Justin.
And we're off with the cringe. Oh shit. Coming at you from the streets, whiter than Wonder Bread, it's Mighty All Whitey. Is he black? Is he white? Did his mama, like, was his daddy dipping in the chocolate, or was his mama swimming in the vanilla? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Nobody knows.
Woodward here, indie game player, developer, never a buster, co-founder of the Mix, the Media Indie Exchange. Once again, at my side is my lovely co-host and ever-enthusiastic wife, Candy Woodward.
Hey everybody, today we are bringing you a showcase filled with trailers.
Did y'all niggas intend on wearing matching fucking Hawaiian dad shirts? That's fucking disappointing right there. Ooh-wee. And it's your wife next to you? So both y'all corny as shit? Damn. Damn.
From the coolest and most exciting upcoming indie game releases for this summer and beyond.
Yeah, we want to make sure to represent and say hi to all of you lovely people. We are not AI. As you can see, we busted out our summer drip with
Cut a fool me! It would be better if you were AI, because I wouldn't believe that there were niggas that look like this. No! 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 No!
the occasion. You like?
I like it. I like the pineapples and the sunglasses. You like mine? It's a little big.
Of course.
Thank you. Thank
I
you.
am ready to go.
Not Mervin! Not one of my worst enemies! Forced cringe humor! Oh, it's like a nut that never busts. It's like a nut that never busts.
To Turks right now, baby. Okay, let's get that energy going because today's showcase contains over 50 new games with oodles of exclusive new trailers and gameplay reveals from our developer friends that you definitely don't want to miss.
That's right. We have been banging out these awesome events, and we are happy that you've got the fire cooking, and that includes updates, trailers, and announcements.
Let's quit the jibber jabber and get to the games. People don't want to look at our mugs. They want to look at the titles. You know what I'm saying?
Settle down, settle down. You know that we have some light housekeeping to talk about before we start. As always, remember to check out the Steam event page for today's showcase so you can see all the titles that we're featuring and make sure to add your favorites to your wish list.
Oh, and we're also going to be doing some code giveaways throughout the show. Look for the info to appear on your screen. It's going to be somewhere here, somewhere over there, even right now. Grab that code, act fast, no do-overs. We also have a physical prize package that we are going to send out to a lucky winner, which will have a shirt, a hat, buttons, that kind of thing.
The Mix wants to extend a huge thank you to our participating developers and publishers. We literally cannot do these shows without you. And we also want to give a shout out to our broadcasting partners at Twitch, IGN, and GameSpot, and the folks at Summer Games Fest who have been
Lame. Just like it was last year, just like it is this year. Jesus Christ. We'd like to thank the Corpo Machine for giving us the ability to be slaves to the Corpo Machine. It's really nice that, you know, the Corpo Machine chooses to give us the ability to have a platform when we're representing all the new indies that are already slaves to the corporate machine. And now that we live in the future, and we all know that you have thrown many of these motherfuckers under the goddamn bus, you know, you, PlayStation, deciding that people don't deserve to have physical material anymore, going into 2028, selling them up for a $10 to $15 price increase, which I think at this point now is what, fucking cratered? We can double check that as I'm saying it. You decided to throw them niggas under the bus, and what do they have to show for it? Nothing, and nothing? Certainly those numbers have already dipped. Ah, they already have! Not fun. It's actually material loss. Okay. So, here's where they currently are right now. Alright? Here's the stock numbers. This is where they were before. Let's go even further back. Here's where they were before. Right? This is where they started dropping materially. This would be a mid-transition in May as they started gaining stock with some promises that they had amongst shareholders. Then, around about here is where they made the proposed promise. And then everything since then, not the greatest numbers. Obviously, this peak is not as high as this peak. But they gained and lost pretty much the immediate increase. They went up 10 points and now have dropped 10 points. Because now, the entirety of their company is sandbagging them. Because all of those indies that paid money to get promoted, they're getting thrown out to pasture while they're hiding behind their decision making. So they increased by 10 to 11, dropped again, and they're now just trying to plateau and float. What a move. What a move. What a move. Truly, believably, that's what I would do if I was a company. I'd completely destroy my customer base just to get a couple extra numbers on the NASDAQ. Indeed. Truthfully, just like Childish Gambino said, drop that shit like the NASDAQ. I doubt your wife can drop that ass, though.
Been amazing partners, the Mix and the indie community.
Finally, thanks to our sponsors, New Blood Interactive, Top Hat Studios, Acapara Games, Hype Train Digital, Retroware, Acclaim, Raw Theory, Goblin Studios, Not a Shark Company, Emu, Fireshine, Aberratic Studios, Kojo.gg, and Shido. Our charity partner this year again is Experience Studios, which is focused on funding dope games from underrepresented developers like Black Voice in Gaming, the Latin American Game Showcase, and more. Please donate to help some awesome games.
2 of these showcases are worse than the other. And then the other ones are just not as embarrassing. Take your pick.
Games get made.
Please donate. Don't forget to do that. All right, now we can start the show.
Hang on.
Oh, okay.
Some of these trailers are so hot, I gotta use protection, you know what I'm saying?
I don't know if I knew you were such a nerd when I married you.
You know now. You know now.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. All right, our first collection of trailers is for the up-and-comers. Games that put new spins on classic formulas, introduce innovative new designs, or simply defy categorization.
Roll that tape.
That butt has been haunting me for like a while. That sounds wild out of context. So I was told by one of the people inside the server about this particular video game, and the first frame of the image was literally the butt with all the splinters inside of it. So now, on top of Mighty Number 9, and Cuphead, and Into the Unwell, and Mouse PI for Hire, we're now getting another screen platformer that's going to be abusing old cartoon designs. This one's going to be more like the 90s era of like Mad TV-esque designs with a little bit more of those cartoony slapstick bits that you would have gotten from like internet shorts of that time. It doesn't look bad, but I'm not exactly one for Metroidvanias.
Hi everyone, we're Disc 2 Games, a New Zealand indie studio working on our debut title, Canvas City, a turn-based tactical RPG on skates. Canvas City used to be a place filled with music, art, movement, and self-expression, but now music is controlled, art is licensed, and creativity suppressed.
The streets are watched over by the ACU.
So the same thing as All Systems Dance and every other video game that's about restrictive shit, including that one game that I have yet to finish because it was really that bad.
The artistic control unit. Their task is to stamp out anything with artistic expression that doesn't align with their agenda.
You'll lead the Firestarters, a rebellious crew of street artists using music, dance, and graffiti to reclaim public space and inspire the people of the city.
The crews of Canvas City fight using Spark Skate, an illegal underground sport built around electrified skates capable of grinding up rails, launching across rooftops, and chaining possible movement through the city.
Oh, so you're just gonna take all the bits of Bomb Punk, Cyberpunk, and all the other things and... Okay, interesting.
You begin the game as the Firestarters attempt to recruit their first new member, MC, via the Undercurrent, an underground network where crews share footage, gain followers, and build influence across the city.
Every crew in Canvas City has its own identity, philosophy, territory, and most importantly, music style.
How you move through your environment is going to play a key part in how well you perform.
Oh, so actually, what you're doing is you're taking Bomb Punk, Cyberpunk, and Jet Set Radio, and you're combining it with No Straight Roads. Okay! I wonder how that will work out.
One of the ways we approach the turn-based strategy genre differently from others, the movement and action phases combined into one, allowing you to seamlessly transition between traversing the map and attacking your opponents during each character's turn.
Instead of dealing damage in the traditional sense, you demoralize opposing crews and outposition them using momentum, map control, and style.
The demo is just a taste of what you'll get with the full game. Waiting Beyond is an overarching story of reviving the city's creative spark. More rival crews, each with their own distinct vibe and territory, characters to recruit, new tricks and abilities to unlock, and more.
Wishlist now on Steam to be amongst the first to play this new take of Team Tactics RPGs.
Interesting. It's like a vertical top-down twin-stick Galaga with Necromancer bits. A little bit reminiscent of a couple of titles that have come out recently, but not many of them.
Forces have reached our shores.
Leave it up to us, General. This invasion stops here.
And this is just Star Fox. This is just Star Fox. You ripped off Star Fox. You should be ashamed of yourselves.
Bet you can't follow me, Bowie.
All bombers are go.
Duck on your stick, Bowie. I've got eyes on your back.
Don't give him my tail. Get him off. Thanks for the assist.
Whew, looks like we made it through.
Can you keep up?
There's no escaping this time. Don't get burned.
I'm getting fired up. Keep your cool. We're not through yet.
Just one last push, team.
Way to go, Bowie.
Let's end this once and for all.
Yeah, that's just Star Fox. I mean, do you get to Stardew Valley this? Is this a Stardew Valley moment? I think this is a Stardew Valley moment. Hi, Saf. This is a Stardew Valley moment. Okay, I have several opinions. Okay, listen. When Story of Seasons had to be the inventive name for everything that was Harvest Moon, after Xseed and Marvelous then got the copyright to copyright their things as Harvest Moon, and then it became Harvest Moon and Story of Seasons, I'm of the mind that the filler in between, which was Stardew Valley, which is just the original Harvest Moon gaming. Yes, I am. The original Harvest Moon gaming. It's justified, right? You couldn't get those titles onto that platform. And now, because they have had some time, you could. So, Story of Seasons Friends of Mineral Town is a game that you can now buy on Steam. Does that mean that it's going to be different than the original Story of Seasons era content of all of these things which are made by the developer Marvelous Inc.? So, for those of you that care about it, that means things like what I'm about to put on screen for you all. So that means everything inside of Steam that is sellable at this moment. That includes Story of Seasons as a franchise, including the recent title, which I think was Grand Bazaar. That includes their other franchise, which is anime, but also still Harvest Moon, which is Rune Factory. It means their new game that they're making, that they're putting out soon, which is Moonlight Peaks. And of all those 29 titles that account for the games, Grand Bazaar, Guardians of Zuma, Rune Factory 3 Special, A Wonderful Life, Rune Factory 4 Special, Rune Factory 5, Pioneers of Olive Town, Friends of Mineral Town, and then the other version that was the female swap, which was more Friends of Mineral Town, and Little King Story, and all the other shit they got on the side. These are the titles that you have to kind of like just accept are the concept. Because alongside XC Games, you got a bunch of other shit that they're working on, that they're tied into with Marvelous USA. Now, most people don't give a shit, but I think they should, because then, if you go through all of those titles collectively, you've got far, far more that are up to the chopping block. Because they make a lot of shit. But that was, like, the niche, right? There was no Harvest Moon game on the platform. And all the other things that people cared about was more like fucking Senran Kagura and Corpse Party. Because I actually bought Peach Ball just because I wanted to fucking try it. Like, this is the reality of the majority of the problem. I want to play X game, I can't get X game, we've got X game at home. And the title in this case was Stardew Valley, right? $14.99 compared to what would have been what? How much did I pay for this title? $39.99. So, if you look at it as like, do I want to play Star Fox? Yes, I do. Do I want to play the new remastered Star Fox that's on the Switch too? Yes. Am I willing to pay Switch 2 money for a fucking brick that may or may not get stolen away from me because Nintendo are completely crazy about piracy, that now they have a remote piracy system? Debatable, but in my opinion, no. So what do I do to solve this problem? I know, I'm gonna get Star Fox at home. And that's what Wild Blue Skies is here. Because it's a monetary question. See? It's a monetary question. And if that's the monetary question, then I can't really be that upset, you know? But, you know, here's the other part of the equation, right? Just, again, using the example of Stardew Valley. They do have Harvest Moon games on Steam, right? But these games are not the same. They're not. The title might be the same, but the games are not. Right? The first one that I remember was Harvest Moon, The Light of Hope. I don't know who you motherfuckers are. These motherfuckers scare me. This is the AI generation. This is weird. This is not what I remember. I'm mad. Okay? This looks like what should have been created by an AI studio who was told, I want you to make Harvest Moon, but I want you to use AI-generated upscaled models that look completely wrong. It's like Pokemon in 3D. It's just wrong. Versus Pokemon in 2.5D, which is exactly correct. I don't know who told them that the games should look like this, but that's what they put out. And I said, I'm not buying another Harvest Moon title ever since the split from Natsumi Inc. Because when you look at all the Natsumi Inc. games, you ask yourself, whom? What? Why do all these things have all of these extra DLC packs? Why is it not just in the fucking game? That's not what Harvest Moon's about. And then you have to remind yourself, oh, that's right. They don't have the branding the same anymore. Because when you overlook at Talbot, they're the ones that made this edition, which explains all this shit. So if you want to blame it on one singular person, you're like, okay, alright, legally distinct Harvest Moon, here we go, not a problem. But then you ask yourself the same question, okay, what about the other games? What about The Winds of Anthos? What about Mad Dash? What about One World? Well, not much better. That's the short answer. The short answer, it's not much better. So, The Winds of Anthos looks a little better because it doesn't look extremely embarrassing. It looks like what I expect Harvest Moon to look like in the modern day, which is in 3D. Because how many different versions of fucking Maple Story, how many versions of Hytale, how many versions of Staxel, how many versions of legally distinct Minecraft are there out there that when you are looking for something specifically like what you got before, is it going to look like what you'd expect that title to look like in the future? Because this is actually, you think that this is a rant about about Harvest Moon. It's not. It's a rant about Pokemon. Slightly better, but for this price, and then this extra nickel and diming, no thank you. And then, Mad Dash. This one is apparently more like an arcade game. It's designed to be like an arcade game, and this might as well be literally the phone game that gets made. Okay, that's definitely a direction to go, but I want Harvest Moon, not a skin of Candy King, or excuse me, what is it called? Candy Crush, with Harvest Moon-like characters. That's like playing Monopoly with Persona characters, which would actually be not that bad, but they already have a name for that, and it's called Fortune Street. Although that one uses Dragon Quest characters. And it's also locked to the Wii. We won't talk about that problem. But, okay, that's a decision, but it's not a good decision. But then, Harvest Moon One World. The less the said, the better. It's just basically the same experience that we saw with The Light of Anthos, but made slightly better. In fact, I'm pretty sure that Anthos came second, not first. But, you know, Harvest Moon in 3D, with various levels of origination and concept. Is it bad? Is it good? Probably fine, but here's all this extra DLC shit. Meanwhile, let's look at the games that it tries to suggest to you, which is Graveyard Keeper and Stardew Valley, right? So, Graveyard Keeper. This is what most people have turned to in the loss of Harvest Moon. Is it actually Harvest Moon? No, it is not. You don't get to marry people. But, in terms of a game that's made from Tiny Build, is it what you need that gives you all the feelings of Harvest Moon and more? Endless work, endless customization, endless means to go down the lines of a story that gives you simulacrums of fun. Yes. And then the DLC that it has available to you, including the OST, debatable. But then you look at each of these things: Stranger Sins, The Game of Crone, Better Save Soul. This gives more story and more lore. This gives more story and more lore and more things to add to the game loop. This game gives more gameplay, more story, and more lore, and is technically one of the better pieces of the DLC to be purchased for this game, because if you were to buy this on PlayStation, or excuse me, not PlayStation, on Switch, actually, you don't get access to Better Save Soul, because for some reason, something about this DLC, they could not have it on their store. So, this is all you get with that alongside the base game. Cut out the price of the OST and the artwork, and you're paying for that. Is that better than the original things? Yes, because this is actual content compared to the thing that was on the screen, which was just additional skins and like maybe one OST DLC extension. And you can play this for hours on end. As you can clearly see, I've played this for at least 308 hours on this computer. Then, Stardew Valley. Does it have any extra personages? No, it doesn't. And it's one of the most top-played, top-deck fucking content titles on the platform for over 10 fucking years. I already have hours in this as well. And it gives you all of those experiences that we just laid over inside of that and more for $15. So, the question here is, do you need to look at it the same way, considering this title of that? And the answer is yes, because that's what describes value. Remember the last time we had this conversation? You should look at video games like it's the last $30 in your Steam wallet or in your pocket. That's what we're doing here. This is not worth that, in my opinion. Wild Blue Skies, it's not worth that. It's not worth that, unfortunately. It's just not. It's not worth it, I don't think, because the original Star Fox, is it a game that needs to be remade because it was too long? No, it was already a short-ass game. It's an arcade shooter. One of the original arcade shooters, mind you. It was already short and replayable. Does that mean that it needed to be Tumblr-fied? No. Is it bad that it got Tumblr-fied? I don't know. But I guess it's there. So, have at it. That's all I'm trying to say here. Oh, also do remember, Story of the Seasons is the real Harvest Moon. The publishers took the name Harvest Moon from the original devs, and that's why Marvelous and X-Seed are now the home for Story of Seasons. I know Struggler already laid that out there in the top corner, but I'm just going to repeat that to you. Just, you know. Now, Carl, why did you go through the whole rigmarole to say all these things? Look, when people tell you that you should play one game and then they say, nah, you shouldn't play that game's the old and boring one. What you should do is play the modernized update that does it so much better. That's a conversation in and of itself about value and price, but it's like, hey, Carl, have you ever played Symphony of the Night? No, I've never played Symphony of the Night. Well, you shouldn't! What you should play is Bloodstained Curse of the Moon 1 and Bloodstained Curse of the Moon 2 and everything else in the Bloodstained franchise and Mina the Hollower and Shovel Knight. It's one of those kind of conversations. Now, if the game is as short as Star Fox, then it's a throwaway. Then it's whatever. But I don't know. Why would I want to go get Star Fox at home when I could go get fucking Star Fox and emulate it? Even better, port the game to my computer so I can just play it. Whatever. Whatever.
Holy moly, there's enough gum here to drown a certain genius's ego.
Female protagonist, mogging to herself in the middle of a cutscene. Eyes roll into the back of my head.
Security first, the sugar swing later.
No such thing as a bridge too far with Elastica.
We all know what this is. Say it. Say it out loud, where everyone can hear it. Award show bait. Award show bait. Carl's soul is so bored it's halfway out of his body already. That's a lie! You know how it's a lie? Remember, people, if Carl's not even playing the video game on the screen and he's engaged in the chat, he'll know that he's not clocked the fuck out. Peer tested, Carl approved! So this is just basically Jack and Daxter is what this is. This is Jack and Daxter. This is Ratchet and Clank. But they decided to give all the tools to the main character, and she's also talking while she's doing it. So this is what we call... There's a new term that some of you guys have probably been hearing me use, but I haven't explained. Kinetic narrative. Kinetic narrative. That's what a movie game is now. That's the word they're using for movie games. This is a kinetic narrative game. Like It Takes Two in Split Fiction. It's just that this is a game that's played by yourself. So, Dad of War, Dad of Boy, and all the other fucking titles, this is another one of those. That's why I write this game off immediately. Forspoken like, get out! Get out! No. Calling it a Forspoken like is giving Forspoken way too much credit, which it deserves none. Which is the reason why its studio got foreclosed and then reabsorbed into Squeenix.
Careful, everyone. We're Uja bad.
You're living off Mr. Gum's dirty money.
And at least I'm not begging mommy and daddy for pocket change. Oh wait, that's right. You don't get to do that
Leave
anymore.
my parents out of this.
Oh no, she's got dead parents. Oh no! She's a sassy, dark-skinned woman with emotional and relationship and family trauma. Ooh! Can't wait to play this game. That's not going to be available until next year, and we're in the middle of the second fiscal quarter. Ooh! Well, we're getting towards the back half of this fiscal quarter. But still, fiscal quarter, 6 months away. Ooh, can't wait. Ooh! Ooh! Can I be bored for you, Carl? Of course you can, Urduris. I don't know how to say your name. U-G-G-L-R-L-R, bus. Urduris? Urduris? Urduris. Let me say it! It's Urduris now. No, you can't change it. Oh! I repeat the same thing I said early this... I know it's the command code. I know it's the command code, but it's not getting changed. You're Urduris now. I'm sorry. I don't make the rules. I just enforce them. I repeat the same thing I said earlier last year, as well as early this year. The game needs a demo that is playable now, so that people can see what it has in store in the future in the next few fiscal quarters. If the game's not playable now, with a future plan to show future updates, then it's completely dead in the water, and you might not as well put in this fucking promotion. Male protagonist mogs to himself in the middle of cutscenes, but seems to be a retread of the PlayStation 2 era dynamic of action platformer. No, haha. It has more fucking mechanical combat and gameplay than South Midnight, so it's already a positive in my book, but it doesn't look entertaining enough for me to try to buy. Duskfade!
The visions. They're getting clearer.
And now I'm being interrupted because somebody wants something from the other room. I'll be back. What? So no. This is gonna begin the beginning of the start of the trend. Hi, blah. C-beams. The hell is a C-beam? Space, same coming, put on Steam in 6 months maybe. Huh?
No matter where I look, it all leads to the same end.
This is a workshop 8.
He's not just coming. He's already part of everything that's breaking. He always was that.
That tells me nothing about your video game, because I can't understand your character's dialogue, because he's speaking too quietly. Alright then. Another customizable SMP. First person. I believe we call these Slam Rancher-likes, but technically they're grand strategy adventure games. Technically. This is a normal tower defense game. I think it's alright. Monsters Are Coming could be worse. It could also be better, but it could also be worse. In terms of a tower defense auto battler, you could do better, but you could also do worse. And it's actually okay that they aren't doing worse, because I've seen them try to do better, and I'd prefer them not to. Ha 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 ha! Ah ha 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 ha! Ah ha 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 ha! Ah ha ha!
Hello and welcome to Isle Goblin, a game where you and your friends work together to fight off the nasty humans that have invaded your isle.
A game that looks like it deserves to belong in the section of Steam that specifically pushes off events, video games that look like they are AI slop. If not a dime a dozen video game that you'll look at the store, see exists, and think, I'm never going to play that. You know it, I know it, they know it, we all know it, let's not lie to ourselves.
island. Unfortunately for you, it won't be easy, so you'll need to explore for resources, fight humans, steal their strange and mysterious artifacts, and encounter terrifying bosses. Then you'll come home to rebuild your town and help out all your goblin villagers. The NPCs will have little lives and desires of their own, and you can befriend them by giving them gifts, doing tasks for them, or inviting them to come follow you around. Now speaking of friends, the game supports multiplayer with up to 7 of your real-life goblin pals. You can pillage dungeons, solve puzzles, slay humans, and raise spider babies together to your heart's content. But I'm just signed to deal with a publisher, so I was able to quit my job, and now I'm working on it full-time. It's progressing fast, and I'm going to start public playtesting soon, so make sure to head on over to Steam and click this big button here to get in line if that sounds fun. You can also, of course, wishlist it to get an email when it does release. And with that, thanks for watching, and hopefully I'll see you around on Isle Goblin.
No text? No sounds? Okay. Get ready to twinkle. Mini games. World exploration. More mini games, more mini games. So, if it was Space Channel 5, but different, I would be for it, but it does not appear to be that, so I'm not for it.
Wild Blue Skies reminds me of that old school Robotech anime feel with the fun gameplay of Star Fox from back in the day. Such a cool throwback.
It really is. You're right, Dusty. We needed some UV protection for those games. I am so happy we got Oh My Doug in the showcase today. Those Ren and Stimpy details, so good, so good. All right, moving forward, you guys, it is time to bust out a...
Grab your phones or use those creepy meta glasses and take a flick of the QR code on screen for your chance to get a free game to start your summers right.
And done. Now, if you guys like Sims, strats, or building the perfect deck, then you're sure to find your next obsession right here. Let's take a look.
City Builder? Yes, Facility Builder. Okay, so we don't really have a marketplace for a lot of these. It's not really anybody's fault, but we just don't. There are lots of reasons why, but just there are too many city builders. There's just way too many.
Welcome to Neighborhoods, a cozy sim where we are reimagining the city building as a city fixer. More than shaping a skyline, you're crafting communities, making neighborhoods more livable, more walkable, more moderately conducive to economic progress. For players who love city sims, Neighborhoods relies on more than charm. Its systems are littered with everyday problems to solve. Create third spaces to encourage people to connect.
And that is what we call a sim game that nobody wants to play. Nobody wants to play Make the City Walkable New York edition if the game is not going to be industrive enough to draw them in. Maybe it does. I'm just not seeing it.
Mixed-use zoning, the fine art of putting useful things next to other useful things. Balance growth with stability, so residents stick around. All without attending a single city council meeting.
Welcome to
Online co-op travel management video game?
Midgard. Battle mythological creatures by day. Serve rowdy tavern customers by night. But look out for the coin thieves. Harvest crops for your recipes.
Spend your coins on wicked new weapons or experimental brews. Explore islands filled with mythological wonders. Meet a Norse god or two. And clash with mythical beasts. Serve demanding customers. Run a tavern worthy of Valhalla. Hunt, cook, brew, and fight your way to the grandest feast Valhalla has ever seen.
It's not that bad, but there's like thousands of ones that exist. I'm sure it has a place. So, Mega Man like, there have been some of these that existed, like 20X and 30X. 20XX and 30XX to be more exact about the names. But, you know, more the merrier. More the merrier. Oh, even better. Even better. It's a Mega Man Battle Network like. Instant money. Ship it! Zag it! Okay, I got the pun. Chivalware. It's hard to read for a second. So, shovelware, but chivalware, as in chivalry, as in a knight. Yeah, okay. Zag it! Print it! Ship it! If there's one thing that people need, it's to experience the fun of Mega Man Battle Network. But, you know what people don't want? This is the shit that got me, okay? When I first downloaded a ROM for Mega Man Battle Network 3. Because I tried 1 and 2, and it just wasn't the same. So I started off with 3, with Blue. Mega Man Battle Network is an RPG. The part of the game people actually care about is the intermixing of cards. Because you know what I never understood? In the era of roguelites, why did Capcom never release or attempt to develop or create a standalone card game utilizing the card system of Mega Man Battle Network? All of the Mega Man Battle Network games, all of them. And then produce that as a card game that could rival the comparative Mega brand, first party Mega Man brand fun that you can get out of Slay the Spire. Why did they never do that? Are they smoking crack? But hey, here it is. So that discussion that we had earlier about do you want to play Star Fox at home or knockoff Star Fox or replacement Star Fox? Wildcat Star Fox. Here's that same conversation, but we don't even have to make it a conversation. Just try it. And look! They already have the demo out! Mwah! Mwah! It's like they're listening to me. Pokemon-like? Technically, no. Technically, it's not a Pokemon-like. It is a Dark Chronicle-like, actually. With furries. Ornelia.
Hello, Echo here, one-third of the Odd Sub team, a small studio that specializes in outtakes on familiar formats. Our first project, VsProtocol, is a deck-driven mecha game that best fits the roguelike deck builder genre. But here is the odd part. It would more accurately be described as a meta-roguelike deck builder. What do we mean by this? Well, in most games of the genre, you pick a character and spend the rest of the run acquiring cards from its card. In VsProtocol, you pick a husk, a mech suit that serves as your character, and do the same. But at some point during the run, you will have to switch your husk and then start getting cards from a whole new pool. You will have to husk hop your way through several biomes, all the while facing deadly mechanized security forces, random events, and fearsome guardians, whose express purpose it is to stop you from fulfilling your goal. Okay.
So, instead of being a card game, they have a card game that's not a card game. It's actually a sim. You spend most of your game in that card game trying to do several other special things for Jade. Not to explore the lore if I have a seeking edge. It's not a bad concept.
Progressing through these challenges will let you improve your deck and gain new permanent upgrades that will hopefully help you succeed on your quest. Let's get back to husk switching and why you do it. The reason is that you have no way of cheating in the game. When you switch to a fresh husk, you start at full health. There is also the small matter of the city actively trying to triangulate your position and let the guardian of the current stage loose to hunt you, meaning any further moves on the map can lead to an ambush. You don't want that to happen regardless of...
This is FTL, but mech suit. So what they got... Okay, so this is gonna be a sidebar. There is a game called Faster Than Light. Faster Than Light is a sim. It is a sim that had another game behind it that was made called Into the Breach. They come from the same developers. However, the problem is that this video game, made from Subset Games, these two games play entirely different. Faster Than Light is a spaceship simulator, where you basically get to be the captain of a spaceship. And you have that spaceship filled with all sorts of different life forms. So basically imagine somebody wanted to make Star Trek / Star Wars, but more on the Trekkian side of the genres. And the entire mission was about a suicide run to not destroy a Death Star, but to stop a flagship destroyer. And your entire goal over the entirety of this genre, if it were put into the format of a kinetic narrative game, which technically every run is a kinetic narrative game, with encounters in between. Each of these encounters involved you building up your ship, building up your crew, building up your arsenal, building up your repertoire of skills and how you intend on defeating the flagship once you get to the end, and then you face that flagship. It is half of what that game that is on the screen wants to be. However, the other side of that coin was Into the Breach. Into the Breach was you playing what basically could be best described as Fire Emblem if you were time travelers, and every attempt to fight said enemies involved you using several different mechs in the Advanced Wars style to go to the next zone while defending various different zones and defending against various different aliens. It is very reminiscent of every game that is of that genre and title. That's intended to be a turn-based strategy, turn-based tactics type of game. However, the problem between this and this is that this game is trying to be Halcyon 6. And Halcyon 6, especially the updated Lightspeed edition, Starbase Commander, they call it, is literally Star Trek / Star Wars, but more, again, on the Star Wars side of Star Trek, where you build up an entire way station that is basically Deep Space Nine. And from Halcyon 6, you run a grand strategy campaign against a bunch of different enemies but you are running crews of enemies as well as the ships that they are in command of. Interspersed parts of tactical combat, crew management, and immersive storytelling around various modes of gameplay, at least 3 at the same time. I tell you this to say this about this game. What this game is trying to be. What this game is trying to be is it is trying to combine those things together. But the problem is that it's trying to force you to interact with basically decks in the form of Kaleidoscope from Slay the Spire, which I happen to have on this run. Kaleidoscope and Prismatic Gem are 2 different relics that basically, if you pick them up in the middle of your run, you have the ability to blend cards from other decks together with your player character in that design. And the problem with that is, if I'm playing a character, I wanted to get cards from that deck archetype. If I'm playing the Regent, I want cards from the Regent deck. If I'm playing the Ironclad, I want cards from the Ironclad deck. If I'm playing the Silent, I want cards from the Silent deck. If I'm playing the Observer from Slay the Spire 1, I want to get Observer cards, etc., etc. The deck archetype that I picked, red, blue, green, purple, orange, yellow, white, on the deck purple, black, Secret Order, chess deck, fucking monochrome, is the cards I wanted. What this game is telling you is that at some point, you're going to be forced to pick up blue cards and green cards, because you're going to have to switch the mech that you're in. And throughout the entirety of that game, you're going to go down similar-ish design patterns, but you're going to be forced to engage with this game the way that you're going to be forced to engage with encounters inside of games like Wild Bastards, and then the other one, which I believe is just something Bastards. 1 second. Wild Bastards and what? Void Bastards. Wild Bastards and Void Bastards. Both of which are games made by the same developer, which should be Blue Manchu Games. This one right here. And this one right here. The difference between these 2 things is that the player character that you're playing in the first game... Yeah, Risk of Rain 2 is another one, but the artifact command can be... the artifact of command can be turned on and off. Yes. That's another one as well. I haven't played Risk of Rain 2 in a while. The thing about these things is that with Wild Bastards and these other games with these other different mechanics, you're not playing a entirely separate deck. This is you playing various characters that have various power-ups. And over the course of the game, you're trying to move from place to place to get encounters with these enemies that you're facing. These members of a family that are chasing you, that are responsible or have been responsible with killing these various characters that are a part of the crew known as the Wild Bastards. And in Void Bastards, it's you playing infinitely stored and infinitely reconstituted and resuscitated prisoners on a prisoner ship that is interacting with an alien that is sending you, or not an alien, an AI computer program, who's sending you on missions into the various levels of the game to interact with content, specifically so that you can retrieve opportunities for yourself. And then you're scavenging and scrounging for whatever you can find as scrap and other materials on these ships for the purposes of pushing yourself further and further down the course of the game. Both of them are technically grand strategy games, but they play in a style that involves roguelike assets. And both of them are also FPS. This game is asking you to do this in card-type format, but in the middle of the game, just like Slay the Spire 2 that I'm playing on the screen, it decides, hey, I know that you were having fun playing that deck, but I'm about to butt-fuck you, and you don't get a choice. Red or blue, pussy. Red or blue, pussy. I'll put it to you like this. Imagine you have... How many colors I got in here? Red, green, purple, pink. That'll work. Okay. So, imagine you are eating your favorite... Ooh, you even have pink lemonade. You're eating your favorite pink lemonade deck. Pink lemonade. I love winning on the Necrobinder. Delicious. I love this deck. It gets ripped out of your mouth, it pulls out your fucking teeth, and the game says, alright, pussy, here's your choice. You want to play the silent deck, or do you want to play the ironclad? You don't get a choice. Pick in 5 seconds, or I'm killing your character instantaneously. Red! And now for the rest of the run, you have to get cards of that type, and skills of that type, and bonuses of that type against what you wanted. And you have to learn how to do it on the fly. And then it's going to do it again in the next level, multiple times over, because that's the only way you're going to be able to do that. Like, your build might be your build might be god tier, your build might be dog shit. But you don't get to choose when the choice is made, right? Risk of Rain 2, but the character and its build are widely going to switch with a better or worse build. Yes! Yes! Exocrush's picking up what I'm putting down. So, like, is it bad that the game does that? Not particularly, but I can promise you, most people who are trying to play card games are playing card games because they have stable formats and rule systems. Okay? Stable. They have expectations. They go up, they go down, they've got an expected archetype, and most of your time is going to be spent playing that archetype, so that this mechanic here that it's suggesting, you can activate as a challenge. As a challenge! Play 100 hours of Ironclad deck. You get good enough that you could probably throw out Ironclad decks. And you could be consistent. 1,000 hands of Balatro on the basic decks. Probably get good enough that you could do it on any deck. And then, as a challenge, you decide, let me try to change my deck in the middle of the challenge. Let me design a deck that basically says, every 4 to 8 blinds, or excuse me, every 3 blinds I take on, guaranteed that I don't skip, I'm forced to change from a deck type. I go from red to blue. I go from blue to green. Carl's become dev. No! That's not what happened. But I'm glad that this person reacted. That's the reactions I expected from some of you. And there's no way that Carl could have become dev, because dev didn't have a child. So, your deck gets forcibly changed in the middle of the content. And you are forced to now fucking piece together bullshit in the middle of it. As much as you fucking could. Because you were playing a zombie deck, and then the game said, fuck you, you're playing fairies now. Actually, no, fuck you, you're playing Synchro Summon on the next stage. Kappa, 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 over and over and over again for the entirety of the run until you either lose, because, if you had the other deck you started with, you would have won, but unfortunately we made you change your original deck 5 times now, or you random bullshit go, and the cards in which it gives you in the game are just so strong that in most cases of variance, your ability to win is at least above or below the global fucking win rate of 20% that almost all of these games are designed with. Which is really the caveat problem here. Alright? The concept might seem fun. The concept might be great. The gameplay might even be better. But I can tell you right now, the people who play these video games, they do not want to have to fucking try to play 100 hours your game to be able to finally get one successful run. I would say out of every 5 attempts you make, you should at least get 1 success. If you're playing on the lowest level difficulty, the baseline difficulty. When you start talking things like ascensions, that's when it should be expected to get harder. And it should be now an unstable number. Because if this game costs $15, then 1,000 hours of you playing that is more than justified of a price. Which, considering its graphics, it should be. That's what it looks like it should be cost-worthy about. About $15 to maybe $30. 30 would be the high end. 20 would be the mid. 15 would be the low end. $15.99 would be like the minimum, because it's $1 more than 15, which is 16. But if I have to play 1,000 hours in order to get a successful win, because that's how often the gameplay's mechanics fuck me, that will be more annoying than you can imagine. And most of the people who choose to play card games play them because they have a expected rate of success and an expected rate of fun that comes from the particular mechanics of the game in question. If it ever becomes the case that basically somebody says you must play this shell in order for you to win this game, that is where you start having problems. I think you just try to mainline a character for fun. The game. True. So, like, this game could be fun. It has a lot of mechanics that come from other things, and it should, because of all the time that has existed for those games existing, it should be great. But you never know. You never know. You never know. You never know.
How would you get out of the game? Trust me. Switching husks throws the city off your robotic scent for a bit, giving you some more time to explore and get stronger without risking a surprise early boss fight. Switching itself entails you ditching your old husk for a fresh one. But here's the thing. Each husk's cards and modules are only usable by that specific husk, so that's bad, right? Well, you actually get to crack one of your modules and some of your cards to make them universal and usable by any future husk. You're building this Frankenstein's monster of a mech, using modules and cards that were never meant to be used together to truly make your own unique character each time you brave the streets of Eternity. Enough monologuing though, the game is available to playtest on Steam right now, so you can try it for yourself, and we would love to hear your feedback to help make Eterna and the husks roaming it the best place your copied consciousness could call home.
So exactly all the things I just described, they just confirmed was indeed the mechanic of this game. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Oh boy. I mean, alright. Okay. It's a decision.
Welcome to El Dorado, an island full of natural beauty and riches where people can retire. And the idea is that you can too. Now it's your turn to make money no matter how. Use the money to get more money until you can hire employees. Make them work for you. That's how business works. You'll need time to explore the island and enjoy the best that life has to offer. You can even learn a little bit of alchemy. Or not. Well, it's time to expand your business as far as possible. Help residents.
So, hyper scaling money incremental sim? There are thousands of those. Pass.
Earn more money and train your employees to work better. Unless you want to work. Yeah, that's an option. But I think it's gonna be difficult to achieve your goal that way. Oh dear. El Dorado, a little experiment in a place full of mysteries and magic. A place where you can get enough gold to buy everything you've ever wanted. But
that again is one of those kind of things that just fills the platform, and that's just, you know, shareware.
Price?
His blood. Yours or someone else's.
I mean, the blood could come from the employees you hired. Just sacrifice them to make a pact with the underworld. That would definitely make your life easier. So, I'll see you
when you're dead.
Quench. There's a title I haven't seen since the 90s. The world is dirty. All is a mess. Only one can save us from the filth. Pegmadengar in. Sanitation Engineer Master. So basically, from the people who made Power Wash Sim, what if you could play Power Wash Sim, but it didn't feel like a VR game, but instead felt like a scaled down remake of Power Wash Sim with a funny pig character. Pixel Washer. It could be good. Another store sim?
The Dungeon Company is hiring. As a dungeon master, organize your defenses. and command your monstrous employees. They can fight the intruders or improve your traps. Equip your rooms with powerful artifacts and upgrade your employees to create new combos. Beware, what works against some intruders could be useless against others. Reorganize your troops and relics to adapt to your strategy. Manage your dungeons between attacks. Handle the unexpected every day. Intervene with your spams and deal with the survivors yourself. Be efficient, or you'll be fired.
So, Pixel Dungeon Keeper / Dungeon Master. I feel like I can feel Total Biscuit rolling in his grave.
So, do you want the job?
You see, Kenny, that is why I love indie games so much. The creativity and talent we just saw was off the hook. Shout out to the arcade crew.
Husk Protocol has that techno pixel style dialed in. So good.
Up next, if that group of titles didn't get your heart pounding, this next set of games will do the trick. We're going to be hopping into some fast-paced action games and a fighting game that I'm personally looking forward to getting more updates on.
Let's get ready to rumble in this piece.
Truth be told, glitter and go.
Cold.
Those graphics don't look very good. That's looking very Ember. Damn, fuck to the goddamn name. And there's nothing to fucking write home about. Kirk Mephisto? Huh? What does it even mean? Ark Mephisto? Kirk Mephisto? That looks like a K. No, Kirk Mephisto. What is this? Huh? It's fucking Unreal Engine slop to me.
I'm Kelsey from Heartloop Games, and this is Polyfighter, a single-player roguelike fighting game. Select your character, choose your path, pick an opponent to fight, and learn their fighting techniques.
Oh god. They made Tekken into a roguelike! Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Listen, there is a point where we were supposed to not go this far. We need to go back. We must go back. We gotta go back. We need to go back. We're looking for here.
Upon beating them, adding their moves to your fighter's unique style. Travel further and grow stronger. Let's jump in. Right now, I am playing as Imani. She's a mall security guard and a huge anime fan. So in Polyfighter, each character has a set of rivals to discover along 3 acts. When defeating a rival, they are released into the pool of opponents for any playable character. Speaking of rivals, here's Janice. She's Imani's boss, and she's pretty tired of her antics. When discovering a new rival like Janice, you'll see that now she appears back at the character select screen. But she has a catch. Unlock condition.
See, here's the problem. Okay. Let's have a conversation about double unlocks. Raise your hand if you've played Binding of Isaac. Raise your hand if you have played Binding of Isaac. Doesn't matter what version, any version. Get double points if you played all the way through to Repentance and you have actually done most of the Dead God achievements in the game. There are various other examples that exist, but we're going to use Binding of Isaac as the connective tissue, because there are thousands of games that are double unlock systems, including the one I'm currently playing on screen. Drop kick. One, two, three. You ain't doing boring shit like that. Back to E-Trophy effect again. Redoing it currently. Okay. So, the problem with every game that has a double unlock system is that the double unlock system is because it's trying to teach you how to play the game with the baseline characters. Alright? We're talking about a game that's basically Tekken in roguelike. That's not that bad. Here's the problem. In any game that has a double unlock system, it usually has 1 to 2 different versions of unlocks for a choice. To demonstrate this, I'm going to go and I'm going to look at the Binding of Isaac wiki, if there even is one. I know there's Platinum God, but we're not trying to play the game with a cheat sheet, but I'm going to bring it up just in case. Alright? Just for, like, general purposes. So, the image currently on the screen is, tboi.com. This is the Isaac cheat sheet for the Binding of Isaac. This is the page for everything that is inside of the version of the game that is all the way up to Repentance. Here is the items from the original. Here's the items from Rebirth, including its trinkets. Here's the items from Afterbirth. Let's go Afterbirth and not Afterbirth Plus. Then Afterbirth for the Plus Edition. Then Antibirth, which is a fan-made expansion of Rebirth. And then Repentance. Now, if your eyes rolled in the back of your head saying, oh my god, that's way too much stuff, if you play Hades, you should have raised your hand, because technically you've played Binding of Isaac. But I specifically asked for Binding of Isaac, right? And after you played all of those video games, just like every person I've done this walkthrough for Path of Exile, when you learned the game, you didn't learn the game by going to PlatinumGod.com, right? What did you do? You learned the game over time by unlocking everything one step along the way, right? Right. So, player characters. Not including the ones that came from Afterbirth, specifically. Learning the characters would have been starting from playing Isaac, and then unlocking Magdalene, and Cain, and Judas and Black Judas, and Blue Baby, and Eve and Samson, and Azazel, and Lazarus Ridden, and Eden, and the Lost, and Lilith, and the Keeper, and Apollyon, and the Forgotten, which also includes the Soul. Then, Bethany, Jacob and Esau. All these characters you would have learned about over time. Here's an example from Magdalene. Unlock method. Have 7 or more red heart containers at one time. Very simple. Very easy, right? Let's look at another one. Cain. Hold 55 coins at one time. Let's look at another one. Judas. Defeat Satan. And then Black Judas is unlocked when Judas dies, while having Judas's shadow in their inventory. Let's look at another character. Blue Baby. Defeat Mom's heart 10 times. Very simple things. very easily achievable outcomes. Not hard, easy to understand. Eve, don't pick up any hearts for 2 floors in a row. How do you not pick up hearts for 2 floors in a row? That's easy. You don't get hit. Technically, it's any heart pickups period, which includes soul hearts and dark hearts, but my point still stands. Samson, complete 2 floors in a row without taking damage. Basically avoid getting DPS'd. Azazel, make 3 deals with the devil in a 1 run, which means make double deals. Lazarus, have 4 or more soul hearts at one time. Not only get soul hearts, but don't get hit with soul hearts. Guess what happens if you try to do Lazarus? Lazarus, in the form of DLC, is going to unlock alongside 2 other characters at the same time, with Eve and Samson. Eden, complete Chapter 4, which means being able to go down into Mom's heart. Specifically, going into womb for the first time. The Lost. This is an entire process, unlocking the Lost. Doing it in Afterbirth is not as bad as doing it in Rebirth. In Afterbirth, his unlock method is that you die in a sacrifice room holding the missing poster. If, instead, you already have him unlocked, you revive the Isaac character as the Lost if he has this, if he dies anywhere, and then it disappears from your inventory. With it having, in the extra DLC for Repentance, a 33% chance to reveal the super secret room when you enter into a new floor, as an item that you have. In order to get the missing poster, you need to defeat the Lamb as Isaac. In order to get to the Lamb, you have to unlock Sheol, so that you can then go to the dark side of the chest, versus the chest. And then several other ways for you to get extra content that would go alongside it, should you want to do so. However, to unlock it inside of the original Rebirth DLC, you would have had to die to a Mullabun in Chapter 1. You would then have to die to your own bomb as Magdalene in Chapter 2. Judas would have to die to Mom at any point in time. And Azazel would have to die to Satan. And you have to do these steps in this order in order for that to be accomplished. The unlocking method of Rebirth, the unlocking method of the Lost inside of Rebirth, is exactly what they're saying here on this screen with this fucking video game. Grab every grappler, complete Act 1 without ever using your dash mechanic, win a match by timeout within the mall stage, specifically at dark, in the noon, while eating a hamburger. Why am I jumping through all these hoops? Give me your gameplay without problems. Agonizingly so, making it difficult to play your game and get into it is one of the things that makes people want to skip these types of games in the first place. It's bad. Like, imagine, I want you to imagine, just for a second, fighting you players, imagine it. Imagine unlocking Devil Gen required you to do a 51-step mechanic throughout the entirety of the game, starting with the weakest character that you don't know how to play. Yoshimitsu, Kunimitsu. And you have to go through all this meticulous step process to do it, versus just playing story mode and unlocking him that way. Something akin to the Mortal Kombat unlock system that they have in every single video game since, what, fucking Mortal Kombat 10, Mortal Kombat 11, Mortal Kombat 1. Ah! Ah!
Janice has worked as a mall security officer at Hartville's very own Melrose Mall for longer than she ever intended. She would rather do literally anything else. But dealing with Imani makes her days go faster. Not that she'll ever admit it. You'll actually notice that in many of your runs, some characters have some history between them, adding a story to the world of Polyfighter to experience in the eyes of each character. Once unlocking discovered characters through their challenges, the possibilities of encountering even more secret fighters appear along your path. Let's see if we can discover another for— hey! It's Muscle Horse! Oh, bring it on, baby! Okay. I'll come back to it, but hey, maybe you have what it takes to take down muscle horrors and discover many of the game's secrets waiting to be unlocked. I wish.
So, not only is it a roguelite fighting game with roguelike mechanics, it is also a meticulous gameplay loop that has you playing it like it's Smash Bros. But then, upon finding and encountering the characters, instead of it being more like the various ways you unlock specific characters inside of Smash Bros., it's more like that entire time period after the release of Mortal Kombat 1, where everybody kept talking about Floyd. You remember, Pink Floyd in the fields, the pink rainbow ninja that just supposedly shows up randomly. But Carl, I hear a fucking degenerate in the background. But Carl, do you know that all the secret characters that could be unlocked in Mortal Kombat all had specific methods of being encountered that required you to do certain things to do them? Why, yes, stupid fucktoy. Yes, I did know that. I did. But you know the difference between that and then? They didn't do those in the modern games. They're just there. Noob Saibot was indeed a secret character, but now he's just a part of the roster. Well, what about the meat character from loads of other games that happen to PC? Yep, just a part of the roster, if not completely cut, or a gag character that you can make possible with a costume. All of the contrarian things that a person could say doesn't excuse the fact of how bad that is. It's wild. Wild. Oh, it's cringe. It's cringe. Cringe. You had a good game. You had a good potential there. Roguelike Tekken is weird enough on its own. Why did you make it more complex and go the path of Binding of Isaac? Everything doesn't have to be versions of Binding of Isaac.
Good luck, my friends. Try out the demo today. Polyfighter by Heartloop Games will fully be available later this year.
And here we have yet another Hades-like. Technically Hades-like and or Wizard of Legend-like, I should be more exact. Is this Far Far West? I don't think this is. Marcus said he's gonna touch me. I feel dirty. I feel dirty. Help! Stranger danger! Stranger danger! You cannot. My booty belongs to me. You cannot have my booty. My booty belongs to me, Marcus.
I'm not a stranger.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
Can you say it like that? Yes, you are.
No, I'm not. Come here.
No. No, I'm going to hide. I'm going to hide.
Let me tell you something.
I need an adult. I want my woman.
I am an adult.
No. Ah! Canyons. What do I think about this video game? It looks like it wants to be Far Far West with extra steps. That's what it looks like. But just to say, a 4-man co-op game. But an Unreal Engine? Question mark?
It kind of reminds me of fucking, what, Kingmaker? That, like, meme game that came out of, like, time traveling in medieval times with a truck and a fucking gun.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know who wants it, but somebody wants it. It could be worse. It could be worse. That's the caveat. Is it worse? I don't know. Oh! That was probably a mistake. In a minute, I'm trying to see if I died of the worm.
Alright, I'm Wooly. I'm one of the designers on Dark West, and I'm joined here by Mr. Lighty. Hello, Lighty.
Oh my god. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck me. That guy had fucking Hassan voice. Oh, I got scared for a second. I'm like, no! No, you're doing the video game design! This is the worst Aaron Hansen timeline!
Hello, Wooly. It is me, Lighty. This is our game, so there's only one class available currently, but we have 3 slated. One will be coming with the 0.1 early access, and then the third one will come at a later date.
Blue barrel.
Slide as well. Hey, you better watch your mouth, buddy. See ya. So we have, what, 7 enemy?
Isometric top-down Diablo-like, but I guess people will play this one. All of you that are terrified of Path of Exile for no fucking reason.
Types for the demo?
7 base enemy types that operate in up to 4 tiers. The tiers increase their mechanical difficulty, their stat scaling, their loot, and a variety of things. Sam's having a rough time right now.
So our approach to just overall build customization in general is narrow but deep. So you'll have the option of different active and passive skills. These are talents here, these are passives. You also have something like this, which is technically a passive. Most of these are active abilities though. So I have a choice here between a Barrel Breaker and a Hex Shot. I'm more of a Barrel Breaker guy myself, however it needs to be buffed right now. The attack speed's really slow. So I'm gonna go with Hex Shot. Nice and simple. Shoots a ghostly skull from my firearm.
Take one for the team.
Okay.
Actually, might kill you.
Nope, we're good.
They do hit a lot harder, so they do have a higher loot condensing factor, LCF value, which increases the quality of the loot, not the quantity. So.
That is one of the core principles of our game.
Yeah, because that's what people want inside of the opening of the game. They want you to tell them about how optimized the loot and the gear is. Nothing else. Nothing else. You know, like, how fun is the game? Is it worth their time?
Carl, you should know by now, most of the gamers are all loot goblins.
I mean, they can be loot goblins, but, like, they're just, like, hard selling the mechanics up in the fucking showcase? That's... debatable.
Yeah. They think that gamers are entirely that shallow, which they kind of are.
I mean, I guess. Some of them. Like, casuals, maybe. Casuals do that. The casuals that we watching this entire session at the time that they were watching it when it was live, they probably would. Especially if they're looking for video games to play with their friends. However, I'm lucky enough that I actually lived through an entire timeline of at least a 1 month, 2 month procedural where Jacob tried to get everybody to play Deadlocked in his personal friend group and the online friend group between all the different Fractal servers basically just stopped playing the game entirely because his personal friend group gave up learning Deadlocked because they were more interested in learning characters and abusing characters, like character mains. And that's exciting to me because I explained this like longhand to people inside of the Fractals in a conversation. Now I get to do that conversation here. This is worse than the circles, boys. This is an obsidian list. I'm so happy. So, for those that are playing the home game and they're like, Carl, what the fuck is a circle? Don't worry, we're gonna get there. So, for those of you that get to play the home game of SinglePlayerCarl, many of you often hear me say, hey, you guys should try playing my video games, because my video games actually give you some recidivistic fun that makes you not want to kill yourself. And you hear me say that, and it's like, Carl, what are you talking about? You sound like a crazy madman. Are you deranged? Are you a lunatic? Are you okay? And the answer is yes, yes, no, no, yes, no, and yes. And the no is no, I'm not being a lunatic, but yes, I am a madman. And I explain this to them like this, right? Imagine playing a video game for 100 hours, okay? Imagine playing a video game for 100 hours. You just got your hands on Marvel Rivals, okay? You play Marvel Rivals, or like what we do here in my server, when we are able to run community group gaming days. we play golf with our friends, and then we play Eternal Return, yeah? And then there's a myriad of different other video games that you could be playing with other people at that time. Would you want to play something like Chromicraft, which is a private server designed around World of Warcraft during the time period of the Wrath of the Lich King? That is a progression-based server. So instead of everybody getting access to all of the in-game and everything gets obsoleted, you have to build up over time through a progressional stage as the game goes from one phase to the other over time. You can do that. Do you want to play 100 hours of a hyper-competitive, hyper-specific, hyper-competent team-based game like Deadlocked or Rivals or lobby-based third-person wide 3D view games such as Phantasy Star Online New Genesis, which nobody fucking plays because that game is dead for reasons we're not going to explain here? Or do you want to play a team sim that is an SMP, like Don't Starve Together, or in this case, I guess also Power World applies as well? Or would you want to play a friend slop game such as Helldivers 2, which has lost a lot of its fucking energy? Or would you rather play any amount of hours of Path of Exile, or Path of Exile 2, or any other Diablo-like, as you could have the time to play it? Or would you rather play something like Deep Black Galactic Rogue Core, or Jump Space, or Mech Warrior Online, or Wire Thunder, if you're one of those addicted addicts that, you know, likes playing Elite Dangerous 2? Well, kids. The problem here, the point that we're having this discussion, okay? The point that we're having this discussion is because when you play so many video games, such as Deadlocked, you're actually putting yourself on a timer, alright? How does this relate to what's being talked about? Do you know how many fucking roguelikes exist? How many ARPGs exist, like the one that they're currently propositioning on camera? Thousands. As many that are spun off of Diablo as possible. There are some that are third person. There are some that are first person. There are some that are isometric top-down just like this. Titan Quest, Rune, Fable, Torchlight, Torchlight 2, Torchlight Infinite, Borderlands. So many titles exist like this, right? And if you're going to spend your time playing them, you have to understand that you're jumping into thousands and thousands of hours and potentially thousands and thousands of dollars of investment, both for yourself and your friend circle. Because they have to make money somehow. They're not just releasing this game to you and saying, have at it, and then they make a DLC later. They don't do that anymore. Diablo 3 has proven that's not the case of what people want. Diablo 4 has proven that's not the case of what people want. Everything now is not, I buy a video game like this and I just sit down and I play it, and then I have fun by myself, and then my other friends ask me, hey, how's your game going in this game world? No. What people want is asynchronous, loggable, log-inable content. Dedicated servers. Managed between themselves and their friends and other people, and if they're content creators, members of their community. What we're doing right now inside of Power World, right? Is anybody online on the Power World server? No. But that's what people want. They want to be able to jump in and jump out at any time because that takes the pressure off, okay? Here's the problem. One does not jump in, jump out with these types of games anymore. You used to. You used to be able to. You used to be able to jump in and jump out. Do you know why? Because it's the same reason why Marcus is here in my ear whispering like a little fucking worm tongue. Because what was invented with Diablo is what created the roguelite genre to make things like Slay the Spire 2. Because what Slay the Spire 2 did is it said, what if instead of a 300-hour grand strategy campaign as a multiplayer or single-player file, we instead made everything run-based, where your runs could be as short as 30 minutes, or could be as long and as depth-provoking as 2 hours. And in that time period of you playing those runs of the game, you could play them with up to 3 of your friends for a 4-op co-man experience. I just described so many different titles that we've played literally live on camera. That includes things like Eternal Return, that includes things like Slay the Spire 2, that includes things like Wizard of the Gun, that includes things like Don't Starve Together, that includes Power World, that also includes V Rising, that also includes, eventually, if we ever get our hands on it, Eco, and other video games of the like, including things like Minecraft, right? But remember, Minecraft wasn't like that before. It was just, you jump into your friend's world, you probably create TNT, and you leave. Good times, but not memorable, not repeatable, not ineffable. Instead now, you're asking yourself, how much time are you willing to actually learn a video game? This game is in this vein of Path of Exile. It's not just content, but it's content over seasons. From the sound of it, they're developing the game more like Raven's Watch, which is another roguelike video game, but at least it has a beginning, a middle, and an end. From the looks of this looks like it's more like Diablo with having actual, like, quests, but everything still feels similar to various other titles. There's a title that I was going to play on the 9th, that I didn't get to play on the 9th because time was robbed from me, because I don't get to have free time to myself, called Hell Clock. And it has a very similar system to this. Just like Cult of the Lamb, just like Worship, and Honey, I Started a Cult, and various other video games of this, where it's like one part grand strategy, but then one part run-based grand strategy. You get to start multiple runs over and over again, and you get to customize yourself between them. And if you learn what these are all like, you're asking yourself to play until you get grasped knowledge of that thing, and then you do something else. Alright? So, like, you play 4 to 8 hours of Path of Exile on a character, and then you say, okay guys, who wants to be around to go play Deadlocked later? I don't want to play Deadlocked. I don't feel like I can never understand things like Silver. I always get beaten by Apollo players. Well, you want to go fuck around and golf with our friends? Yeah, I want to go do that! And then you want to go start a character on Chromicraft? Well, who's going to be playing the guild? I heard SinglePlayerCarl has a guild. Okay, we can join his guild and we can play. And then after we do some dungeons, can we go play the PvE mode inside of Rivals? Yeah, and then after we play the Rivals, do we want to go play League? I don't know, bro. It seems like I'd rather break my neck. Well, you want to go fuck around on Helldivers? Nah, the game's not the same since the game had proven that basically all of the game's development cycle is all third party. And then they fucked over that guy from the fucking thing. Well, you guys want to go play Eternal Return? Of course we could. But, you know, I'm still not that good with all these characters. I'd probably get, like, 2-3 hours out of it. You want to go play several runs of Slay the Spire? Do I?! And for each one of these titles, just replace them with the name of any of your particular favorite games. And then, when you don't have that, well, who wants to go play something else? Oh no, bro. I think I'm going to throw some hands at Balatro/Solcesto/Ball/Xpit/ insert your favorite game here. Lots of people like to think that they're willing to commit themselves to those games. But really, you're asking people to, like, commit a certain period of time so that they can actually find out if they actually want to play that game. A group of people asked me, and several other people, to play with them in Deadlocked. And they got to the point that I knew they would hit, where they kept making individual single micro mistakes that eventually killed their ability to want to play Deadlocked. Because they didn't actually want to play Deadlocked, they wanted to fuck around with the character and the building and the design and the build aspect of how you can make somebody else's game unplayable and unfun, and then they got to a point where the game was unfun and they stopped playing it entirely. Marcus, am I lying with what I just explained?
No, not really. This is the average cycle of most games for any server to begin with. It happens in my server. Like, hell, I'll frame it like this. We're fucking doing archipelago runs right now in my servers.
What game is that? What game is that?
Archipelago? Oh, Archipelago is a mod.
Oh.
So, basically, imagine if you could. I actually explained this to Aqua and I believe many others. But what basically happens is that it's a mod that goes into multiple games, randomizes everything, and throws all the items in those games into other games and, like, basically kit bashes them. So one person could be playing Final Fantasy X, the other person is playing Hollow Knight, the other person is playing Castlevania, the other person is playing Hatsune Miku Project Diva Megamix, and then the other person is playing Dark Souls 3. Everybody has Deathlink turned on, and if one of us dies, we all die.
That sounds like something I would do as practice. Oh my god, no. No.
Yeah, we've been doing that shit. It's been real fun.
But yeah, playing a video game like Diablo 2, you only have the same video game, right? It's the same game. I play a paladin. I build a Hammerdin. The Hammerdin sounds like fun, but eventually, once you get involved in all the in-game content that they have now ported into Diablo 2 Resurrected, you are able to engage with it only so much until you've exhausted all the content there, or you've hit a wall, and because of the RNG, your build is either bricked, or you lose interest in trying to do the little mouse puzzle, and you switch to another game. Alright? In the switching to another game, you want to try new things, and you want to try new titles, because that's just the process of being a consumer. In order for you to have new experiences, you have to buy new products. And some products, sometimes, they're not worth the money. But let's assume here that you have infinite supply and infinite money, but you're not willing to commit that infinite time to everything infinitesimally, like somebody like myself could, as a reviewer, as a content creator. Because you guys are just people. You would want to do it with a group of people that you can trust. Because other people will fuck you over. Making friends on the internet? Who does that? You instead want to do it with a group of people. But every single person basically can't commit the same amount of time, even though they have infinite amount of time. You can do it Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, but your friend can't do it Thursday and Friday. You got one friend that can do it on all the days, but they can't do it on any of the weekends. You got a friend that can do it 4 days out of the week, but it's always available on Sunday. So when do you find the time to play all these different video games, the multiplayer ones and the single player ones with the multiplayer aspect lobbies, so that you can get into them? This is a hard question to spin the wheel for. And then obviously, games that have track records around them, that they seem overly complex. Need I bring you back to the screen about Binding of Isaac? And you tell them, no, just put your toe in the water and it'll be fine. Just get in the water, swim. It's hard for people to do that because of the fact that the thing that they want to actually engage with is actually going to make them want to break their neck. Now, if we were having a conversation about League, that's entirely separate. That'd be justifiable. In fact, I'm pretty sure there's a thing that I heard that now exists called League Classic. It sounds like they've run out of ideas and they just basically said, let's bring back all the broken shit from yesteryear because we can't get enough people to play our modern video game. Wow, that's crazy.
So believe it or not, it's not actually like classic because they basically, the cutoff point of where classic is when Yasuo got released.
Kappa. 2,000 Years League and pre-2,000 Years League. It's like pre-Big Bang and post-Big Bang MapleStory. And therein lies yet another game to add to the number of video games I just referenced. The point here that I'm trying to establish is that one does not just simply jump into a new ARPG, right? You don't stop playing Phantasy Star unless you were forced to, like I was, because I'm not going to support a company that disrespects its customers, and go play a different game entirely. One does not leave Phantasy Star Online 2, and then start playing Warframe, and then leave Warframe, and start playing versions of Genshin Impact and Wuthering Waves, and then put that down, and start playing Diablo 3, and Diablo 4, and versions of other Diablo-likes, only to pick up Path of Exile 2, but only for a month, not the whole 4-man season, only for them to change over and play a version of an SMP that has online servers like this, such as Once Human. That's not how that happens. A person hits a point where they get bored, and they switch off of things, because they've gotten bored with the thing that's inside the thing. Or the game balance is so broken that they think that it's impossible to actually have fun playing it because such a big, giant change just landed on the face of the game that until they nerf that character into the ground or they rebalance them, the game's completely unplayable. Looking at you, Marvel Rival players in Jubilee League, or excuse me, Jubilation League. I've seen the crazy shit they have over there. I know that you have a reason to not be playing that game right now if you're not playing that game. That sounds like bullshit. However, that also sounds like a lot of fun, which belies my point.
To be fair, Jubilee is actually really fun.
I know she looks really fun, especially with the other team up. Might as well.
Oh no. Oh no no. I mean, like I've actually played her. I like playing her.
I tried it a little bit too.
Like, but nobody's picking her, because nobody understands how she actually works. She's like.
I'm gonna give people the sauce right now. The hood team up. Instead of just throwing the orb and shooting the orb, throw the orb, stand inside the orb, and try to hit the people that are hitting you. Right? Throw the damage at your teammate while they're in the orb, and it's going to fast track the orb, and you get to throw them bullets like it's a fucking light show on the top of a warship destroyer. If you get dove, throw the orb on top of yourself and put the damage in them, and the orb is going to overcharge, and you're going to heal at the same time. Because the Sparkle Mark is what gives you the hit scan ability, and that hit scan ability might as well be a fucking minigun. Okay? There's the sauce. Go forth and do damage. And tell Quad I told him to suck my dick. That's an entirely separate conversation. Which is, why does Carl not play Marvel Rivals, even though he asked Amy to teach him? We'll talk about that later. Anyways, back to my point. These various video games, the amount of time that you're willing to commit to them, it's kind of like a double unlock. You have to play 100 hours to decide if you're going to play another 1,000 hours. That sounds logical, but listen to what I'm asking you. If I play 100 hours of Abrams and Deadlocked, I haven't learned Deadlocked. I've just learned Abrams. What happens if I can't play Abrams? I have to play something else. And in the system of Deadlocked, you have to pick 3 characters. I started with Abrams, Billy, and I forgot the other third one. I think it's Drifter. What happens if I can't play those 3 characters? Am I just dead? Am I just clipped? Am I just fucked? No, I can obviously learn how to play the other characters on the fly, but the way that game is designed, everything is based on pre-planned builds, because their item store is fucking trash. It's horrible. Compared between that system and League, I would rather have League. Because League explains itself and has simple, clickable buttons that allows you to search through what you want. Versus that system, where it doesn't even let you do things by reference with clicking. You have to figure out what is in the store, where, and what connects to what, and what's an evolution of what. It's still a trash system. I don't like it. And therein lies the problem. Because, well, hyper-competitive 6-man game, I'd rather have people to play it with, right? But if your friends are not that good at the game, but it's not about fun, and fun is relative, and we'll have a discussion about fun, if I'm willing to put my time into that, then I have to be willing to put my time into extra shit. So, if I play Tekken, or if I play King of Fighters, or the game that I bought, if I play Fatal Fury, and I sit down, and I ask Rockaway Carter to lab with me for 11 hours, I'm going to have more fun picking whatever character I do and labbing with him for 11 hours for a run back than I would if I'd be playing for 10 hours on camera inside of Deadlocked. Because one of them disrespects my time, and the other one respects my time. Guess which one respects my time? The one that has the consistent outlook each time. That when I put my time into it, I'm not being told, actually, you needed to put another 100 hours into this so that you could play this. But since you didn't do that, you now get to watch 6 other people play the game in front of you, and you can't do anything about it because your team can't actually talk between each other to actually decide if they want to win the game or not. And or somebody on your team is griefing, so you automatically lose, and if you're playing ranked, this will be held against you instead of that person getting instantaneously fucking punished. That's not a fun experience. Now, mind you, ARPGs don't have to be that kind of experience. But unfortunately, especially if you're doing it with friends, and it's one of those kind of ones where it's like, you have to have a save file with your friends, and a save file for yourself, your ability to have fun engaging with the mechanics of said game or the interactions of said game fall off if it's basically not a finished product. Which it sounds like this game is going to be an unfinished product inside of early access. And early access does not mean launch. So miss me with that gay shit. You have to be willing to spend time to learn. Because you have to learn the mechanics of the game. Because when you play one archetype of character, that doesn't mean it's the same for the other. Then you have to be willing to do that with other people. If you're not, you have to be willing to do it by yourself. And if the only reason you're willing to jump into something is that you have to do it with other people to get that line, well, welcome to the fucking circle. Basically, you're going to dodge playing games like these, unless you're willing to play them with friends, but you're going to get intimidated by games like these that you can play asynchronously by yourself and get infinite levels of fun for, because you'd rather play something like this that has no expectation for you to remember mechanics and remember systems. It's just, I got a crazy build. I got a lucky card, and now because I got a lucky build with a lucky card, I'm just going to keep repeating that process over and over again. It's no different than any of the fucking auto battlers like Vampire Survivors. Which is not a bad thing, but it's also not a good thing. And for me, looking at all the people who play these games, this was a title that was not shaped for those people. No. No, this is something that's designed for people like myself. But I don't have interest in doing that because it's not, they're not telling me what's in the game. They're trying to tell me about the mechanics and the systems and the game design behind it. You're not Chris Wilson! You can't sit where he sits. You're also not Jonathan, you're also not Mark. You don't need to try and sell me on the mechanics of what's going to be in the season of your game's early access. You need to sell me on this title so I can sell other people on playing this title. You feel me? You feel me. Great. Good. Got it. Wonderful. Carl, did you really have to explain all that and say that? Yes, the fuck I did. Because this is the reason why people keep doing churn and burn through their video games. This is why forever games are forever games. They're not forever games. It's just the same 10 titles that are live games of the surface models that people keep bouncing between. And then in between those Gauss model video games that they're playing, they play various other multi or single player games with their friends or by themselves without their friends, or if they're only single player, by themselves, before they then get bored with that thing and they switch to another thing. Until they get bored with that thing, or piss off by that thing, or rage crash off the game with that thing to go do something else. There have been many a times that I've had people play League with me and then rage quit. I've had plenty of times where I've had people rage quit in general on any of the titles that I play because they either couldn't handle it or they're not willing to be open to the advice necessary to get better, and then they can give up on the game entirely. I just referenced one of them earlier. I've had plenty of times where I've played something and tried something like Once Human, and the game itself remains stable and remains fun, and it has always evolved and gotten better over time, but people have never come back to play it. In fact, one of the versions of an argument on the internet right now is people talking about Power World and trying to compare early access versus 0.1. And then, of course, fighting games. There have been plenty of people who put time into that, and then they gave up and played something differently because they either got bored, or they just decided they didn't want to be a gamer anymore, which is the case of people like Irrelevant, who decided to give it up for politics. No matter what version of this that you are, you have to be willing to make a monetary and a time-based commitment, and that time-based commitment is deceptive, because it doesn't tell you that it's going to take 1,000 hours, but first you have to play 100 hours to get it. It shouldn't take that long. And granted, it doesn't, but it feels like it does because of the way that these games are viewed and or consumed by the casuals in the audience. Very few ball knowledge havers are willing to explain it the way that I just did. But that's part of the that's part of the game. Part of shit, part of crew, part of shit, part of crew, part of shit, part of crew, part of the shit, part of the crew. Okay? Got it? We all got it? Good. I need to walk out the room for a second, because now I gotta go do something with a medical injection.
So how's everybody in chat? Hi, I'm left to speak with y'all. Also, I'm still on my freak shit. If you're all in the Discord server, I'm still freaking it. Fact. I'm just gonna post this in there. Nothing of interest has happened yet. Yeah, hey, I mean, you made it to Friday. That's interesting enough. Come on. Entropy effect could be Subaki, please die. yeah. Uh, yeah, unfortunately, that's not happening. If they do it, hey, congrats. If they don't, I saw it coming. To be fair, it's hard to play a game and talk about only the game. Social games like VR chat were like that social. Yeah, that's kind of the issue that lies in a lot of things. It's a reasoning of like how do I say this? I think that it is a profoundly unique thing we have in our time where we basically have a plethora, a vast, like we basically have the like Library of Alexandria at our disposal for games. Like look to Steam, look to PS Store, and things like that. All things like, hey, have the kid, how do I gonna go to the bar tonight? Yeah, and the issue is that also happens is that the social aspect of things has kind of lost its touch, primarily because the people who are hyper competitive or the people that are a part of, the Dead by Daylight community in the Survivor side are all so toxic that they can't be normal for 5 seconds and just, play the game. They have to actively just run you down, make you feel bad, basically dominate you so fucking hard to the point that you do not, just get absolutely fucking sloshed. It's bad for my blood pressure. Well, I'm sorry. As someone who very much so can target easy fucking groups to absolutely bash, I'm picking them. I don't know how you get more toxic than gotcha gamers. I'm gonna go to a tie-dye festival tomorrow. Hey, have fun with that. I have D&D tomorrow. It's gonna be a fun time. I hope you have fun, Tusky. I want Ishi or Azrael. I mean, do you really want to put an ape and Miss Badonkadonk in there? I mean, I would love Miss Badonkadonk, but
And I'm back in the room. Marcus, you better not have been saying slurs.
No, I was just on my freak shit as usual.
That's normal. So, anyways, the TLDR of what Carl is yapping about is there comes a time when you're playing video games where after or getting close to 100 hours, you realize the game is actually training you to play for another 1,000 hours. And that is the point in which many people choose to jump off. I'm almost done with this run, Marcus. Damn, put it back in your pants!
I have limited time.
Okay, I'm almost done with this run. Actually, it doesn't even let me save my run. I don't even know. This is not a fiddle run.
I unfortunately cannot stay here the entire day. I have things to do, and I have about an hour and 20 minutes.
I'm coming, nigga, damn. Okay, here we are.
Coming here to hang out with my friend, and hang out and talk to the people while we trash the Summer Games Fest. I love this. This is a beautiful time.
Except being fun, motherfucker.
God damn it! I had the game already started. Oh! Are you playing? Are you playing on the non-public beta server?
No, I'm playing on the public beta.
What the fuck? You playing on it? Wait, hold on. Did it just update, or did you not update it?
If it just updated, and I need to go update, but I'm pretty sure that it's updated for me.
Let me go double check. Alright, hold on.
So, the people at the home that are playing the home game of SinglePlayerCarl here, the conversation is your friends and you. If you keep getting involved in the situations where it seems like you have not enough time.
Yeah, you have to update. Apparently.
Okay, that's fine. If you end up having not enough time to play all these video games you want to play with your friends, it isn't a timing issue; it's a desire issue. If you have an infinite number of money, an infinite number of time, and you were to have that infinite number of money and that infinite number of time, I'm playing on the public beta. Is there a different beta that I'm not supposed to, that I don't know about?
It's saying that I'm on version like I'm playing on like version like 0.9, like 0.9, like 1.00.09, and you're on 0.8, like 0.8.
No, I'm playing on the public beta that was updated on July 2nd. The public version...
Yeah, they did one yesterday.
It's not showing me needing to update. I should already be updated to 0.9.
What? That's weird. Shouldn't be like that also.
Beep bop boop beep bop. Beep bop beep bop. Boop bop boop beep bop beep bop boop bop boop. So, as I now have to reopen and close my fucking client because one of my mods likes to make my shit drop like that. If you and your friends can't find the time in which to try and play all of these different video games, the reason why is because it is a problem of desire, not a problem of time consistency and want. It is probably one of the most common problems in almost all of gaming, because there are thousands of games and thousands of different games as a server type games, and you don't have enough time to play all of them. And plenty much... What?
Humor me if you could. Do you mind restarting Steam? I know this is going to sound really weird, but something tells... Because it's still being weird. I apologize. Yeah, because like yesterday there was a patch for the beta.
Yeah, I'm looking at the beta. It says I'm updated to it.
A version 109, right?
Yeah.
Version 109, not 108.
Version 0.109.0.
Huh, okay. Let me go back up here. I don't know. This game can be weird.
Oh, I had to shut down the dedicated server. If anybody's in there, so sorry. Mentally trying to finish my sentence. But, if you don't ever have enough time to play with your friends to play all of these different hyper-competitive multiplayer games or near grand strategy video games, while also friend swap like video games and asynchronous ARPGs or first person, third person shooter type RPGs with various levels of involvement, especially if they're early access types and they are anywhere from $30 to $60 plus. It is a problem of interest and time, and many of the things that they're supposed to get you layered into is supposed to be whether or not you're invested into the model. And if you're not capable or willing, or your friends aren't capable or willing to play the time to play them, it might as well be a dead game to you. Because the first 100 hours are going to be what dictates whether or not you're actually interested in playing more of that video game. It's really cancerous. I wish it were not cancerous, but it is really cancerous. For my audience, I don't think we really encounter that all that much, but it's like, it comes in waves. It just comes in waves. Because, like, I could mention Marathon, but I feel like Marathon explains itself. Nobody wants to play the game. Ultimately, they just don't want to. Don't know how else to explain it. More of it is because it's a rules everything simulator, and it doesn't respect their time, because you want to play the game with your friends, but your friends aren't where you are, so now you end up spending thousands and thousands and thousands of hours trying to get invested into the title, and they're very far ahead of you, so you have to get drawn along to them, almost near baby gated. And the game is based on a level-based matchmaking system, rather than a skill-based or a Fight Club buy-in system. And the game being as it is, full of hackers and cheaters and disgenerate people, it just makes you not want to play it entirely. Do I need to verify my files? Is that what's happening here?
Yeah, I guess so. What the fuck? It literally is thinking you're still on version 108.
Sigh. This is going to take a while. Anyways, moving forward in the future with the thing. I'll let you know when I'm done.
Game, if you guys play other action RPGs, there will not be a loot filter. Of course, we'll have like pretty name cut plates and whatever to give the dopamine hits. You should not ever feel the need to be like, why am I dropping 10 items that I don't care about? Also, you want to briefly talk about crafting here?
Our crafting is used to augment and improve weapons, not create them from the ground up. So you won't be light item crafting with no affixes into something that.
So they're just trying to explain Path of Exile. Oh wow! This is actually the first time I've seen a game actually try to just tell the truth that it's a copy of Path of Exile instead of a copy of Diablo. That's crazy. Wow. Oh, wow. Zowie. And it's a fucking indie game developing company? I mean, I can give them credit for recognizing ball game, but at the same time, ball washing in the middle of a presentation? I don't think people like Zizarin watch these broadcasts. Maybe they would have liked that. Maybe in the future, in between seasons, they come and check this game out or something. I don't fucking know. That's wild to me, okay? That's wild. Excuse me as I quietly nut in the corner here.
That has 9 affixes and all the bells with
Yeah,
it. Find something good and make it
not
great
to
and exceptional, but
fucking
it'll
say
still be
the most heinous shit.
Gentlemen, that was the Dark West again. I am Wooly, one of the designers, joined by Lighty. Anyway, wishlist our game. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Here we have another cinematic Hades-like. But it seems like this one is based on Chinese dynasty. Ah, no. Distorted Mindscape. Esoteric Artistic. I'd like to say that this is a word bait, but it might actually be a game that's probably deserving of an award if they can do it right. Lots of people want to give a lot of flowers to Hades 2, but Hades 2 ultimately only benefits from how good Hades 1 is. And they kind of need to be knocked down a peg. They're kind of resting on their laurels. Like, at this point in time, there should have already been a DLC for Hades 2, and there's not. So I guess it's okay. You can roll your eyes about it being a copy, but if it works, it works. Memorial Week? Released in 2027. Might as well not even told me about it, bro. Does it have a demo? The only thing going for you is that you're an Xbox title, and it's not a PlayStation title. And you can play it on Steam. Okay, my files are good. Allegedly. See if we can fix this content so that Marcus can scratch his fucking itch.
I like playing with my friends. That's what we do around here.
This is one of those quiet design games. I think I've seen a trailer for this one before.
You have mods on. What the hell?
Yeah, I have a mod.
Better Spire? Oh, fuck.
Better Spire and Unified Save.
Okay. I just got rid of my... fucking hell.
What?
I have to fucking find... I have to go get Vortex again, I think.
You shouldn't. These are on the workshop.
Oh, it is. What the fuck am I smoking?
Crack? Smoking crack?
Give me a second. Okay, so Better Spire. Better Spire 2. Yep. Go subscribe. Slave Spire.
And it's a zombie game. Pale Tide. Also known as the Does the Dog Get Bitten simulator. Anime girls. Third person attack system. Similar to most roguelikes.
Okay, now my...
And it's almost written in all Chinese.
And now my Slave Spire is now acting up. What the fuck?
When you say acting up, what do you mean?
Literally, as soon as I start pressing play, it crashes.
That happens.
Okay, what do I do?
Keep pressing play until it works.
What the fuck? There we go.
Now you're here. This is a mobile game. That's just a mobile game. It's a combination of the auto battlers and it's a combination of roguelikes. It's not very good. What appears to be happening is that it's based on an AP system, so it's got versions and pieces of Wizard of Legend, but then it also seems like it has a bonus combo rate system, which is not even close to Touhou Dystopian. Because Touhou Dystopian is basically any other type of one of these, but it's in third person, but you also move in 3D. and it's more skill-based than anything. But since everything's in fucking either Chinese or Korean, I can't tell what's what. Eternal Palace Sakura. Fall 2026. With a demo available. Well, for the people who like to play arcade fighters, this is going to be fun for you. Otherwise, it would probably be a hard skip, simply because I don't think the mechanics of what it has available are demonstrable enough to be interesting. It's closest to Touhou Dystopian, to be serious, but Touhou's Dystopian, much like Blaze Blue Entropy Trigger, that one actually requires you to unlock the skills of the character over time, or pieces of their archetype as you're playing. The way that, and I'm basically suggesting better games to you to play if you're in the audience listening. The way that Entropy Trigger does it is that imagine playing an actual fighting game like Blaze Blue, but your signature skills are locked away from you until you encounter them through upgrades in the run, alongside a integral system that plays very similar to other auto battlers that have extra skills that you can add on, extra weapons that automatically fire for you. But chaining them together creates entirely new synergies, and after every run, you get the ability to keep a copy of that run's save file as a character list. And the spells that you chose on that run, you get to now have as exosouls that attach to your character in your run. So the first 2 runs that you do, you'll have nothing on your first run, and then you'll have 1 exosoul on your second run, and on your third run, you have at least access to 2 exosouls. And they could have various level of intersplicing synergies that allow you to play better. Whereas in Touhou Dystopian, it's only 1 character, but each character has a command list, just like if they were playing in a fighting game. But the choices that you get to have in those combo systems, you have the baseline, and then you have everything fucking else. And you gain them over time, and by chance. And you just design a build, and you try to get to the end game as quickly as you can. And then it, of course, ramps up over time. Both of those are better than whatever this thing is. If this game gets released by the time it comes to the fall, and it's just poggers, okay, I'll shut the fuck up, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. But if you want 2 better titles that are better than that, Touhou Dystopian, Blaze Blue Entropy Trigger. There you go. Oh, what do I want here? Fuck. Sure.
Ah, thank you for damage.
What the fuck did you draw? This series of lines on my screen.
Possible pass. But to be fair, I think the leftmost leaning one, like this one,
it has the most fires.
Has the most fires, and then we at the third fire, you go to the right.
Okay, let's start here.
The great Baba Yaga has chosen you.
Ah, yes, the Witch Simulator. This is a game. If I'm trying to give you flanking, you have to not use your skills before I clear the card out. Oh well.
That's true. Yeah. I'm a bit too eager.
This man is trying to bust his nut, chat.
To walk the path of the witch.
The Baba Yaga Simulator is basically just a witch simulator. If you like playing sim games, you're gonna like this game. If you don't like playing sim games, no one's making you play the sim game. That easy.
Learn the craft, the old ways, those that should not be forgotten. Explore the lands where every path holds a secret. People and spirits alike will share their stories. How you respond to them is your choice. Build our home, a place truly shaped by your desires. Will it be grand or humble, dark or light? All paths are open to you now. I wonder what kind of witch you will become.
This is another one of those run-based games. I've seen copies of this thing. It's not horrible, but it is kind of shitty. You log your character gets to know people in the town, you do a run, the combo repeats itself. You did it again. Oh, never mind.
My bad. That could actually be really good for... Yeah, I'll take it.
What was I saying? They're being kitsy again. Blinking.
Okay.
Ah, here's one of those broken build video games. And how nice of them to re-release the demo. That's what we're talking about.
Actually kind of a good card. Wait a minute. That's actually a really good card. What the hell?
Let your Zodiac trials begin.
Candy, you know I love my fighters.
Yes, I do.
And Polyfighter looks straight fire. And it's great to see him.
Every time they show me this couple, I become a little bit more of a bigot.
New take on the genre just in general. So keep it locked this summer to see more games like that. Also, Hype Train Digital Canyons look really cool.
It really did look cool. It is perfect. I've been doing my TikTok Taibo MMA training. I've got a mean arm bar.
I love me an arm bar. And speaking of broken bones, up next, turn your lights low, crawl under your blankets, and grab your teddy because here comes a series of creepy horror trailers that are sure to make your skin crawl.
I've got my blanket ready.
Let's get it going.
It's a simple job for men with nerve.
Hello, I'm Dan, game designer at Garage 51, and today I'm here to introduce Cordura. But first, I want to thank you for the incredible reception we've had since the game's announcement. Now, let's begin. Cordura is a cooperative for the horror game for up to 4 players. Each run, you'll enter haunted places at night to collect the roses before the doors close. But what defines Cordura is Mimic, the game's core mechanic. Mimic is not an enemy that just repeats the last thing you say. It listens. It records the conversations, perceives the context, and parts it as you. As the night darkens, the environment itself will turn on your team. corrupting a player and twisting their own words to create doubt, confusion, and even friendly fire. And if you die from these hallucinations, the night will let you go. It will take your voice, your body, and use mimic to harm the rest of your team. One of the biggest challenges was getting Mimic to start working and feel alive without recurring fear of break.
So, it's a social deception game. And it's a social deception game that works against your team by actually using real social deception instead of repo-like mechanics. Is that bad? Is that good? I'd say it's probably fine.
Very gameplay. The result is a system that creates unpredictable situations from the very first round, creating moments that don't resemble anything we've experienced in other games. In our internal test, players didn't need to exaggerate or for reactions to make things interesting. It happened organically. So we can't wait to see what happens when it's in your hands.
It's dead.
Some of the footage you see is a preview of gameplay we'll be showing in the next few days. Until then, we're on Discord, you want to know more.
Version or card draw? I feel like I need more card draw.
The decision here is we have to choose to either take the boss fight or take the fire. Taking the fire.
Attention personnel. If you are experiencing symptoms such as hallucination.
Ah yes, third person 3D Binding of Isaac. Everybody loves that. Okay, that goes down to 1. That's actually doable. It basically is like if Doodle Bob got.
You want this?
I don't know what it is. What this?
Blood vial.
Sure. It's basically a game as if Doodle Bob became Doomslayer inside of a world that plays much like The Binding of Isaac, but with extra steps. Not a bad concept, but it's a concept. This kind of game basically lives and dies on its guns. For better or worse. Sometimes the better. I love how they reinvented Outbreak.
It's more consistent. Come on.
Was our only chance at evolution.
Paperhead. Why does it look like they're trying to do Madness Combat slightly?
Honestly, I couldn't tell you. But it's not a bad idea to try it. It's just that there are too many games that have all come up with the concept of run-based, learn over time concepts. I think the last one that I particularly bought was Voidbreaker, but Voidbreaker's worth it, mind you. But unfortunately, Trinshine. But it's not Trinshine, but it's in the genre of Trinshine. Carl, what's Trinshine? Don't ask me that question right now. You're going to be angry at the answer.
Yeah. I know what you mean.
Yeah. Yeah. To the right.
Do I need like I'm good on block. I'm very good on block. Do I just need damage now?
Probably.
I do need damage now. Upgrade this card. This card is actually insanely good for multiplayer. What the hell were they thinking making this card?
Lucid Falls. If you were playing the Blair Witch Project, but you forgot that you also clipped out of reality, and the Blair Witch Project is actually just a boomer shooter. A cult boomer shooter.
So, wouldn't that be Duskwood
Ooh, technically, that would be Scare Ritual. I haven't showed you Scare Ritual. Basically, a group of people were like, what if we could play we could play Call of Duty Black Ops Zombies, but it was its own self-contained game. That's what that is. Otherwise, it'd be like Darkwood if you made it a boomer shooter.
Wake up. You're lost in a lucid dream.
You will take no damage. Don't you just love that I do this?
I suppose.
Oh.
Do you know why I called you? With all due respect, what's the use of protocols if our agent dies in the field? Let me be absolutely clear. You will be on your own. Leela needs me, man.
Kinetic narrative game. Seemingly a not bad one, but I refuse to believe that any of them are not bad. I've remembered more games that I'm willing to give a pass that have been dog shit than ones that have demonstrated nothing but an utter failure to my mind and made me remember that they pissed me off. Echoing slash from a potion.
Damn!
I told you. Outbreak is broken.
Wait, how does that interaction work? I need to know.
At the start of your turn, apply poison to all enemies from noxious fumes. Outbreak, whenever you apply poison, deal 5 damage to all enemies. So he got poisoned, 5 damage. Poisoned, 5 damage. Poisoned, 5 damage. Poisoned, 5 damage.
I see now. Okay.
Stronger in multi-fights, not as strong as single-player fights. You still need to have scaling. They just made it so that you don't have to apply poison multiple times to get 11 damage.
Ridiculous.
Kinetic narrative game, also another snore.
Hey guys, it's me, Big Tommy.
He has a beard, and he's bald! He's a leftist!
Scratch that, I'm Mattel. We are Games on a Chair and we're making a PSX-style horror game called Feed It.
This is a game about living with a monster. You do what you're told and feed it. Or
just get your powers online.
There's consequences either way. We've been inspired by games like Mouthwashing or classic Silent Hill.
Get your powers online.
It has multiple routes to complete it, secret endings.
I have no powers.
Pouring blood and
Oh, okay.
into it, and we can't wait to get it into your hands. You can try it out during this month's Steam Next Fest, and it's releasing this summer on PC. Now go and wishlist and check the trailer out.
friend slot table-based card game. Like Liar's Bar, but different. Imagine if it was like Hungry Hungry Hippos, but you kill your friends. Pixel-based game that's like hitting the clock tower, but it's not that great. At this point, I'm just describing video games that will be better for you to play. Although it seems like this one's going to be a little bit more like Fatal Frame. I guess that's a high for a lot of people who like playing Fatal Frame, you know? Echograph.
Oh, what the hell? Oh, I gotta try. I have to try this. I have to try this new multiplayer card. That's kind of funny. It's called Imitation Learning.
I probably should have taken that knife trap, but I'm not passing up on well-laid plans. Black Star, Black Star. It's either Black Star or Empty Cage.
Black Star is very fun. And there are also 3 elites that we can just go blitz right now. Or 2, depending on if you want to hit the bonfire.
I want to hit the shop.
That away, that away, that away.
First, let's see what these combats bring us. Kumarin! No, Kumarin. Doesn't really explain what it has inside of it, which makes it really not that great. Out fishing. Lots and lots of horror titles just based around basic neighborhood concepts. This will be great for people like Markiplier. This don't mean shit to people like me.
反応しちゃってる気がするみたいな。接種の時は自覚としては捉えているんでしょうけど、脳で認識していない。息ができなくて。あんたさ、ずっとなんか嘘ついてるでしょ。
These room damage still need to pick up.
Alone, you die. Shared game? You have to play a game with another person in order to survive the fucking video game concept? That seems not that great.
Same concept though. This bitch just stole my... The fact that I can take your powers and make them my own.
So here's a design that I haven't seen tried again since the Chosen Mythos. It's a pixel-based game, but it has the design of being somewhat like a live-action video game. It's a meeting of both worlds.
Unlimited power.
Yeah, we better get some unlimited power to fucking kill this guy before he walks off my up the sleeve.
He'll die. He's dead. All I need to do is literally just take your powers, slap them on me, and I'm good.
I suppose. It's like Night Trap. It's like somebody tried to, like, reverse engineer Night Trap. Tenebris Sombra. I'll keep my eye on this one. This might be a horror game I play. But yeah, it's like if you reinvented the wheel and used it to create Night Trap again.
The world is dying, ravaged by environmental collapse. Gasping for every breath, the system is broken.
Oh, you already
the
played
core
it.
of the fuel, feeding the machine of greed.
Oh well.
Security breach. Core ID is missing.
You have been reprinted. You have been reprinted.
Citizen, produce. Supply. Utility is life.
You have been reprinted. You have been reprinted.
And here we go again with yet another Boomer Shooter knockoff, but this one is a different knockoff for a different reason.
Thank you for abrasive. That actually helps quite a bit.
Been reprinted.
Oh, okay. Imitation learning.
Ooh, I don't think even the most intense skincare regimen could clear up that nasty case of eyeball acne. I'm allergic to fish, and outfishing is wild.
That looks sounds disgusting. I don't want eyeball acne. I was about to grab the hooks and bait, but because
You
you're
gave me
allergic
also
to fish, I will make sure to reel in another game that we both can play, like Lucid Falls or Feed It. That one is super obscene. I love that horror games are blowing up more than ever on the scene.
I do too, I do too. All right, you guys, make sure to wishlist those games through our Steam event page. If you're looking to get your heart pumping, grab one of those keys from our free keys giveaway.
We got some more keys for you, under your chair. Check out the QR code. Grab your phone to take a picture. Word. Do the damn thing. In the meantime, we got to keep this train rolling. Up next are games from adventurous, role-playing games. If you like exploring fantastic worlds and distant lands, then keep your eyes glued to the screen. It's game time.
This is getting sketchy. We gotta go to fire. That's just GoldenEye. That's just GoldenEye right there. That's all that game is. That's Golden Axe. Misspoke. That's Golden Axe.
Hey, Gabriel, it's Mrs. Trombley.
I wouldn't mind seeing golden axes being
We
made.
tried to back up some of Mikey's things this week, and we just couldn't.
I don't
If you
have
aren't too busy,
imitation yet.
would you mind stopping by to have a look? You're welcome to have any of it. The games you used to play are still set up down there, and I bet it all still works. I still can't believe he's gone. Anyway, been thinking of you.
The sucky thing about imitation learning is that while it's a really good fucking card, it requires
He was lucky to have such a good friend.
me to like, yeah, basically make sure that you're able to do fast.
Dungeon Lurker. Looks exciting, but they're not standing out. None of these games stand out.
Paris, 1920. The city is collapsing into sand. In the heart of its ruins stands Notre Dame, watching over a world slowly disappearing. In Wonderful, follow Leon, a boy untouched by the entropy. Through streets swallowed by dust and memories fading away. Using the very sand consuming the city, explore forgotten places beneath Paris and uncover the truth behind its fall. From the rooftops of the Ile de la Cité to the depths of the Metropolitan, every step reveals a city caught between beauty and decay. Wonderful is a narrative adventure and our love letter to Paris. Demo now available.
Oh, finally, somebody ain't pissing. Someone's not pissing and shitting on my country. It just took them and Sandfall Interactive. Yes, I'm bitter. I'm tired of hearing your fucking French jokes. None of them are good, people. They're boring. Boring. Maybe I should have taken that knife trap. Starting to feel like I should have taken that knife trap.
On Steam.
Life's pretty great when you're an otter. You go with the flow, have snacks, and you make friends wherever you go. But then, a giant wave hits. The home you knew, washed away.
Do you want to go to another shop, or do you want to take out?
It's time to lend a paw. And to
We
take
can go
on
this way.
back. Your friends need help. And this island, it needs a little love. Let's bring it back to life and find your way back home.
Well, this is not gonna work, but
My otter friends.
Another award bait game made for MBs. But seems like it's got good design, so I suppose it's fine. And it very much is a copy of Hades and Wizard of Legend, but this one is basically an explorable. You actually get to go across the world.
I'm not doing it for money, Ari. Then why are we in 1800s Egypt before the invention of air conditioning? Why the heck are we looking for the tiara? It's windy up here. Let's keep moving so we don't freeze to death. Good idea. So, what's the plan? We storm the castle! And do you think you could hop from window to window? Yeah, right. Go ahead, Ari. It's fine. Risk certain death for extra credit. Uncool. Really uncool.
Kinetic narrative game, but the characters talk, but these ones are, like, at least semi-tolerable. I don't know. It's like the Adventures of Tintin, but I don't like that they're still talking, because it's probably going to be some dumbass bullshit.
Listen,
It could go either way. It could go either way.
might be my last shot to do something.
And then they're designed like Rayman characters.
Hold on. I need to restart my game for some reason. It just fucking bricked itself.
Okay.
Something great for the woman I love.
So you do this for
Love? You're doing this for love?
You do not seem like typical Tomb Raiders.
We're not Tomb Raiders, Monty. We're adventurers.
Where is the Diana?
Guys, we gotta get out of here.
This is a game.
My boy, we're going pirate hunting. Oh, man. What the? You know, I'm not gonna lie. That was kind of awesome.
Uh-huh. There's your claim again. And they too are getting into the auto battler.
You have to exit out and then invite me back in.
Oh, okay. Do you just like click on top of me or what?
Yep. What the fuck? We have mods that does not match the host. Host does not have. What do you mean it just up? Oh my fucking god!
Huh?
The mod just updated.
Really? Okay. Let me just go and tweak the mod then.
This game gives me connections.
Yeah, it's more shooting is finally over time to pay more sweat equity. Every time I see the word sweat equity, I start laughing. Alright. Workshop mods.
Should auto update.
Literally updated exactly on this spot that Aspire 2 did. Okay. That's wild.
Yeah.
See, I am two ways about auto battlers. The auto battler has to have a certain level of interactivity where you're not just walking towards experience and towards enemies. If it doesn't give you that, it's just completely bad. But if the auto battler is closer to Megabonk than it is to, say, Vampire Survivors, you can kind of like make argument about that. Because the reason why auto battlers like Megabonk would be interesting and fun is because you can do more than walk left and right.
Yeah. Did I tell you that they made a porn parody game of that?
No.
Yeah, somebody made a porn parody of Megabonk. I think it's called Megadick or something.
Aptly named. So I just click the fucking button and then you get to click in, or what?
Yeah, give me a second. It's doing the same shit again where it's saying, oh yeah, hey, this is, 100%. don't fucking understand how the fuck or why the fuck this is behaving the way it is.
Your guess is mine.
Still saying mod mismatch. This is still saying that you have a mod mismatch. You have mods that the host does not. You have one. I have 1.83.8. You have 1.83.7.
Sigh. Okay, easy way to solve this. Unsubscribe, and it's Better Spire 2 that updated, right?
Yeah, Better Spire 2.
Subscribe. Click. Click. Starting download. Starting download. And now it's refreshing.
Looking at these games seem very tired.
With the exception of the horror games, many of these games are always going to be derivative of each other. Almost always they're going to be derivative of each other. How about now?
Let's find out. There we go.
Override! So in other words, you get to be fucking Wally.
Money?
Money.
History lesson isn't bad to take, it's just very...
It's an event that you can't take if you have low HP, and you're not already solved.
You're in public!
That's right, put some earbuds on when you're in public. Hello, Tusky. Personally, I love the French. They gave us French fries, French toast, French dressing, French vanilla, French cut green beans, French bread. Beheadings? Beheadings? The death penalty? The death penalty. Fine, Carl, I'm gonna go watch Friday Night Tights. You don't love me! How dare you! Okay, bye.
Don't worry, Carl. You'll get good sucks later.
We guys gave you the death penalty. Okay? We gave you the fancy death penalty. Public executions. That's right. French Revolution. 5 times. The Bastille. Notre Dame. Horny French bitches. Can't forget the horny French bitches.
Aren't the horny French bitches all like hyper promiscuous?
Yes.
Killed them all.
Alright, boys, let's go! Nino! Swing!
Will you trust these gods?
I don't have much choice, do I?
Ah, yes, this game. I've heard so much about this game. Sagayan 9 against all gods. As in, is against all odds. So, one of the members of my audience had requested for me, and I'm still working on it, to play a game called Wonder Stars. Imagine if you had Dragon Ball Z, but it was designed in the 90s, and in being designed in the 90s, it got you that much closer to like a Saturday morning cartoon.
Leave the small guys, they're already dead.
Now, between that game, I learned that a lot of them are versions of washed versions. But if Against All Gods is trying to, like, be... what's that game called? It's trying to be, like, Crypt of the Necrodancer. Which isn't bad, mind you. It's just, it's a hard to play video game because it's a rhythm-based game. But this one's trying to put the voice acting alongside the sound effects and the style and the equation and the blah blah blah.
These gods.
I don't have much choice, do you?
This one, basically, is... Yeah, I'll take a break. This one is basically like if you gave... fine. If you gave a game like Lunar Star Story the same treatment, but better, and it's turn-based, and it's a little bit like Mega Man X. And it has a demo out, so you can go try it. My first turn is just going to basically be all powers.
Yeah, I don't have Imitation. Imitation doesn't have innate, so I have to fucking wait for it to show up in my hand. This back.
Rest here. Maybe I am crazy to take this poster. I should tell
God, this
I took
Imitation is going to be at the bottom of my fucking deck.
Order is in short supply on
yeah, it is.
And resources even more so. You are the governor, and there's no time like the present to start bailing out this sinking ship. The people here are unusual. I'm looking for a girl. Her name is Amanda.
Give me your power.
Okay, go be governor somewhere else. Never heard of her.
And they all
I want
suspicious of my
I'm
intentions.
about to get murdered.
What do you want with her?
I want
All of the semantic escapes on the bottom of my deck.
You'll find the pine has something of a slippery quality here on the island. It's young Miss Joan, Governor. She's dead.
Carefully, Ambrose. You're not the only one watching this colony.
I'm about to get sucked up!
Okay.
Well, I know things are not as they seem. I just need one more day. Rest here. Maybe I am crazy to take this poster.
The Curse of Rest Haven. A kinetic narrative game that might as well just be Prince of Persia, but with extra steps. Are the extra steps good? Play the game, find out.
Folks are going to have a ball playing these games. I now understand what you were saying about the creativity and imagination of indie developers. Wilderlings is gorgeous, has a really unique feel.
Please stop making the black people talk at me. Please. You're making me into a bigot.
There were just so many beautiful games in that last set. I don't know which one I want to play first.
Treat yourself, Candy. Treat yourself.
Now, if I told you to do that, you would choose them all and you'd never come out of your office.
I mean, that sounds extra suspect, but then I guess we'll just have to find something to put together.
Aw, that is so sweet. So make sure you guys go to our Steam event page to wishlist the games, play the demos, and find one that you can play with your significant other.
For our final set of games, we're going to be hopping, bopping, and stopping with some side scrollers and some action platformers. Let's go.
Let's go.
Okay.
Here we see the long-eared grey hare in its natural environment. Oops. Oh dear. As you can see, in this region, predation tends to involve, well, tool use. But in a remarkable display of resilience, when prey falls, it passes a chosen evolution down to the next generation. Nature forces the weak to improvise, to adapt, to overcome.
So is it a multiplayer game or is it a single player game with like iteration? I don't understand. Yes! That's so weird. Good job. That's so weird.
Thank you.
Do I have card draw? No, I don't.
I hate what they did to Shatter.
Eh.
I don't have any status meeting cards.
That's just Shadow Belt. And then I retain it.
Thanks.
First card you play each combat is played a second time. The first card I play every combat is always a power. Double power. Double powers that aren't abrasive. Phantom Blade. Debatable. Noxious Fumes. Debatable. It'd work well with Outbreak, but not always going to be in my hand. And playing well-laid plans twice is not good. It's probably Cook. Or Warhammer. How many units are on the map? 3 elites on the map?
An option.
Looking for the most elites in a row with fires.
And then it would be this.
Okay, let's see what happens.
Each species has refined its own
double block or
and its own evolutionary path.
You know what? Yeah, we're doing this.
These fascinating creatures are now available for observation on Steam.
Hi, I'm Eric, and I'm the developer of Lucid. Lucid is a flow-state-driven Metroidvania.
You animal with a gun.
Aerial combat.
Another flow state Metroidvania?
You know it.
Oh, God! There are so many of them! This is gonna hurt.
It is. At least we're fighting Queen.
Bet. Player expression. Glide through environments. Chain attacks in midair. Movement is your greatest weapon.
See, this right here is a perfect example of what I was talking about earlier. Carl, you never explained what True and Shine is. Well, I want you to hear the beat of this song, right? And every single time it goes dun 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 dun, I want you to hear the word True and Shine. True and Shine. True and Shine. Be whispered in the back of your ear, okay? Do it with me, chat. Like, imagine. Actually, first off, before I even say that, where's my pants? Ah! I'm already wearing a layer of pants, but I'm putting on another layer of pants. Also, this is your warning. Carl's about to undulate his butt in front of the screen.
Put your trick around.
Like, just imagine, okay?
And I'm the developer of Lucid.
True Shine.
State-driven Metroidvania.
True Shine.
Built around movement.
True
Aerial
Shine.
combat.
True Shine.
Expression.
True Shine.
Glide through environments.
True Shine.
Chain attacks in midair.
Shine.
Movement.
Shine. Like, I wish I didn't have to use that word, but ever since Celeste, they've been so loud! Okay? So fucking loud. You just have to bring attention to it. Yeah, I should have gotten that knife trap. Fuck.
Crystal arts expand the way you fight. They can close distance instantly, help control encounters, and chain abilities together at high speed. You put talismans to reshape your build. They can enhance movement, modify your abilities, and create entirely new combat combinations. As you evolve, so does the world around you. You will discover hidden paths, master advanced traversal, and adapt to increasingly dangerous enemies.
Give me your power.
Prepare for massive boss battles. They will push your movement to its limit. Move with precision. Fight with creativity. See the world translucently. Be lucid.
At least with this one, it's not aggressively transgender. Carl, what does that mean? You just keep saying words! Have you ever played a game that insists that you must play it in order to understand it?
Many.
That's what Peter meant when he said it insists upon itself. Dog shit, even. This is about to hurt.
Thank you for the power. I always love having more power that is not mine to hold.
And yet another one called Shade Protocol, with a crossover with Alabaster Dawn and Crosscode. Oh, games that people have heard of but have never played because nobody plays those games. A word to the wise for those that buy games that are Kickstarter backed, like Crosscode, or Star Renegades, or Mighty Number 9. They're a risk. Risks that usually aren't worth taking. Not their fault, but it kind of is their fault. I'm about to die.
Give it a your all. I'll kill him.
I need more defense in my deck.
It's funny because I have the opposite problem right now. He's dead. Yeah.
Acclaim again! Goddamn, that's 3 titles already. These guys have been cooking.
Give me all your powers as much as you can.
Yep, 1.
One's all I need.
And it was here and it was gone. Kid bash. Kid bash. Like kit bash.
Oh man! Ooh, this is not a good fucking turn for me.
Did they remake oh my god, they remade that one fucking Super Famicom game. What was it called? Something Dreamland?
Good! If only I can just go back to my dream. Sure can.
Oh, hey, little knight. Fancy seeing you here.
You're blocking the line.
And it's also a fucking game that comes with voice acting. Ward bait. But it actually might be worth its fucking playtime.
My line of sight.
don't think you're fun.
Come forth! Mecha Zozo!
This might be GG. Fuck.
Since we had to drop out of the stream, how is the event been going so far? Existent. These games are exactly what you'd expect from the fucking first event of every single fucking Summer Games Fest. Boring. Mildly interesting to generally boring. There's been more interesting things to talk about than there have been things that are good. Wah 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 wah. Unfortunate.
Yep, very unfortunate.
Do you have to go?
Unfortunately, yes.
Okay, bye. Everybody say bye to Marcus. Tell him you love him and kiss him on his lips.
I'll take blowjobs instead. How about that?
Do they get to give you eye contact?
Of course. I want to see your pupils when you go, God damn. God damn.
Right now, Extra Crusher is shaking his head. This is much worse than when Carl used to give fake blowjobs on camera.
Hold on, you know what? Before I leave, I'll do this. Hold on.
I have to refill my bottle. My bottle's not empty. It's almost empty.
Okay. Alright. Gooners and goonettes. In my hand I have something that many call the Deep Throat Challenge.
Oh my god.
If you know what it is, or well, you know what, I'll just say it. It's the Trolley Gummy Pop.
Doesn't make any less gay, bro.
I don't give a fuck. Besides, it's really easy for me to go damn near to stick.
Okay, Marcus, bye!
Bye! Have fun, everybody! Remember that! Remember this!
I turned on a SinglePlayerCarl stream, not gay porn. What is this? Just remember, chat, he gagged himself at the end. This is much worse than when he was in my ear. At least then he was just being creepy. That was more than creepy. I'm so sorry. I don't usually expose you all to that kind of homosexuality. Usually I keep that shit to myself. Hey, cool, they even got a fucking tsundere fucking enemy in this game. All for the audience, he says. Oh, it's even got a demo out. I'm trying to remember the name of it. It's something to Dream Master. A game from the Super Famicom / NES and SNES era. This is what that game is, but expanded upon. With voice acting and with extra gameplay. It might deserve its flowers. Deep Throat don't mean nothing if you can't get the rhythm down. Indeed, you gotta get the hands going and the eye contact at the same time too.
What is ballgame? Well,
it's another lap test.
Ballgame is a physics platform. It's golf at the speed of pinball, set in a physics sim that's full of happy accidents with plenty of room to get good. Our dream was a golf-like game that's kinetic, tactile, ruthless, and rewarding. There are dozens and dozens of handcrafted holes that'll have you shooting through bubbles, grinding on rails, and a couple other things that I don't want to spoil right now.
Is it good? Tell me that. Is it good?
In ballgame, you play as Dolph. They're a golf ball. Now, they're not just any golf ball. They're a golf ball that was imbued with consciousness and banished to an interdimensional hotel. Like any good mystery, you'll unravel the secrets of this strange place by playing golf. You can play through courses in tournament mode, where every stroke counts. Can you get to the flag under par? Can you find the cosmic path and get there in 0? The hotel is also home to Cordis, the shifty-eyed magpie who runs heists. Heists throw everything you know about golf out the window. They're an all-out sprint across 9 back-to-back holes, where strokes don't matter and speed is the name of the game. If ballgame seems right up your alley, then I've got good news for you.
I can't believe it. They true-shined golf. Golf of all things. They true-shined golf. Sabaknach.
The ballgame demo is live right now on Steam. We'll be sharing that demo at the Mix, so come by and get your hands on ballgame. If you're interested, give us a wish list, follow our journey, and say hi on the show floor. Thanks for watching.
And yet another one of them. This seems to be a platformer. It's like somebody took Your Only Move is Hustle, but tried to put it in real time, which defeats the point of why most people play Yomi Hustle.
Wow, another epic showcase chock full of incredible games is in the books. And I'm sweating like an overcooked Krabby Patty in this piece. Let's hit the pool cannon.
I can't wait. But first, we gotta wrap up that epic showcase, remember?
Of course. Thank you for checking out the Media Indie Exchange Summer Showcase. All of us here at the Mix are so grateful that we continue to be able to bring you these events. Every time I'm blown away by the games on display, and I'm not just saying that.
He really isn't. Thank you again to all the publishers, developers, marketing managers, publicists, and all other hardworking folks who made the show a reality.
For sure, that's right. And we're talking about the amazing sponsors at New Blood Interactive, Top Hat Studios, Aquapara Games, Hype Train Digital, Retroware, Acclaim, Raw Fury, Goblin Studios, Not a Shark Company, Inu, Aberratic Studios, Kojo.gg, and Shido. Not to mention, or I think it's Shido, not to mention all the other amazing organizations out there that continue to show their support for independent games and the people who make them. Our charity partner, Experience Studios, please donate to that incredible team and charity nonprofit in order to fund games from Black Voice in Gaming and the Latin American Game Showcase, and the programs that they are putting together for developers. Follow us on socials at Indie Exchange, on X, and everywhere else at Media Indie Exchange.
Now, last but definitely not least, shout out to our gaming fam at IGN, Twitch, Steam, and GameSpot for helping us bring the show to you, rain or shine. Now, before we peace out, set a reminder to hit up our next showcase coming up in the fall, which we will be announcing dates in the next month or so, and we'll be opening up submissions for new games and drops.
Until next time, I'm Justin Woodward, co-founder of The Mix.
And I'm Candy Woodward.
Deuces. Oh, I almost forgot we have one more amazing trailer. You got the sneak peek and the snack attack of Raji.
Why is the wife gone? Did the wife not want to be here?
Kaliuga, but we have the full 5-minute gameplay reveal coming up right now. But first, make sure to catch all the other awesome showcases happening this week with the Latin American Game Showcase, Black Voice in Gaming, Women-Led Games, Southeast Asia Game Showcase, Frosty Games Fest, Wholesome Direct, Story Rich, Planet Play, India Game Showcase, Day of the Dev, and so much more. It's your boy Justin Woodward. We will see you so soon. Peace. Check out this trailer.
The visions. They're getting cleared.
And then it's this guy again.
But where I look, it all leads to the same end. He's already part of everything that's breaking. He always was passionate. Edie, this isn't a place meant for the living.
Then why does it feel like it remembers us?
Because Betala isn't just a name. It's everything the world tried to forget.
First, there was Dad of Boy. Then, there was Dad of Boy Ragnarok. Then, there was MILF of Husband and Son, Afterlife. And The Last of Us, Part Gay and Part Gay 2. Now, get ready for the Jeet of Us. Besora Deshora Gomna. That joke only makes sense if you understand the Indian language. However, I hope the accent was emulated exactly how much I don't give a shit. Because I super don't give a shit. But the question remains, is it bad? Better question. Is it better than South of Midnight? Ironically, for everything that matters inside of Dustborn is not a worse game than South of Midnight. South of Midnight is a worse game. I like that exocutter. Jitabas, the removal of the redeem. Oh, we're going to hell. We're going to hell. We're going to hell. We're going to hell.
You should be. See what happens if we fail.
Then stop looking at the future and fight with me in the present.
Actual combat. It's better than South of Midnight. Oh, now is it gonna be $60 or $40?
Yet I have no life, just form afar.
I can be found as you want to be.
Unpolished surfaces, so have no fear.
Though I cannot speak, I always reply.
Mimicking your movements, as truth cannot lie. Tell me, child, what am I? Tell me, tell me.
The elders spoke of this long before we were born. When the heavens are opened before their time and the balance is broken, the one who sees all things will stand at the edge of creation and chooses what survives.
Then why me?
Because you're the only one who can stand there and not turn away. I hate that it's you, but we don't get to decide that anymore. When it happens, you choose what becomes of you.
So you got a little bit of Last of Us, you got a little bit of Kinetic Narrative, you got a little bit of God of War, you got a little bit of Shadow of Colossus, you got a little bit of Ico, you know, all the greatest hits are from from PlayStation 2 and the PlayStation 3. Raji, Karayurka. It really is that he was the removal of his really dim. You have to understand, it is a very bad game. Very bad, very bad. It could not have been worse. They could not have made a shittier game to make us have to play. Because they make us have to play this video game. It is unfair. It is truly bad. Truly bad. Yes, truly bad. And yet somehow, the ones that walk away looking shittier is the company who made the game, and not the game itself. Well, one must truly find out if they can truly redeem. Max, 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 max. And that's the end of the mix. My god, it was shittier than I thought it was. Oh my god. There's like 2 games in there that I actually would have wanted. I refuse to read him. I refuse to read him. You cannot convince me to buy this game. It's very bad. It's very, very bad. I'm starting to sound like King Julian. Morty, you need to suck my cock. I couldn't get Wallace to do it. It's very bad. He doesn't do it the way that you do it. Carl's turning into Sacha Baron Cohen? Ah! Go over there and get me my monkeys. They know how to pop a man's banana. Oh yeah! The mix was shit. Next! Ironically, my Morty is much better than my King Julian. King Julian! I came to suck your... To be honest, Morty... To be quite honest, Morty is just a very large sounding toad, and then you make him sound extremely annoying. The same way that when you're doing King Julian, you have to make sure to enunciate your words and then put in a pause, like you're doing a waltz. Simple. It's very, very simple. It's literally 1 and then 2, 3 and then 1 and then 2, 3 again. And don't forget to laugh like you're Eddie Murphy. But not the stupid Eddie Murphy. Like Eddie Murphy after he lost his money. You remember that one movie that he made? The one where he had a tree, and every time a leaf fell off the tree, it was how many words he used up, and then when all the words were gone from the tree was barren. That Eddie Murphy. Poor Eddie Murphy. Anyways. Y'all about to suffer because it's about the black voices in gaming again. That's right, Carl. Laugh for painfully. Laugh for painfully, buddy. Makes it feel better. Makes it go down all that much better. Don't you patronize me. Don't you patronize me, or I'll get Morty here to suck your dick. That's right! I'll do the King Julian! I'll do anything for King Julian, even about my bottle! I'm telling you, it's literally just a more annoying toad. But as a yandere stalker. No, you don't get to just die instead. You get to sit here and laugh at my jokes as we try to laugh the pain off. Because it's that bad. It was that bad last year, it's that bad this year. The only difference is that we can now live with the fact that I am right. I was right. I was right. Everything I say is right. This show was fucking dog shit, and they didn't produce a damn little bit. I was right. Alright. I'm giving you all until I refill my cup, which will be like 5 minutes. I'll be right back. Ugh! First, I tweet my woman. She already went on her lunch break. I'm mad. I'll get to harass her before she goes back to work. I'm mad. I'm mad. Mad. Simplest meat I have is salami. It's gonna take a while for that to heat up. Okay, I guess I did need all 15 minutes. I don't want to buy anything on the net. I do not trust this fucking uncured heart salami that's been in my fridge. So if I have to eat something, I have canned spam behind me. If I want to buy more spam, I can buy it later tonight. It's not that big a deal. And now here I am with my plate of fucking vegan mushrooms. Okay. Are you ready to redeem? I hope the workers are not going to get takes backs. No halvesies.
What is happening, my people?
Oh! Oh! Oh no! Oh! Oh! Carl, Carl, I don't understand. Carl, I don't understand what's happening. What are you laughing at? I don't get it. Carl, am I missing something? Don't worry, viewer. Carl's gonna demonstrate it for you. Don't you worry. Oh no, don't worry. Carl will explain it. Okay, so black voices in gaming. Okay, so black voices in gaming from last year, black voices in gaming from this year. So last year,
what is happening?
So last year they had him actually there, and in this year, let's take it apart. Oh no, you gotta do it in steps. Okay, just laughing at it in parts. Okay, just laughing at it in parts is not enough. No. Break it down, chat. Break it down. First off, you chose to go with making a set, and this year you said, fuck it, we're gonna digitize our host. They make fun of this guy. We can't choose to get these motherfuckers so we can fly out here. Because, you know, having them call in and be talked to like physical people, that's a part of the job. But you know what? What we gonna do is we're gonna turn him into a fucking VTuber. That's all the rage, right? No one will look second, twice, third, fourth, twice at us because we chose to do that. That's not cringe and a half. No. Nobody can ever make fun of that. No. But no, it's not just that you chose to turn him into a fucking digital VTuber host to try and save money, alright? You literally could have done so many things. And what you did was basically give him a guaranteed mushroom nose, okay? You could have made his eyebrows better. You made his eyebrows thicker. You could have made his eyes pop more. You made the motherfucker look like he belongs in IMVU if you digitized it into PlayStation 1 graphics. You could have given him a little bit more swagger, a little bit better of an outfit. You basically just transformed him into, hello, I'm a ball and gun gamer. Look at me, ball and gun gamers. Isn't this fit fresh? And then you just, you know, let's put in some hood shit. What do black gamers like? Do they like arcades? Let's put in some arcades. Obviously we're black, so we gotta make sure we have graffiti. And let's go ahead and put in the input for a Hadouken, if not for a Dragon Punch in the back corner, because, you know, niggas like fighting games too! And over his head, ball and gun gamers, gotta have a hoop! And our logo, but we're gonna digitize it and make it look even fucking shittier than what we have in the background, along with a hard-to-read, shitty background. The logo looks better on the fucking arcade cabinet than it does on the left side of the fucking screen. And let's not forget the best part. Not just any PS1 game, but Ape Escape. You make him look like he was drawn by somebody who said, what the niggas look like? Oh, I know. They look like somebody choosing to make a character of somebody based on the graphics of another game. What's a PS1 game that we can emulate that black people like? What's a PS1 game that black people like? Oh, I know! We'll make him look like he is a fucking stick figure out of V-Pop. That's what we'll do. We'll design him like he listens to atmospheric jungle drum and bass all the time. Let's make them look like they belong to Ape Escape and Parappa the Rapper. Cause niggas, right? Oh, shit! Woo! Woo! I needed that. Oh boy, what a pick me up. All right. I was already wide awake, but now I'm very wide awake. Oh shit. But Carl, the mogging that you're doing right now, that's the reason why they made the change. You're just a toxic shitter. You shitty toxic shitter. No! This was a choice! How are we gonna do the mix with living hosts? And then, with the same person who did last year, you're gonna be like, oh, this wasn't a choice that happened because, you know, we were making fun of the host? Because this is what you do when you want to save costs, cut costs, and allegedly protect your host. I wouldn't know why you would have to protect your host, but that's what this is. Who was this made for? Who did you make this for? You didn't make it for me. And lo and behold, black VTubers, you didn't need to make it for them. Well, 80% of them. There's 20% of them that needs to look like the Shiggy. That fucking homunculi of a creature that looks like a reject mutant Splatoon kid from Splatoon universe. If you were gonna make him look like a video game character, there were so many other ways you could have gone about it, bro. Not this. Not this. Oh my god, not this.
We're co-founder of Black Voice in Gaming, The Mix, and the nonprofit Experience Studios. It is a scorching, sizzling summer, and we're kicking the door, waving the fofo with our annual Black Voice in Gaming.
Waving the fofo! Waving the fofo! It truly is like Black Wreck-It Ralph. I'ma shoot it! Oh, no. Better. I'm gonna shoot it, cuz. But back on me, fool. I'ma break it. Oh my god. Let me put some mushrooms in my mouth so I can shut my ass up. Oh my god, I can't stop.
Summer Showcase for 2026. Our mission is simple. We help support and celebrate developers through grants, network connections, publishers, investors, platforms, and of course, the community of you guys and the culture.
I would argue that they shouldn't be getting government grants. All that other shit. All the other stuff. I'm cool with that. Not government grants. Definitively not. Oh.
This BVIG, we are proud to showcase trailers, interviews, and gameplay sessions with some dope developers. Before we get started, we want to thank our sponsors, Raw Fury, Aurora Broadcasting, No Rivals, The Mix, and our broadcasting partners, Summer Game Fest. Thank you guys for supporting us. IGN, Twitch, GameSpot, and Steam. Yes, Steam, please wish list or purchase the games you see in the show through the QR code that pops up. We are coming up on our 3rd year with the XP Fund, where we help fund grants through an accelerator program that will get these games made. If you're interested in supporting these games through charity, please follow the QR code on the screen when it pops up. And if you're interested in investment opportunities, please hit us up as well. Without further delay, I'm gonna pass the mic to Lori and Curtis Baxter to get into the first game.
Thanks, Justin.
If you're gonna make the host into a digitized object, why not have the co-stars who are going to come on too be digitized objects? Why project this nigga on a green screen? You knew you were gonna host the segment this way. So what, was there not enough time for him to get a VTuber avatar too? Like, inconsistency is one thing, right? But you're telling me that you put in the time and I go from fucking Mr. Digitized because I can't handle scrutiny and lack of oversight to fucking jump scare from the mouth, jump scare for that beard, a plague on your houses, and a pox on your hood.
My name is Curtis, and I am joined by my incredible host, a fantastic content creator by the name of...
Hi, my name is Lori, and I...
She's very pretty. Now how are you gonna fuck this segment up?
I'm so excited to be here today with you, Curtis, for all of the trailers, all of the announcements.
I know, I think it's going to be jam-packed, so I don't know about you, but I want to get right into it. You down with that?
Yes, let's do it.
Alright.
Keep in mind, 15 minutes of wait time. This is the first 2 minutes of the broadcast. They hit you hard with unstoppable cringe in the first 2 minutes.
Hey, my name's Graham. I'm a Jamaican game developer, and this is my cozy island builder, Our Lands.
Boring. Pass.
The game focused on creativity. No pressure, no rules to follow, just pure vibes. It's up to you to create whatever kind of island.
Vibes. Just pure vibes. We're vibing. We're vibing over here, bro. Vibes. I think I need this energy.
You want to know whether it's a lush forest campsite or a vast deserted island. Our Lands has dozens of things for you to decorate your islands with, and once you take a break from building, even more things are waiting to be found. Just poke around. There are a ton of delightful surprises for you to experience. Now, once you think you're done, show off your hard work by making postcards and sharing them with your friends, because good things should always be shared. Day or night, rain or shine, come and craft your little slice of paradise right here in Our Lands.
A princess, once beautiful beyond wonders of the flesh, now crawled the earth as her demonic mass pulsated lifelessly.
A Monster Sim video game. I mean, that's alright. Oh no, I see a Bing Bing Wahoo game. Oh no, they're gonna grab me! Oh, and it looks good! They ain't gotta know they're talking because it explains itself! Oh no! Help me! Help me! Oh. Oh. Oh, customizability. Oh, evolving challenges with marbles. It's like crack. It's like crack. Everybody ever wants to wonder why did I spend so much time playing video games like Balatro? There it is right there. Oh. How do you get your hooks in the Carl? You ain't gotta use white women. Just use a very seemingly autistic video game. How much for you to play the one game where the trees hate you? I don't remember which one that is, Tusky. What's the name of it? Oh, where? And it's got a demo! Mother bust. And then they got a turn-based game? Go ahead and get the demo off you real quick, good boy. Alchemic Beasts. You got a black woman with red hair, and then a white guy with glasses. I mean, you might as well just shown this during other segments. And I'm pretty sure they probably did, but it didn't stand out.
Hi everyone, I'm Thiago Torrente from Legenda Games. We are game developers from Salvador, Bahia, Northeast Brazil, and I'm the lead developer of Black Sailors, Bay of All Seas. I'm here to tell you a bit about the game you're building and why this story matters so much to us. Black Sailor is an adventure RPG with tactical turn-based combat. It's a story during the colonization of Brazil back in the 19th century about a group of enslaved
Okay, not that bad.
Africans who refused to accept their fate. So they rebelled, seized control of a slave ship, and became pirates fighting back against the Portuguese colonial oppression in the Bay of All Seas.
That's a very interesting grand strategy game. So, similar to Hellclock, which is about the War of Canudos in Mexico, this one is about slaves trying to escape during a specific period of history where the slave trade was in effect. And so they commandeer a ship, and it's basically a grand strategy ship combat game.
The colonial game. That means we are shifting the lenses here. We are so used to seeing history and games told from the perspective of the conqueror or the explorer, but in Black Sailors we flip that way. We take the power out of the hands of the colonizer and put it in the hands of the enslaved and oppressed. One of the things that
Colonizer, colonized, slave, oppressor, blah 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 blah. Tell me more about the mechanics. Mr. Magic Man. If your gameplay is worth it, I overlook the cringe. I need a knife. Hey, gubba gubba do gubba do got. Even that.
drive us is how history is taught. Even in Brazil, our education is often very Eurocentric. We were taught at school that
It's literally called Trees Hate You? Okay. Okay there, Dreamy Carl. Listen now, listen now, listen now, listen now, listen now. I know who I am. Don't you mock me! Don't you mock me!
our country was formed by Portuguese, indigenous people, and Africans. As if African was just one big homogeneous block, but that was not the case. The African diaspora was formed by several different ethnicities: Yoruba, Bantu, Fon, and many others. Each has their own.
You're doing that thing, guy. You're doing that thing where you say, listen, people think that Africa was just one big environmental block, but actually we were a very, very big diverse nation. Stop all that noise and stop that jibber jabber. How does that play into the class element? You're killing my boner, sir. You're killing my boner. I'm halfway interested in your game. Don't take this away from me. I need this. I'm so close!
Some were even rivaled back in Africa, but they were forced into the same struggle here. The colonizers actually thought mixing different ethnicities would prevent revolt. It's important to understand that Black Sailors is built entirely from an Afro-Brazilian perspective. Our culture is incredibly rich and included in African ancestry, but over centuries we lost the clear lines of what came from each ethnicity. In Black Sailors, we are creating an alternative story, exploring what it would look like if this Afro-Brazilian identity was forged in the fire of a pirate rebellion. We didn't want to just make generic African rebel characters. That's why we are collaborating with historian, specialist in African diaspora in colonial Bahia. We have researched these specific ethnicities to create characters with real distinct motivations.
You know, you don't have to make a lot of excuses to be like, imagine what it was like if slaves had access to a pirate ship. Listen, come on, man. Come on, man. Grand strategy ain't that fucking hard. It's not that fucking hard, and it ain't gotta be that fucking cringe. Alright? You're already better than South of Midnight. But don't be as gay as Creature Kind played like in the way you're making the game sound. You're turning me off. You're turning me off. You're turning me off. Close your mouth. Close your mouth. Let me cover your head with this plastic bag. Let me spoon you slowly for like 5 minutes. Let me get it up. Come on. Let me get it up. Let me get it up.
So in the crew, you'll not just find generic Africans. There is a down-man warrior, a blacksmith from Oyo, a hunter from Ife. You also find people with very different motivations. Some of them just want to go back to Africa. Others want to build a full-scale rebellion and dominate the day. And some have lost everything, and are driven just by revenge. These clashing motivations create a dynamic conflict between them that evolve as you play. When the game begins, they have just taken control of the ship. They don't know each other well, but they quickly realize they will have to overcome their differences if they want to survive. Your role in the game is to manage this role and assign them to specific functions on the ship. So, if you want the ship to move faster, you need to put more people.
So, here's the question I have here with the development of your game. Who am I as the player? Am I just some random fucking schmutz? Is it just I make decisions for them as the characters, get to play the game? Or am I some kind of servant in command or a tactile squadron leader who served under the White Rebellion for so long that I learned how to be able to fight them, and it plays a lot more like Shining Force and Fire Emblem. But naval combat on the sea. You gotta sell me, baby! Sell me, baby!
If you want the shoot to shoot back, you need to put more people on the game. This is how you play your Revolution. It's a turn-based strategy experience divided into 2 phases. First, the training phase, where you manage your crew, analyze enemy movements, track enemy bullets, and decide your strategy. Then comes the resolution phase, where you watch your decisions play out in real time. As your adventure continues, you upgrade your ship and crew, and rescue more people who join your cause. We just announced Black Sailors to the game, and the reaction was intense. We saw a lot of backlash from people who treat the simple act of portraying enslaved people with agency as some kind of agenda. But the support has been even louder. We realized that there is a massive audience of players who are hungry for stories that step outside the Eurocentric power centers. Black Sailors is for everyone who wants to see history through different lenses, a lens of resistance, humanity, and freedom. Thanks for listening, and I can't wait for you all to sail the Bay of All Saints with us.
You're an eldritch god that controls the reality around the story you want to tell because you use console commands since you don't have enough free time to master the game, statistically speaking. Now you're just simplifying the master strategy game genre in just like a sentence and or a paragraph. Oh look, it's fucking Digimon Frontier. Look at his Power Ranger ass fucking poses to get hit.
And I can't wait for you all to sail the Bay of All Saints with us.
I gotta voice act this. Fuck. I dropped my bottle. There's one leak. I got so excited to make fun of this game. Okay. Control yourself, Carl. Okay. Proto-Man, summon! Net Warrior, energize! Ah! Proto-Man, on the scene! What are we doing? What are we doing? You know what black people like? They like henshin animes, and they like anime-esque characters. Well, you know what we're gonna give them? We're gonna put no voice acting in the background. We're gonna put no character, no personality, no style. Just throw the shit at the screen. Niggas are desperate. Don't open their mouth for it. They're whores. They're whores. They'll just eat it. They'll eat the slop. Oh my god. Oh. 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 No. This is my deep-set hatred of them trying to be posers. They just tried to be posers in the genre of, like, Mega Man Battle Network and henshin animes. Oh my god! Oh, shit! Oh! Extreme violence. Extreme violence. Oh, fuck me. And it's still doing a little dwiddle in the background. Although, hey, yo, look at that combo string. Wait a minute. Well, hey, oh, check the moves out. Check the schmoes. Fucking primary Lotus ass shit. Oh, Netcode Warriors. There will be a bunch of niggas playing this game. I can guarantee you that. Yes, there'll be a bunch of niggas that will play this video game. I hope y'all motherfuckers got a soundtrack. Because if this little shit in the back, if this little shit in the back is the best your fucking OTS has, oh my god, people are gonna be making fun of your game. But if this game is actually good, you will have niggas. There will be niggas. It's like there will be blood. There will be niggas.
Alright. Well, that was an incredible trailer for Netcode Warriors. I am joined by my co-host, Derek Fields, and right now, we also happen to have the CEO and game director of Sun Studios, Shay Boone O'Shea. How are you?
I'm good. Glad to be here. How's everybody doing?
That's a very dark man. That's very dark. Where's your neck? Where is your neck? Is it covered up by your beard? I've heard of a neck beard. I don't think I've ever heard of a beard neck.
Doing well. No, happy to be checking out this game. So, I mean, right off the bat, these are totally new characters, right? Totally new IP. Can you kind of walk us through the entire development process?
Yeah. So we've been working on Netcode Warriors since 2020. So it's been a hot minute. Earliest days, a lot of ideation kind of phase. Like, what does this IP mean? What is it about? Like, kind of figure out some of the story and board aspects and kind of honing in how we were going to reference our inspirations and things like that. Once we were able to kind of communicate with Watanabe-san and Moriyama-san, so those are the guys from Japan who actually worked on the Digimon IP. Kenji is like one of the original kind of creators and sons of the Digimon IP.
Again! Carl is right! Everything I say is right! Did I not say Digimon Frontier? Crossed with Mega Man Battle Network? I can hear and smell what the Rock is cooking.
Once we were able to kind of talk with those guys and get more of a hone in on art style, I think that kind of like we were off to the races at that point. We also had other very talented designers. Ivan Fiorelli, famously, I think has done like some stuff for Fantastic Four. He was a penciler for Fantastic Four for a couple of years. Mitch Lucas has a pretty famous webtoon that's in development called Product Divider. So a lot of very talented artists kind of help shape the artistic vision of the game. My inspirations for art generally are always going to be based on my background. So I'm Nigerian. So for instance, the main character is Yoruba. I'm Yoruba, so the Yoruba tribe. That was important to me. But also bringing in some of the things from my childhood that really stood out to me artistically and stylistically. So very Shibuya punk and grind fiction inspired. You have a lot of like kind of streetwear and street culture kind of aspects that are kind of baked into some of the art and especially the human characters, but then the transformations into these like larger than life like warriors called Code Warriors. It's very Sentai inspired, very Power Rangers inspired. So those like bring in a lot of like aspects
Sentai Power Ranger. Sentai Power Ranger. Sentai Power Ranger. Last I checked, Sentai aren't armored warriors. Nika could have said Metabots. I would have accepted Metabots. I roll.
Like, so things I grew up with, like Mega Man Battle Network and other franchises like that really shaped.
Once again, Carl's right. Carl is right.
The vision of like the IP and everything like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to see for me coming from like a similar background in terms of influences and the types of media that I was growing up with. Those influences, like, they breathe all throughout Netcode Warriors. There's something that you nudged on that I would love to hear more about. One of my favorite topics was talking about cultural intersection and how these different inspirations can come together to breathe new life. You're directly interfacing with Japanese developers and artists within this project.
Can we stop for a second and appreciate this card right here? 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. I'm not trying to take up no time. Just for a second, for those that are playing the game, that are playing the home game, I want you to appreciate this card play I'm about to do. If this works. Okay. I want you to look at this card real quick. Look at this real quick. 325 damage in a single hit. Beautiful. Just beautiful. I might lose my void form, but fuck it. It don't matter. Just beautiful.
So can you expand a little bit more about what it's like to work, truly as a globalized studio?
Yeah, so the whole studio's remote. I always said, like, I don't really care where you come from. I just care that you guys are talent, right? That's it. I don't even care too much like how much experience you have, because I think it's very easy to fall into that trap when hiring somebody of, that whole thing, like, oh well, I need experience to get a job. How can I get a job? Like, not experience, right? So for me, it's just if I see passionate people, talented people, I tend to reach out to those, try to see if there's like a way we can collaborate in certain aspects, certain avenues. In regards to the globalization of everything, yeah, like, people from all over the world, from Spain.
Fortunately, I'm dead.
Asia, animation team, riggers, animators from Brazil, and so like the team is kind of worldwide. Kind of by necessity, just because we want the best people that we can bring onto the project. In regards to working with the Japanese guys specifically.
Only because we want the best people on the project, not because we're all working remotely inside the energy industry, trying to come up with anything that possibly can stick and work. No. That's silly.
Definitely language barriers, kind of hard to overcome, like translate emails back and forth, trying to make sure that you're not saying anything that you could think perceived as like offensive and incorrect. Like, you want to make sure you're culturally sensitive to whoever you're speaking to and kind of the background, especially some of these guys who are very well known in the industry for the kind of work they've done. So yeah, it was very important for us to always approach those conversations with respect and make sure that the people who we're talking with, that they're creatively and artistically being fulfilled by the work we're asking them to do. Yeah, I'd say that's kind of our general approach to how we do stuff.
So, I mean, in game development, we all know it's not easy, especially when you're running a team, especially when you have a globalized team, like you do. Can you speak to a little bit of the challenges that kind of come up and kind of how you kind of triumph over them?
Yeah, I'd be lying if I said I've got this part down 100%. I'm still growing, learning every day. Part of it is just, trying to be as flexible as you can with time zones. Time zones can be a big thing, right? Sometimes I just don't get a lot of sleep, because I'm like talking with people in Spain who are 4 hours ahead, or Japan who are 12, 14 hours ahead, whatever, right? So like sometimes it's me being up at 3 a.m. but you need to be up at 8 a.m. to do something, right? So that the reality is, like, sometimes, it's a grind. It's really hard. It's difficult. It's mentally taxing. I'm sure my girlfriend would love to see me more. But at times, life demands that.
LARPing. Real men don't have partners. You either have a disgruntled shorty, or you have a wife that wishes you'd spend more time with her. Nah. Fake and gay, fake.
To achieve greatness, you must do great things, right? So yes, I hold myself to a very high standard in regards to how I do work, how I operate, and everything like that. And I can't expect everybody to put in 100% if I'm not putting in 100%, right? 110%, whatever I have to give, because these projects that we're working on as a studio, they're very important to me. I'm very passionate about them. To me, Sun Studios is poised to be like one of the next premier fighting game developers, at least based out of the West, right? If we do things correctly, and if we make sure that we're precise and very calculated with how we do things, and we put our heart into it. So that's kind of my approach to that.
As a fighting game, this means that we're entering into the fighting game community and entering into a nuance for things like iframes and move cancellations and like hitbox coordination.
And transgenders bitching about the game, and transgenders bitching about things that have nothing to do with the game, and trying to get your players canceled so they don't actually have to face them in a tournament.
I am arbitrarily gesturing at this as just a fighting game couch player. Dead or Alive was my game of choice, and I'm no longer.
And groomers. Don't forget the groomers who may be trying to fuck your competitors.
Good at any of them, but they bring such a nuance. And so, what sort of nuance, emergent outcomes, Warriors in terms of how people play and engage with this game?
Yeah. So Netcode Warriors, right? Obviously, there's a side referencing, but in regards to the gameplay itself, I think that's actually where it shines, where its specialness comes from, because we're making an arena fighter, which there's a lot of them out there. Usually based on licensed IP, like your famous anime or whatever. Those games are usually designed for a more casual experience. They're not really designed to be competitively deep. It's more about getting to experience your favorite characters and play them in a way that's easy for you to do, and easy for you to switch from character to character and just do really cool stuff and kind of put it down like at a good time or whatever. And that's not really the design goal here. The design goal here is for you to put hundreds, thousands of hours into it. Like the game is like constantly revealing itself to you. And in that kind of design space, arena fighters haven't really had competitive spotlight before. I mean, there's one or two here or there, but they all kind of make compromises to kind of have that conversation with the fighting game community, I would say, and we're kind of looking at things in sort of a different direction. Obviously, we're trying to incorporate some things like motion inputs are pretty big for us, quarter circles and things like that should just exist more usually in traditional fighting games that tend to not exist in arena fighters. We're putting those in, charge motions, and other things like that. But the idea of what an arena fighter is, or what it can be, is a real expression of freedom of movement in a three-dimensional space that 2D fighters just generally aren't really, can't do in the same way, I'd say. And so even the 3D fighters that you're familiar with, like Dead or Alive or Tekken or Virtual Fighter, because jumping usually and crouching share an input, jumping, crouching, and stepping to the side share an input that limits how quickly you can move in and out of the foreground. It's mostly about moving forward and backwards quickly with intervals of that. That's why there's high-level techniques about stepping into and out of the foreground. I think where it kind of approaches it more like...
Bro, footsies. The word is footsies. Please.
There's a real freedom of movement, and the skill and depth is how the decisions you're making based on that movement. You can move wherever you want, but are you moving in the right place at the right time? You can move quickly, but are you quickly adjusting to what your opponent is doing and things like that? So that's kind of the design space that we're in regards to what Netcode Warriors is, what it can be.
I love that. You spoke a little bit earlier just about this being again a new IP that no one's seen before. Let's say we're
nothing to tag on to what he says, completely disengaged, doesn't know what the fuck's being said. Lord have mercy! That's my favorite part of fucking design and showcasing. Have somebody who can't engage in the medium whatsoever as a host that's asking questions and interviewing him live on the camera, and make it that much harder for him to be able to tag up to people.
Fast forward.
And I'm being summoned out of the room. I just noticed this man's wearing a mock t-shirt that is referencing the NWA.
The game is out. It's doing amazing, as I'm sure it will. Fandoms love to interact with their favorite characters. Do the Sun Studios have any kind of...
That's not exactly true. Fandoms love to make never-ending content about their favorite characters. They don't have to engage with the character in the video game in order for them to be their favorite. I will demonstrate. Here's one.
I see your face. ragged ass walking in your tight pants. Trying to get a man, bitch, you is a fucking man. Huh?
And another.
Ed said he wanna see it from the back. This was the grip and this was the fight back. Ed said he wanna see it from the. Ed said he wanna.
And another. I've got him paused in a really bad frame. Another.
Hey, Rowley. It's my Jerome. That's great. Mostly, forget it. Hey, Rob.
And another.
You got mail. You got mail.
And another.
What the f is that? Yo, I just seen a black bro. No, I mean the black bro. Ah! What the f? I knew he was. I knew he was. I know it. Who the f is that? What the f was that?
If I can find it, I'll show you my favorite edit. If I can find it. I don't see it here. Wait, yes I do. Here we go.
All stations, stop what you're doing and stop Spider-Man. Wait, you? Miles Morales, he's entering Sector 4.
Do I have web on my face? What's the deal?
Miles, he's right there. He's ready. Turn around.
I don't see any, boss.
That's how fandoms interact with the content. They don't necessarily need to be their character, especially not in the fighting game community. And if you really want to know the reason why, you can blame the envy queers for that. Because you see, ever since you didn't have to actually play the game to be a fan of a game, people want to interact with it not because they're fans of it, but because it makes a really good cosplay. So, I'll give you an example. If Lost Lenore my mutual friend, who is a fighting game player, wanted to cosplay as Alyssa, if she were to do so while playing in a tournament as her character, that would be what a true dyed-in-the-deep, like blood in the game player would do. Alas, that is not what most fans of most fandoms do. Especially not nowadays. What they do is they watch a campaign playthrough of the game, and then they just pose. They become posers infinitely. They become infinite posers that never have to actually put anything on the level. What do I mean? What does that look like? What am I describing? How are there still 3 people inside the fucking high guard? What I'm describing is this. How is it that when it comes to people playing content, if they play content whatsoever at all, that there are these many people that are currently playing, concurrently have been playing, Undertale, compared to the amount of people who are playing, continue to be playing, and are trying to get their own save files and experience in their own save files the content of Deltarune. How is it the case that you have an all-time peak of 11k people who have been playing Undertale compared to the amount of people who are playing Deltarune? The retard says, "Duh, Carl, one game is older than the other, duh." But elite ball knowledge havers know that they're watching someone play Undertale, and then they're playing Deltarune themselves. Now, fortunately, as somebody who pirates games, I have a copy. But if I had not told you that information, I would count myself in that number. Because I do not own either game, I don't think. Let me double check. No. I don't own either game. If it weren't for the fact that I am who I am, and that I can get access to these if I wanted to, I haven't played, well, I have played Undertale, but I don't have Deltarune on my account. So how could I be engaging and interacting and interfacing with the content other than by osmosis, while other people are playing the video games in the timeline? In reality, what that looks like for a RPG is much worse than what it looks like for a fighting game. for a fighting game, people who are saying that they're fans of your game but never fucking play it are people who are basically just deciding the meta of your game. They're deciding the meta of the game, they're deciding the way the game's played, they decide how the game's evolving, they decide how the game's content is going to be rolled out, bitching about price, bitching about price points, bitching about DLC characters, which characters should come to the game, blah 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 blah, buy Schnitzel, blah 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 blah, everything under the goddamn sun. While never having fucking played a match. Not a single online match. That's bad. If they wanted to play the game, they should just play the fucking game. Now, fighting games being what they are, it could probably be scary. But hey, campaign games exist. The fucking offline battle modes for tutorial lab-based combo training and combo mad training exists. It has since Marvel vs. Capcom 3 Ultimate. But people that aren't actually engaging in the process and aren't actually truly engaging in the content, they can have so much power over the direction of your design, and all you have to do to flush them the fuck out is actually make them log into the fucking video game. That's why, for example, in order for a person to vote on what's inside of a game, like that of OSRS, they have to be active members. They don't just get to decide what's going to be involved into the game from the free-to-play lobby. They can't. So, like, I understand the idea he's trying to put across here, but you're just not going to accomplish it. Not the way that you think you want, and not for the people who you think you want to do it for. Especially not the niggas. Who are cheap! Cheap, cheap bitches! Cheap bastards! She was on corn! They had you sorting corn? What was your favorite corn husk? This is a really bad frame to have pause this guy's face on. But you guys get the point I'm trying to put across here, okay? Like for fighting games, you have to make it for not just fans who might receive it. You got to make it for the fans that actually want to play it. Like the intimidation of the content should not stop people from trying to be inside the process. So many video games are easily made for new people and easily made for new demographics, and yet it's the same 5 types of players who get catered to time and time and time and time and time and time again, and it's so fucking bullshit. Like, we've had Pokken Tournament, we've had Tekken, we've had Mortal Kombat, we've had NRS fighters, we've had SNK fighters, and then we've had anime cross-battle fighters, as well as party game fighters. Those are 5 different demographics that have all been catered to. 2v2, 3-on-3, so if you're crazy as fuck in Tokon Battle, 4-on-4, 1-on-1, stock fighters, stock battlers, everything from generic knockoff characters to licensed genre characters involved as either guest characters or movie characters from like the 80s and 90s for people like Arnold Schwarzenegger and Sylvester Stallone. And 2/3 of them don't even play the damn game. That's right! Exactly! They're just fans of the genre of the game. Or they're fans of the franchise, but they don't actually throw fucking hands. And you give them so much credence, and you give them so much preference. And the last time, which they had been actually given a game that was good for them, was Killer Instinct. Technically, Marvel vs. Capcom would also matter, but you just so much, you give them so much, and they don't give you anything back, and you keep making shit for them. No! 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 Stop it! You're killing yourself, you're killing your reach, you're killing your content! And all for lazy, and all for some lazy, no good, dumbass motherfucking niggas! It's bad! It's bad. Okay, I need to pee. I'll be right back. On my time on the toilet in the bathroom, I came across yet another example of somebody making fan art about Deltarune. This one specifically is based on Woody and Buzz.
I alone carry the hopes and dreams of all darkners and flowers out there. And you, my friend, are responsible for ending those hopes and dreams. You are a flower! You're not a real human. You're an air freshener. You are the remains of a divorced man's marriage. You're a sad, sad, lonely prince, ain't you, Riley? You have my pity. Girona. Oh yeah, well, good riddance, you loony.
Oh my god, there are so many inventive and smart people who have been making art about Deltarune that I actually enjoy, including the ones involving the deer women. Oh my god, the deer women. I want to fuck Noelle's mom. That's something I discovered. What's your favorite food, Carl? Mine is chili with corn chips. The cheapest thing that I can buy that I can afford to eat on the cheap so I can become rich. That's my favorite food. Anyways, back to this shit.
Kind of aspirations to take those characters and develop them for other forms of media, and like, what does that success look like to you?
Yeah, you know, this is something I've thought about loosely. I haven't put too much thought into it, to be honest. But from what I've thought about, I do think like a companion manga makes a lot of sense. Like a one-shot manga, I think would be really, really.
A companion manga for your video game. Oh!
Sync with the art style and the inspirations and everything like that would make a ton of sense. I think animation, like a short film, could also do wonders. I think also there's various opportunities because the designs are so wild, so like dynamic.
A companion manga, an animated short film, instead of just making a campaign game that gives you the ability to explore those characters. Oh, fuck me.
There's obviously licensing opportunities, like, you know, clothing, merchandise could be cool. The human characters have these very tech-wear kind of inspired outfits, so something that kind of leads into that I think would be interesting as well. But yeah, mostly, you know,
yeah, so merchandise and content, instead of just putting the content in your fucking video game.
Like manga, animation, novelization, I mean, those are all like valid avenues that one could pursue, or one, you know, that we thought about to some degree, but haven't put too much thought into because they're just really focused on making a good game with a good story first. Something I want to make sure is that
we're focused on making a good game and a good story. By the way, if we want to do a companion manga, maybe a one-shot OVA, make it feel even more like JoJo's in the 90s, you know?
I don't want people to feel like, oh, like I didn't get this, like I have to go do homework elsewhere to understand like the game I just played, like the story mode I just played, or to understand characters that I was interacting with.
Why would they have to go anywhere else when the story for your character should be in the game? I might have been apt in mocking it. From the start, from what we saw. Even throwaway fighting games that don't have any follow-up, like Bloody Roar, even they have story that gets expanded upon in the story of the game. Soul Edge, before the Soul Calibur franchise really got off its feet, had a story in the game. You didn't have to go anywhere else to understand what that story was. Guardian Heroes, Sega Saturn, story in the game, didn't have to go nowhere. Toshiba Tokon Remix, Fighting Vipers, come on, man.
That makes sense. Like we want like a full story experience, right? Like in Necro Warriors. So
really quick before I let you get in, Derek, I want to know. All right, are you keeping the story under wraps, or can you speak a little bit to the story a little bit, right? You're not a story guy.
Yeah, I can talk about the story a little bit, but essentially, these people, right, the humans from all around the world. So that's another thing is that the cast is culturally diverse and intentional, right? They're from literally every character from somewhere else on Earth, right? You know, the main characters from Nigeria, we got some people from the Scandinavian region, some Japanese, some Taiwanese, you know, some, you know, like American, like they're all different walks of life from different parts of the world. They all one day, by happenstance, get like sucked into this alternate world called the network, right? And the network is essentially this living, sort of breathing world. Like sometimes in lore.
Oh, worse. It's Digimon and Isekai in the same fucking breath.
Fantasy, you talk about like Gaia, Earth as like a living, breathing thing. In this alternate dimension, that world is like alive, basically, and it's overseen.
So it's the terrain of magical expertise. Oh, we're just hitting all the tropes today.
by an entity called the Sovereign. And essentially, the laws of physics are kind of inverted in this alternate dimension to where energy is an infinite thing, but physical matter is like more limited than it is here. The humans kind of quickly realized that, like, oh, if we could funnel this energy to Earth, then we would have potentially unlimited energy, and shenanigans ensue. That's basically it. The kind of surface level gist of the story.
Love a good story, and I'm glad that you expand on that a little bit. It relates in a lot of what I was thinking about. There's a nugget that you mentioned about the story, about a lot to do with the game's identity and the expectation of players committing an amount of time to it, so that they don't feel like that they have to do homework outside of the game to drive a connection with it. Games now are emerging in a space where let me rephrase and say, all media is emerging into a space where they are competing with each other. So whether you're a game or a cartoon or a movie, the attention space is like a continuously crowded economy. And so, looking...
That is just such a fucking no. Games compete against each other. Movies don't compete against each other. You know why? Because I can stop and start a movie whenever the fuck I want. When I watch a movie, the movie will be done in whatever the runtime is. A game is a repeatable experience. It won't be done in the amount of time that it takes to play a campaign expansion for said game. For a fighting game, there are 16 characters. I played the arcade edition once. I have played 1 out of 16 characters. I have 15 more to go. How long did it take me? Did it take me an hour? I now have to play another 15 hours of this game to get to what could possibly be the declarable last stage of the game. Kind of like Sonic Adventure 2. Because the thing that he said there is just not true. That's what you describe wiki games to be. Okay? I'll give you a good example. I can show you one of my favorites. One of the ones I play frequently, on and off. Especially when I want to make sure that I can stay awake. The Doors of Trithius. This game right here is a wiki-based game. But not so much that it's wiki-based, as in you can never understand it. I mean, this game has a wiki that is upkept by the designers of the game. DoorsOfTrithius.com. You know another game that has that? Darz's Dominion. Wrong site. Unless that is the title, in which case I'm going to be very annoyed. It looks like it is being redone. Yeah, it is. Our website's being rewritten to destroy the splash page. Go find this from Darza, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so they're redesigning their shit. That's not what it's supposed to look like. What is? Give me 1 second. Let me see if I can find a Wayback Machine example. Because I already showed you by Nivazik. February. There we go. This right here. This, and then a copy from like March. Preferably one that's not on that page. No. There we go. 78 captures. One of these is going to have what I'm looking for, which is basically the majority of the clickables on the page. Yeah, shit like this. Like, there are thousands upon thousands upon thousands of different examples of wiki-based video games that are out there, right? But, like, to say that you need to have a wiki-based fighter? Really? A wiki-based fighter? That's crazy. The only way that sentence makes sense is if you say, I have to go outside of the game that you're playing in order to learn about the mechanics of the game. Which is, I gotta go to a book of Thoth that's been written by an elite game player that is in the player base that has designed and figured out everything that's plus on block and negative on block. That's the only way this sentence would make sense. You don't need to go outside of a fighting game in order to learn a fighting game, bro.
To keep your players in this environment in hopes that they will dedicate the time and expand upon the story. It sounds like a huge undertaking, one that you know, it commands standing out with some of these other arena fighters that you were pointing to. What do you think about that? Emerging into a saturated space, emerging into a space where the goal of keeping players attuned to the game is going to be really important. Are there other elements that are going along with the story to keep people coming back for more?
Yeah, I think the big thing, like the competitive kind of drive. The game needs to be deep, right? From a competitive standpoint, to have a sustainable player base, a player base that sustains over time. I think another thing also is, like, at this point with most fighting games, like, you need to show your player base that you're gonna put more time into it outside of just the initial release. So you can expect like some kind of downloadable content, whether it's more characters and things like that down the line, which are all things, conversations we're having, and plans we're making. I obviously can't speak to anything definitively like that at this time, but all conversations we're having about how to make sure that Necro Warriors is it's not just a game, it's an intellectual property, right? That can extend past just the game itself, right?
How about you be a good game first? How about instead of trying to worry about franchising, you just worry about being a good, repeatable, playable game and getting people to play it? Ah!
Like whether we get to make like a Necro Warriors 2 or 3 or whatever, right? Like we've already had conversations about some of the story elements that would play into Necro Warriors 2 if we were.
Why are you talking about Netcode Warriors 3 when you haven't released Netcode Warriors 1? Y'all niggas got it backwards. Y'all niggas got it backwards. Learn from the Japanese. Focus on making a good game first.
We got to make that, and we have some very interesting kind of, fighting is very hard to market. You need to show players that there's something, either you usually need IP or something unique or something they're familiar with, something to grab them. So one thing is obviously like character designers who work at Marvel and work at
No, what people want to latch on to are character concepts that are overlaid with your game. What they want is to see your game and say, I recognize that move, that foot jab, I recognize it, that dolphin dive that stands in neutral and pushes them forward, I recognize that too. Foot dive, I recognize that too. That's what they want. They want skills, attacks, and techniques that they recognize from other games and from other franchises. Moves that are corn into their being, like Shotokan fighters. That's what they want. Everything else you're talking about, bullshit. Bullshit, buddy. Just bullshit.
On that Digimon, that was like one poll. Another poll that I can't go into too much detail about, but I can basically explain is that we got some pretty prominent content creators in the fighting game community to agree to give to let's use their likenesses actually as characters in the game, as playable characters in the game. So that's
Oh, that's what people want. They want to be able to look like their favorite players while they're playing their favorite game. That's right. Mm-hmm. Yep, that's exactly what they want. Woohoo! Woohoo! Woohoo!
That's something I'm super excited about. Because I think it really creates this like fandom kind of relationship between the game and those content creators and the communities, right? That I think will really accent kind of that IP in an interesting way.
Now, I have gotten plenty of you to play games like Eternal Return because I play the game. And I want you guys to become capable of enjoying the game because I think you'd like it as much as I'd like you to play it in our community. However, if it weren't the case that I will do more of the running of the hands, if it weren't the case that I will do more tournaments in-house, if it weren't the case that I will get people to try to play them as a community so that we have enough people around that if we wanted to get into it, we can grab people who will want to play normal mode or ranked mode content. If it had to be that you only played because I played, or you played because I offered you the chance to learn, and then you decided to play more of it because you saw that I played it too, which one would keep you more engaged? The fact that I showed you the game and got you into the game, or that you saw that I played a game too, and you're like, oh my god, I can't believe you play this game too, Carl! Which one keeps you more engaged? Because you should be able to enjoy a game separate from the creator. You shouldn't only be interested in playing Marvel Rivals because I play Marvel Rivals. You shouldn't only be interested in playing League because I play League. You shouldn't only be interested in playing Chromicraft or joining Chromicraft or joining Toontown Online Rewritten or joining any of the fucking custom and or private server games that we play just because I'm playing them. It could be a very big caveat to what gets you into it. But if you're only into it because of clout and sycophancy, then bro, you're lost! And that's why the game sounds like it's gonna fall off wherever it fucking starts! Like, the game's not even out, bro! Bro, you're supposed to be selling people! And you're like, maybe we can get some, get some merch? Maybe get an OVA movie? Maybe get a fucking companion book? Nigga, you're not Power Rangers Legacy of the Void! You don't get the ability to do that shit! Which is ironic because this is exactly how several of them video games are made. You're not the creators behind Killer Instinct. You're not bringing back something that legitimately was from the 90s. That would get the fucking Thanos touch of Addie Shane Carr onto it. Okay? You're not Legacy of the Void. You're not Legacy of the Void. You're not Power Rangers. You're not getting drafted picks of some of the greatest to make sure that the Happy Birthdays and the Merry Christmases come off the way they do. You're not the designers behind It's Them's Fighting Herds. You're not the designer behind Yomi Hustle. You're not any of these people who are out here creating different versions of fighting games that give you the ability to invest into them while still getting a good product. And you're certainly not the people behind Dead as Disco, who are basically given free fucking promo through all the people making TikToks about it, the same way that they were about Haste on the timeline for TikTok and for YouTube Shorts. You need to worry about getting your game off the fucking ground, bro. Because if you were a steward for a franchise, that'd be one thing. But you just need to make your fucking game. Stop all that mess.
To remind folks watching, you are both the CEO of studios and also the game director, so you're actually offering multiple projects at a time.
Yeah.
Talk to us about, like, what does your typical day look like when we're talking about literally being part of crafting the business, which is the game, games in your case, but then also having to operate also on the kind of business side of things.
Yeah. So, we're currently still fully self-funded, so I do have a day job that I have, that do as well, that, allows us to, myself and my other co-owners, we all have day jobs that allows to fund the studio. So a decent amount of my day obviously is going to that, and most of my Sun Studios related work is outside of that work day, generally speaking. I mentioned earlier I don't get a lot of sleep. I wasn't hyperbolizing. That's just like generally how things are right now.
Slight disconnection there. You're not even the assholes that kick the creators of Skullgirls and get jack shit with it, just save it for the mobile game. True.
Goals and everything like that. So those are kind of different kind of facets that play into how my schedule lines up. But I don't have a specific, like, here's what I do at 8 a.m. and here's what I do, and because like sometimes, like, things are the way they are.
Yeah, if you're creative, if you're a game director, you know that some of those regimented moments kind of feel like locking ourselves into a box. Jesse, it's been a pleasure to learn more about Netcode Warriors and understand what you and Sun Studios are doing for not only this, but the other projects that have been alluded to during this conversation. With the limited time that we've had, I've already learned so much, but is there anything that we maybe didn't get a chance to cover that you would like players to know about before we wrap up?
Yeah, I think, for us specifically, marketing has been a thing that we would like to do more of, right? I think we're planning on setting up, by the time this goes out, we probably should have like a Discord server, people can join to kind of have community, talk with each other about the game.
We're setting up a Discord server. Come talk about the game that's not out yet and has no content for it. Woohoo! Woohoo! Woohoo!
The characters that have been revealed, have more speculation about the story and different things like that. We want to kind of announce some of the voice actors that we kind of had conversations with and cast for some of the roles as well. So yeah, the game's kind of ramping up and the development's kind of ramping up in a very interesting way. I obviously cannot give a definitive release date for the game at this time, but the plan is to release it next year at some point. I can say that.
Yeah.
Next year, that's the plan.
Rock on.
Yeah.
Well, this has been terrific chatting with you, getting to know a little bit more about you, about Sun Studios, and about Netcode Warriors.
I appreciate this conversation, guys. It was a lot of fun.
If you like what we're doing, then scan the QR code. Consider supporting the XP Fund, which helps provide grants to underrepresented indie developers to help move their projects across the next stage of development. Now, let's get back to some more trailers.
Space Battler. Which doesn't look too bad. It's just... Oh, I'm so exhausted out.
Pay attention, adversary.
I can't let it end here. This time will be different.
A game that looks like it came from the creators of fucking Dicey Dungeon, Scramble Star Crossing. And it's just technical bejeweled. Alright. I mean, it's better than low 5 beats hip hop to a fucking something kids do, which was just a fucking dating sim with no actual challenge. Truck-kun is supporting me from another world. So Tamagotchi, if it was a car crasher, and you're basically sending people to be isekai'd with the leader of the squad that's supposed to be in the other world, right? Seems entertaining. Saturday morning battle manga.
It's time for a new hero.
And this is just them basically riffing on various different ideas of Saturday morning cartoon main characters, right? Yeah, it is.
Plumroad Daydream.
One of the better looking games, and they don't say anything about it. It's just play the fucking commercial. And it's just like Shaman King combined with Zatch Bell as a character. The wrong game got the focus time. The wrong game got the focus time again. No. And look at this fucking SPI looking ass employee person. I shouldn't say that. That's mean.
Is gonna be a look into the life of S, which is my alter ego. So it's like a semi-autobiographical game. And S makes these virtual spaces for themselves that they call sanctuaries, out of a wish or a need for a world that is more safe, or for a world that accommodates better for grief and sadness, or for a world where they can imagine versions of themselves that like somehow find a hard time existing in real life. My name is Samuel Dido. I'm 33 years old. I'm based in Antwerp, Belgium. I work as a theater maker.
You don't think it, don't say it. 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 That's a woman. That's a woman that shaved themselves bald and gave themselves a man's name. Come on, man. Come on. Come on, man. Also, thank you, Boston, for the $10. Am I sure? Listen to the voice.
Or for a world where they can imagine a world that accommodates better for grief and sadness, or for more these virtual look. Plumroad T-Dream is gonna be a look into the life of S, which is my alter ego. So it's like the same.
I feel like I'm 90% correct on this. Frozen chocolate Dunkin'. Wow, you actually do add all that shit. Okay. And what am I looking at in the Afro pic? The Absolute Chaos, the next GTA? You want me to look at this today? I'm not gonna do it right now. I can do it tomorrow.
Semi-autobiographical game, and S makes these virtual spaces. I'm 33 years old, I'm based in Antwerp, Belgium. I work as a tailor maker, performer, and mentor. And in the last 3-4 years, I've also been working as a game designer. I think it's a game that can be enjoyed by experienced players, but also by people that have no previous experience with video gaming. Next to walking being the main action, some of the things you will come across.
So, walking sim, kinetic narrative, but 3D kinetic narrative, made in the design of stand available. Also, that's don't say things like that. It is a game that can be enjoyed by people who have no experience, including the people who have media experiences. Any game can be enjoyed by people who have any experience.
Cross are like interactable words like read or sit or listen. Those are like some of the interactions you can do in the game. So it's rather simple. I think it's really about the experience, about getting to know the story of S, and spending time in these virtual sanctuaries. There are sanctuaries created for rest, sleep, and dreams, but there's also a sanctuary that kind of encapsulates a painful, even traumatic memory, I would say. There is a sanctuary that questions how we can grieve for people that we don't know but feel close to or feel connected to. So this is like almost a game inside of a game. Just a circle of chairs with names on them. But I'll read out the little plaque with information. Sit with them. I hope to turn this into a game one day. A game where you walk and encounter names on chairs. A list of names of people of color in Belgium who were killed by the police. I wonder what it would be like to sit with them around a campfire.
An activistic game? Say it ain't so!
There is the homeworld that connects all of the sanctuaries, and in the homeworld, different iterations of S live. I call them NPCs, non-playable characters, and you can chat with them, and a big part of the game is actually to kind of help them get unstuck or to help them heal in some kind of way. I think the game is important to me for many different reasons. The creation of the game was really triggered by this traumatic event that's out of my youth that surfaced during the lockdown, a very painful rupture that I had with my father because of my sexuality, and already very early on, because of playtesting the game or kind of having these open door moments where people could come and test the game, I noticed that it really resonated with a lot of people, and that the game opened for them maybe some ways of like reflecting or philosophizing on the topics that it offers. I would get messages that would be like, wow, you inspired me to start writing again, like I'm journaling again. Somehow sharing this very personal story made a lot of people feel really seen. I also think Plumroad T-Dream is important to me because it's like this hugely collaborative work. There are often comments on this work of like, whoa, I never thought about making games by 3D scanning clay sculptures that you make in real life. Or we also made this theater piece out of Plumroad T-Dream, and there people are like, okay, you're using a video game as a medium for a live performance. I've never seen this. So I also think we pushed some boundaries in some ways and kind of bridged the game sector and the arts a little bit more. And we're just hoping that a lot of people find their way to it, play it, and enjoy it, and that it triggers something for them, they get something out of it.
Hello and welcome back. I am joined by my lovely co-host Lori.
Hello.
And also here we have combat designer and also my former colleague Stephen O. How are you?
I'm good. How are y'all?
Hanging in there. Yeah, weird time, but yeah.
It's good to see you again.
Yeah, it's been a while. So let's just jump right in and get started. Can you talk to us a little bit about kind of your path to becoming a combat designer?
Yeah, so my path was coming to combat designer. It's like I had very humble beginnings. I started off in Albany, New York, where I grew up, and my brother is a lot older than me, and he would introduce me to a bunch of comic books and action movies, like the Five Deadly Venoms, Kids with the Golden Arms, and one of my favorites, Bruce Leroy and the Last Dragon. And I just wanted to become.
Oh my God! Oh yes, I consider myself a little bit of a nigga entertainer. Me and my brother, we all basically had like the Wu-Tang Clan starter kit. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Everybody was just like special in that way. We were just special in that way. Yeah.
Become these kind of characters. So I would start like taking gymnastics and doing kung fu and things like that, just to be the character. And when I translated that energy into like making games, I realized that not just being a game designer, I could also be a person that creates these sort of action figures or adversaries or even the heroes to allow people to feel like that person I was trying to capture and become myself. So went to school for it. I went to the school at Rochester Institute of Technology. I didn't know anything about programming really before that. I took one class in high school, and RIT was just starting to have a games program, and I wanted to make sure that I can get into the program. I started talking to, I originally went there for IT, knowing that they're going to have this game program, and I lined all my classes to be a good game designer and have them transfer over because I didn't have a whole lot of money to stay there extra years. And then along the way, I met a lot of people that had been working in games and even had an internship where they realized there's a specific role for a combat designer, a person who makes the enemies or the person who works on the hero and their interactions. So that was my first foray into getting into realizing the role of a combat designer.
You said that you took like martial arts classes too. So what was what was the process of taking that experience from that and then applying it to combat design?
Yeah, so I grew up in moving my body and understanding punches and kicks, right? Being able to throw them yourself. And then you sort of get into the space where you're trying to read your opponent. They're gonna start doing punches and kicks. And as I got older, I was like, okay, well, I can't just go out fighting everybody. And somehow you learn this kind of dialogue with the person that you're sparring with or fighting with that I really just couldn't get enough of. It's like that movie quote from The Matrix: you don't know somebody until you fight them, or you can really learn them as you fight them. You start to anticipate their movements, you make moves that you're trying to train them to do certain things, right? And that's great in real life, but you can't do that all the time. So I started playing fighting games, and back in the day, PlayStation came with a demo of Tekken, and it had the same movements that I had learned when I was growing up. So I started doing amateur competitive Tekken matches all the way up until college. And in doing that, I learned frame data and different things too. So it's a little bit of learning how my body moves, understanding the mechanics of making a good punch, then being able to read that mechanic in the actual games, how the characters were throwing punches and the frame data and the speed that it happens. That allowed me to take all that knowledge and translate it into, these are how we're going to make these characters readable. This is how we're going to make this style feel good. And then there's this meta style to it as well. Okay, well, this is for a person who wants to be a rushdown character or a zoner. This is for the people that like grappling. And you just kind of have your expression. And then as you play your friends, you kind of know their behavior, and you're like, okay, he knows that I'm going to do this, and I know that he's going to do this, so that's how I counter it. A little bit of that.
You talked a little bit about it being kind of a dialogue and kind of learning how the money bot. I'm interested to know, what is your approach? Let's just say it's a clean slate, this character's never been done before. What is your approach to coming up with this initial combat design for characters?
Yeah, you really want to come up with what's the core fantasy of this character? What is his background? What is their background?
I feel like he's just bullshitting himself through it. He's just bullshitting himself really hard through this content.
Why are they trying to express themselves through violence, right? How are they going to communicate? So somebody who might grow up in an adversarial environment, they might feel more aggressive, or you have to beat people to the punch. The world is so chaotic around me that I have to be more aggressive to get stability. So the first thing I just try to do is what is the character's fantasy, and then build that kind of backstory that fits with them. And then I look at gameplay moments that are going to support that. Like I just mentioned, if the person has to be hyper aggressive, then I'm like, okay, maybe their stance is always going to be slightly forward, and they're going to be a more aggressive pose, and they're going to have more dominating moves that either armored or armored meaning they absorb a hit while they're giving a hit. Or if I'm going to make somebody who grew up a little bit more naive and more playful, maybe they're going to be more standoffish back with back, and they kind of think that even the heat of battle is a game or silly to them, fun. They're going to be more fluid in sort of movements and playful in their actions. So you can have two different fantasies that have these many different playstyles that you can go with it. So.
Yeah, and another thing too is that you spoke about dialogue. How does combat design relate to other elements of the game, such as narrative?
I often think that in a fight, you're going to have this natural back and forth of taking turns. Basically, you're saying things and they're responding to it, right? So there's already this action and response that comes from just the moveset alone. But you could tell a dialogue through, or a story really, through the environment. How did it change over time? You don't always have to show damage on an actual character. You can show how things are breaking in the environment. You can show how this person's getting a little bit more desperate during the fight. How there is a reversal or double down. Basically, you think they're winning, and then they do something, and now you're losing. You're on the back foot. So that's just like the choreography of the fight, how it can turn into dialogue. But there's also like maybe they learned a new ability, maybe something that's unlocked from the core memory. How does that fit into the story? How does this new unlockable mechanic fit thematically to where the character's goals are? And how does their opponent stand in the way of that goal? It's not always good versus evil. It might be my goals versus your goals. You want to, make the world feel all the pain that you felt, or you want to stop the world from feeling that pain ever again. And that just puts us at conflict.
I have another question for you. Are there any types of style of combat you really yet to see in a game? And how would you kind of approach that? First of all, what are they? And then also, how would you kind of approach that and want to bring that into the game?
I feel like I've seen a lot of different martial arts, a lot of different styles in games, and I kind of specialize more so in melee combat. There's a lot of different ways to approach combat with like magical abilities or gunplay and different things. So I don't know if I can really speak to a style I haven't seen at all, because even capoeira, we're starting to see a bigger resurgence of that, but we haven't seen a whole lot of African martial arts. I don't think it's as popular or as documented in the world of these different styles of African martial arts. And if I could speak to how to do it, I don't think I would give that away right away. I think that would be like, hey, I'm going to use game as some African styles. But one might go with this approach where we're thought of life that started in Africa. What if the original African martial art is what it brings in all these other different styles? Basically, the style that whether it's Muay Thai, Taekwondo, or Taido, or something like that, evolved from that style, that original martial arts style, that expressive style. So, how could you make this a interesting origin style that encompasses the different things? So it's like, oh, you thought you knew this, but I invented it. I actually didn't share with you all the pieces. You just have a fragment of everything I know.
Yeah, just like you didn't share all the ideas that you had.
It sounds so cliche. Oh, you think that you know everything from me, but you did not. Because I did not teach you everything, I'm going to now give you an ass when you never met. I'm about to whip your ass now! No, stop it. No, cringe. Cringe. No cringe. Stop. Stop it, please. Please, I'm begging you. Please stop. No. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it now. Stop it right now. Please stop it now. Gay. 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 Gay.
Yeah, right now. I get it. All right.
That's a freebie. Try to do that. Don't try. Deal with the other idea. Yeah. Fuck out the
So I kind of wanted to go back to when you were talking about your taking martial arts and whatnot. What was your favorite martial arts, I guess, inspired piece of media, as in a film or a video game that really inspired you as a combat designer?
Yeah, there's several. I mean, even to this day, I love John Wick movies. I love all these other new action films that are coming out. The earliest one for me would have to be Kid with the Golden Arms or Five Deadly Venoms. Five Deadly Venoms is sort of like your Avengers before they were Avengers, right? You have these 5 different styles that had these tropes and things with them, but you start to get the super abilities, the Centipede really fast, the Snake agile, the Toad invulnerable, right? And how do they play together? So that was influential about how do you come up with different techniques that speak to the theme of the character you're making, and then how can they be opposed to each other even if they've learned from the same school. But the other one that was super influential for me, and I feel like it spawned Dragon Ball Z in a way, is got to be The Last Dragon, right? It's a cult classic. Maybe it's not the absolute best movie on the planet, right? But there's so many things about the character progression. You're already a master, but it's inside, or you need to break through these own limitations that you have. And the glow is totally going Super Saiyan, and that's a designer signature that I put in a lot of characters that I work on. If you know, you know. A lot of the things that I work on, they eventually get the glow or go Super Saiyan. Okay? So those are a couple. I mean, there's so many more. The raid for me, on Bach. I train Muay Thai to this day because
you're saying a lot of words, but what you're saying is you're a poser and you don't have any original ideas of your own. It's a bit gay, son.
Because of on block and things like that, so yeah.
The raid is intense. It's anxiety. It's sad. Yeah. So good. Speaking of just the titles you worked on, you've worked extensively in a lot of different games. Would you mind telling the audience a little bit more about some of those games that you've had the luxury of working on?
Yeah, absolutely. So I started making games I've been making games for over 10 years now. A bunch of little indie games, Mech Knight Chronicles, to working on Project Spark, to Fat Princess Adventures. But I think my big break was actually working on God of War 2018. I joined the team and as part of the project where I had a lot of influence over the encounters, and they really liked what I did, so they brought me back to be working on the grunts or more basic units. So first I worked on how, with this new camera, how we're going to have these fights be readable and digestible and feel good. And then I worked on how do we make these creatures fit into this world a little better, and mini bosses and bosses. So I worked on Ragnarok and then the DLC Valhalla, where I combined both my encounters knowledge and my character creature making knowledge. And then I want to take all the things that I learned by hanging out with Kratos and some of the fantastic people at Sony Santa Monica to work on Black Panther. And that's where we got to hang out a little bit. And I learned so much on that team, but sadly, you know.
So, you're the one who's responsible for all of the kinetic narrative video games being dog shit in combat. Aha! Never playing any of your fucking video games, so I know that much. Lord have mercy.
We can't really talk about it or show it or do anything about that. So now I'm just helping other studios with their projects, some big projects that are unannounced, so I won't be able to talk about them too much, but it's similar to the things that I've learned along the way.
Do you have any favorite combat moments among the games you've contributed to?
Oh yeah, there's so many. Let me try to pick one. This was a huge moment for me on God of War 2018. I'm responsible for a lot of deaths in the basically Draugr pit. So that's where the bridge breaks and Atreus falls down, and then Kratos jumps in to jump down. There are 3 heavy Draugrs that spawn in that fight, and that massacre a lot of people. So in playtest data, we see a heavy drop off of like people.
So if it wasn't clear enough when I said it, here's him admitting it. I'm responsible for killing a lot of people by having a really bad composition of fight sequencing. Yeah, that's not good. That's not good, buddy. Buddy, that's not good. Holy shit, that's not good. That's really not good. That's the last thing you want to say. Hey, I'm the game designer who's responsible for all the shitty parts of the game that you hate, and not the good parts that you like. Please hire me, Sony. Is this your man's? Is this your man's?
Struggling with that part. But once you get past that, you're prepared for the rest of the game. Like, once you're able to overcome that challenge, you have all the tools that you need to beat the game.
That's not how people say it. What they think is, I'm so glad I'm finally past that part of the game. And then sit on and button spam one combo for the rest of the kinetic narrative experience. No one has ever looked at an encounter and said, wow, a bullshit encounter? This must be the game trying to train me on how to get better at the content. No. Never. Never fucking ever. But Carl, haven't you had that experience in games? I'm not normal niggas! I'm not normal! I work from home. I can have infinite amount of time to figure out a part that I'm struggling on. You don't. If I'm playing a movie game, if I'm playing a kinetic narrative, I'm not interested in playing the same part that I'm dying on over and over again. You know why? Because I'm literally being gatekept from the movie that I'm halfway play watching. That's technically what you should call them. Play watchers. Because first, I get to play part of the game, and then 50% of my time I spend watching. Does it feel good knowing that you can't see the next part of the game because you can't get past the boss? No, it doesn't. You know why? Because if it doesn't work in the context of Legacy of Kain, it doesn't work, period.
So even though it is a frustrating moment,
Legacy of Kain, Undertale, Deltarune, Thief. If successfully defeating the boss is stopping me from experiencing more of the story, and it's a very difficult fight, and not difficult because of skill, difficult because you made it a shit fight, that's your fault. I should know. I had a hand in Five Nights at Fuckboys. I'm the reason why 2/3 of every fight in those games, including the end game scenarios, are the way that they are. I know what game balance is supposed to feel like.
I know for a lot of people, I think it did help a lot of people get into learn to play the actual game instead of relying on like first tier tactics, like early tactics. The other moment on 2018 that I really enjoy is actually right in front of the stonemason fight. There's 3 different superpower joggers that come out, and you think that this is kind of a fight. These 3 units on their own can make an interesting encounter. But actually, we bring back an old trope from the previous God of War games where we spawn a large creature. It used to be a Cyclops for us, it was an ogre. And then we spawn another ogre. So right when you think like you fought this one challenging fight to like now there's an ogre and then there's like 2 ogres, how am I ever going to do this? But it's set up in such a way that the pacing of the encounter empowers you to get over it. So you're at first it's the threat of it, but as you overcome that fight, you're like, oh yeah, I am awesome. I am God of War. I told you that you can handle all easily. So those 2 moments, like frustrating moment that turns into like now you have the skills to beat the game, and then I was scared, but it's actually a totally doable fight.
How do you balance that? Because as you know, we've worked on a project together, and sometimes fine-tuning and balancing encounters and combat can prove to be a challenge in and of itself. So kind of what's your approach to just making sure things just feel good?
Yeah. So my approach to like making things feel good is first just like I always tune or start fighting an encounter with the most basic things. Like I always just use basic attacks, and if I'm making a creature or a boss or an encounter, I always should be able to defeat it with just pressing the simple attack button, blocking and dodging, and take 0 damage. That lets me know that the animations are readable, the pacing is correct. Maybe there's, if I do get hit, then like, okay, I need to like time out, or I need to put a piece of health or something that you can recharge yourself into the fight.
Literally describing how to make combat boring. He's literally describing how to make a video game combat sim by the books. Ew. Fucking ew, bro.
And then the other part is just like thinking about the fairness and the fatigue that you might have after seeing X amount of units, X amount of heavy fights, X amount of times where you needed to parry or in one particular encounter, and how much time that encounter is going to be. So if you're fighting a boss, maybe that's 4 minutes, and I'm like, all right, well I need to balance. I have to play this with my very basic defending, punching, and not get hit for 4 minutes straight. That can be really taxing for somebody. So how do I make the character interesting enough in those 4 minutes that somebody's not overstimulated or fatigued by doing all the actions they have to do? So the super high level, I'd love to go into more detail.
How about you just don't make the combat to the point where they feel like they're fatigued? How about that? How about that? Just don't make an annoying bullshit fight.
About it, but like, that's kind of where I start.
No, I appreciate that.
I think something that I'm really curious about too, like when you're doing the balancing, like what is your, I guess, the priority you think about in terms of combat? Because I always think about like when I'm playing a game, do you think more about like the offensive, I guess, or like more of like the defensive or like magical parts, or like I don't know if that makes sense, but like what do you try and prioritize, I guess, when you are starting, like when you're planning that out for combat?
So, it's you know, we were saying dialogue before, but it's really about the dance. Like even if you go back to those movies that I was talking about, they're not really fighting. They're kind of like doing the sequence of dance moves, you know. So they're your dance partner. So how do you make this person interesting? It's not just about defending. If the player's just defending, then that doesn't feel really good. I'm just kind of waiting for my turn, and then I parry, and then I just beat them up, or something, right? So, what other action verbs can we get? I need to dodge out of the way. Sometimes I need to parry. Is this my opportunity to take my turn back? Can I do this risky thing sometimes? If I do the risky thing sometimes and I win, great. But sometimes I do the risky thing and I get punished. And I was like, I shouldn't have been able to do that, and that needs to be clear. So my priorities start off with, how do we make this dance interesting? Both the player and the combatant have verbs where they can go back and forth with each other. How do I make it readable with the second part? Now that we have those words, we need to defend at this time. I need to signal to you that this is the move that you need to get out of the way of, and then this is the move that you need to block, or this is the move that you need to interrupt, right? And then the third part is
Baby's first introduction to stagger slop.
Like, well, how much damage or like how many tries do you get at those attempts? If the player is getting hit once and the game is over, that can be really stressful. But maybe some attacks are more punishing than others, and now that's that signature kind of, sometimes we call it like signature kill move, where it's like, I need to watch out for that because it's just going to level me, you know. So and then you just want to make that like part of that core kit, that was the one interesting thing that I had in the method. And maybe I have a signature move too that I want to land. I need to be able to clean them, but which way is he going to dodge? You know, left or right, and I feel really good when I pick the right correction. Right side.
Steven, it is always a pleasure to kind of hear you dive into the nitty-gritty of combat design. I've heard it several times, and every single time I feel like I leave learning something new. So thank you so much for joining us. Where can people find you on the internet?
Yeah, you can find me on my LinkedIn, Steven GDA, and yeah, I'm happy to help you.
Why would people just go to your LinkedIn and not go to, like, I don't know, any other social media platform where they should be able to find the designer? That's so stupid. That's so fucking stupid.
you craft battles that everybody can win. And it's always great meeting you guys. Thanks for having me.
I'm back again to remind you of the XP Fund. Your contributions can help get the next great indie game off the ground. Consider supporting by scanning the QR code.
Granny used to tell me all manner of stories about rolling calves and how I used to start the countryside. About River Mama and the golden table she had take time yard out at Blackbridge. About the 3-foot horse and the afraid of moonlight. About only.
I know that this is a person who is of Caribbean origin, but girl, I can't understand a single fucking word you're saying. Please. Please speak more clearly.
Who a gallivant all night without sleep. About Crocodile Man and how we know for answer me to knock 3 times. She even tell me about the Lady Bliss with her 1 purple and white rim hats. How about how Sly Mongoose teeth out one of the man right to stick in them? Hey, those were good times, you know? Good times.
I've been willing to take a deep dive into the business. I miss my chances of dancing here, considerably makeshift. Zero heroes to red star, just to embrace it. A medicine, 10 dependence, fencing, hence the location. Even that I've been living, gets a moral score of grievances, and leader, relieving numerals to the oracle.
And then it's just rap music, and I can't understand a single thing that I'm hearing. Kappa.
Sometimes it sounds horrible. Formulated my behavior here to celebrate consumed dead rights. Not ever living aneurysm combusted. Another term turns families into nothing. For greater good I can understood, I gotta remain afloat. No lane left staying, is it the same? I've made my quotes. I speak into existence, a brief relief condition. Feeling like I'm out of sky without permission. As long as the spell cast, my nature in their value have you driven living nexus. I thought we could have normally formerly known, shown everything. Except for the weapons kept swept under anything. Get it?
My name's Xavier B. Johnson, and this is Diesel Knights.
We've been told about this game. Now they have something to show. So let's see if it's good.
I'm Indigo Doyle, creative director.
So no, it was just a cutscene. Disappointment, 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 disappointment.
At Fishing Vertices, located in Toronto, Canada, where we're making Roller Girl, a slice-of-life adventure about Naomi, a 16-year-old girl in the 2000s, vibing with her rollerblades and her MP3 player. This game is a love letter to my childhood, rollerblading through the quiet streets of my hometown with my own personal soundtrack loaded up. Okay, I'm gonna tell you a secret.
Again, another video game made by a person who's trying to be themselves in a video game. Is it that bad, Carl? No, but it is exhausting.
I love rollerblading and music. And that's why we spent a long time perfecting the movement in the game to make it feel smooth and purposeful. And when it comes to music, I always have a soundtrack for how I'm feeling. In Roller Girl, the music is linked to the mood of the game. Changing the playlist changes your perception of the world, from happy to sad. The mood influences other characters' responses to you and your dialogue options. Key story moments also impact the mood. We are curating a soundtrack inspired by 2000s pop punk by connecting with local indie bands. So far, we're featuring artist Narima.
This is probably the most inventive and the most explorative, Lycan, I might even be willing to say the same thing I said about Unbeatable before I played Unbeatable. The game itself might suck, but the methodology they went forth to try and get new music, new creators, new sounds, and attempt to do something that they really have a vision for, I respect that.
And King Fab. There's something about the way it feels to effortlessly glide down a smooth street. Your favorite music playing in your earbuds, and for a moment, it's like time stops, and you're just in a flow state. That's what Roller Girl represents. Your wheels on, your music up, and the freedom to move. The freedom to explore and learn about yourself as you go. You start the game having just gotten your first car, which breaks down immediately. Desperate for cash to fix it, you lace up your rollerblades and grab your MP3 player. You do odd jobs around town, stumble into a romance, and uncover a juicy town mystery. I don't know about you, but I used to spend a lot of time in my head. Back in the day, I would rollerblade around my hometown inventing backstories for my neighbors. There's a certain charm to small towns, and I can't wait for you to poke around and find the little stories I've hidden behind fences and around corners. Thanks for taking this tour with me, and thank you to the Black Voices in Gaming Showcase. I can't wait to see you find your vibe in Roller Girl.
We are back with Black Voice in Game. You see how that we can just like push around.
Nigga, what's the... What was the point of the digital VTuber opening if your bitch ass was just gonna show up on the fucking camera anyways? Morty, I need you to go get me a gun.
Working Julian! You can't just murder black people! That's racist!
Oh, but Morty, I've got a secret. I'm being voiced by a black man slowly losing his mind. You know how those urban monkeys like to get down. And bet! North! I might actually be losing my mind. I haven't decided yet. The voices aren't talking back. Dave was right! This is horrible! Ah, shit! This is really bad! Oh, God! And then you got these bitches right here. Both of you and your white smiles make me feel uncomfortable.
Right into it. I am here with Lizette and Marcus Montgomery, Cornerstone Studios, and they are working on a really your first game as a studio, which is Carrier Cuties. It has like a really interesting premise to it for sure. But I want to know how you guys started Cornerstone Studios, because it's like a very, you guys are like super vets. Even I'm like, just the stuff that you guys have done puts me in awe. So can you guys talk about how you started the studio and a little bit about your backgrounds?
Yeah, we're not new to this. We've been doing this for almost 3 decades. Some of us have been doing it for 3 decades. So we've worked in console, AAA, small studios, and we were kind of at a point in our careers where we were trying to figure out what was next. We've worked with the biggest titles and the biggest IPs in the world. So we thought the next step for us was making our own IP and starting our own studio.
That's super awesome. And kind of what led you to? You guys know I'm a big fighting game fan. It's like my favorite genre. I play every fighting game. How did you kind of come up with this style of game and kind of want to make a fighting game for your first title?
A lot of this comes back inherently. I come from that arcade area. The arcade era where fighting games were really prevalent. I like that twitch, fast responsive sort of gameplay. It's a lot of the games I've worked on prior have had that. And so this is kind of just falls into that pocket. To really get into what inspired this, I think, maybe we talk about our grandson a bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we've got a grandson, he's 6. And we, one of the things we love to do is like break out old consoles and old games and just have fun with him and relive the nostalgia of, us playing as a child with our grandson. And one day we broke out the Dreamcast and put in Power Stone, and we were just having a blast. Particularly my grandson, was just having an amazing time. And we were like, what happened to this game? And
Can't be mad about that. And he even have good taste too. Maybe I was wrong. Perhaps I was too rough with you.
Why hasn't it come back? And everyone we talk to has like such affinity for it. Like, oh, I remember that game.
Yeah.
They get this like the total like twinkly eye look looked to it, and I'm like, so what happened? And I was like, well, maybe if we bring this back with like a fresh IP and make it like, update the mechanics and, bring it into an area with co-play and like team-based mechanics, like, sort of like push a little bit further. And so, that's how I kind of got the ball rolling. It's just a fun playtime with my grandson.
That's amazing. And you were mentioning this earlier, you have a collection of like a vast collection of games?
Been collecting games for a very, very long time. We've, between the different eras, we can go back to the Atari, but, the Dreamcast, PlayStation 1, Saturn games.
Saturn? That's awesome.
My first job in the industry was at Sega. And so,
Really?
Yes, so I have a huge affinity for Sega and their the litany of games they have. But we've been collecting and carrying a bunch of different digital and physical media for a while, so that's our collection's pretty big.
So,
It also doesn't help that you have like an encyclopedic knowledge of game design, so that also.
Really? I may need to hit you up about that. For my own, resources and whatnot. That's really cool. So if you're looking at your library of games and your grandson, was a little bit frustrated at some of the games that he's playing, what made you decide to pick this one? Like from, You're just like, do you remember this particular Power Stone? And you're just like,
with kids, you expose them to a lot of different things. You never know what's going to stick. And, so we're always, he comes over and plays with us. Certain things he likes, certain things, he wants to play because he's familiar with them. But you also want to expose him to new things. And, the Dreamcast is one of those things. And Power Stone is one of the many things that we, tried. But that was one of the first things that he really attached. And he would ask about it. And a lot of it also was because I had the old arcade stick as well. So
you had the arcade stick?
Yeah. And he saw the stick and he was like, what's that? I was like, come, son, let me show you what this is about. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Come, grandson. You want to know questions? Yeah, Granddad, yeah. Teach me about this video game I've never seen before. Go ahead, son. Pick up that fight stick. I'll show you what it's about. That's some evil bastard shit. Adorable and cute, but only by so much.
Exactly, and we really love the fact that we found something we could connect with him, and we find that to be a very unique experience, and we want to make sure that, how can we replicate that, not just for us, but for other people as well. There's a lot of nostalgia around these sort of games, and people of our age may want to be able to share it because they have, and we think that we have a unique way to kind of bridge that intergenerational thing.
That's cool. So rolling into this, is that how did you come up with this particular game, and then can you talk about the premise of it, because it's extremely interesting.
I think all good games that kind of hit the zeitgeist often reflect the conversation we're currently having, and the conversation we're all currently having is AI. So
I'm not having that conversation. It's simple. If I don't like a game, I don't buy a game. I don't need to have a conversation about AI and whether or not I do or do not like it. Walk.
So I was like, and there's assumptions we all come to, which is we're all going to eventually be killed by robots. So let's just play out to the worst scenario what that may look like and make it absurd and stupid. So I started thinking about what a post-AI world would look like, and I'm like, well, our pets are still here, so of course they'd be the ones who take over the world. What would that look like, and what would they do with their free time? And then you start doing these really silly world and logic exercises, and then you have this really wild story, and that's kind of how we ended up here. Carrier Cuties takes place in the future, where AI does what AI is going to do, and eventually humans are extinct. And our pets essentially become sentient to take over the world and left behind. And they build battle bots in the shape of their former owners to battle out their primitive instincts, and that's sort of the premise behind this.
So they die. So their owners straight up are gone, and then they're just remembering their humans.
Yes.
Did the pets get killed? AI killed?
Yeah.
Because I'm like, this is so sad.
AI killed.
AI killed them.
Yeah.
AI's gonna do what they're gonna do.
Yeah. So let's jump into it. We're gonna play, and then I think it would be really interesting to just kind of go over the character design, the pet design, and then kind of your approach to art, and that kind of thing. So I'm gonna try to play and talk at the same time.
We'll
see if we're playing. Okay.
Play and talk at the same time. You're gonna hurt yourself.
Okay. So what's the character?
So
this particular character.
This is essentially our boxer and our boxer. So essentially, the boxer pet is piloting his Humek, as we call it.
Humek.
And essentially, they appear as humans at first, and as you sort of unlock super modes, their robot abilities reveal themselves to you.
That's cool. So you guys have pet dogs?
Yes, we do.
Because the Scoot. That's notorious. That's when you're like, you're like, what the hell?
It's time for a bath.
Yeah, it's you gotta handle that. You gotta handle that in pleasant ways. But we really want to pull in the humor as much as we can of the characters that we have. And while this is still early, we want to be able to represent the humor and the character and the humanity of it all. So very much like the classic Power Stone game, you've got dive kicks, you can pick up and push different objects in the world, put tables, throw them at your opponent. Ooh, there's hazards in the world as well.
Opponents stove, hit them against that wall, you'll also see the barrels knocked out on them. So you can also use the walls to
So I have like homing gloves.
Yeah, the rocket fist.
So
This is the one game out of all the games so far in the showcase that has my attention. Simply because they're not being cringe about it.
how did I get this this power up right here?
So there's power cells, like you just, as you finish, much like the classic game, there's power cells that will spawn across the map. If you're able to pick up 3, you're able to then transform into what would be eventually your pet mech. That's not represented in this prototype build, but that is something that we will have in the future.
Wait, what does that mean? What do you mean?
So currently, when you get your 3 power stones, you stay in your boxer form, but debuting a new character with a new build where you're actually going to switch into your pet mech form.
Really?
So you're going to have more pet-like abilities once you get your super mech.
Oh, I got it.
You can see the pet mech in our current trailer.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's right. Okay, that's awesome. Which we will debut, or we already have debuted. I mean, you guys debuted it, so you'll be able to see it. Yeah.
People who are on site at the mixer can see the cat that I built.
Oh, that was cool. So talk a little bit about like the kind of practical creation of characters.
Yeah, so one of the things when we were talking about what we wanted to do in the studio, I also wanted to change my process of how I created characters and assets, and try to take advantage of all the new technology we have with photogrammetry. So and my natural ability to sculpt with physical material and clay. So I'm building all the characters in physical clay, scanning them in, doing photogrammetry, topologizing them, and then animating them for combat. And you can also see visual effects. So we're taking advantage of the style and uniqueness that we get from physical materials, and also taking advantage of all of the wonderful things that Unreal 5 affords us to kind of push the dynamics and the style and the interactivity of the characters in the world.
But did you have to use Unreal 5, or did you just want to?
So it's been, it's a nice mix for me where I get to get physical and use my hands, and then I can get digital and take advantage of the advantages that come with that.
So how does this differ from when you were at Double Fine? I mean, you've been, like you said, close to 3 decades. How does this differ? I mean, because you wanted to get more hands-on, but when you were at previous studios, how did you develop art there? Because you were directed and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, I started as a character modeler for 12 years, worked my way up until I became a lead and art director. So most of my process has always been digital. Maybe at the beginning when we're kind of dealing with sketching and doing brainstorms and loose sketches of a character, you get paper and you get hands-on with some oil and paint. But once it gets into the 3D phase, often you're in a digital space. And so for me, I really wanted to take advantage of designing things physically first, so that the toys feel great in your hands. Often I've worked in games where we create characters and we don't really see them in 3D physical form until we've made a toy, and by then the design is kind of sealed. So I wanted to nail that down early and make sure it's something like a kid wants to pick up and play it.
So you're thinking of just in general the 360 aspect of how the game will feel, not only as a game, but also if kids want to play it, and then probably animation and in just different mediums. Is that?
That's just not the way you should do it. Here's the way you should do it. A kid wakes up Christmas morning. They are excited to unwrap all the shit that they have. Their parents give them a Steam wallet card, $100. They're buying pine strips, they're buying games. Games that mom and dad will play with them. Their dad says, "Hey son, you want to buy this game? It's like a game that I used to play in my past." That father, should they have the physical content and the physical disc, puts in a specific game. Dreamcast, Sega, Party Pack. Sega Smash Pack Volume 1. That's right. Because I'm looking for a particular title in a specific game. It's not the Power Stone Collection. It was a game that had Power Stone in it. I think it was the Sega Smash Pack. No, not this one. What was the one that came with Virtual Cop on the disc along with Vector Man? I swear that I remember it had Power Stone on it, alongside Virtual Cop. Maybe I'm crazy and I'm misremembering. Was Power Stone 1 in a multi-game pack? No, I'm just straight up misremembering it. Yep, I'm just 100% misremembering it. But okay. It might have been me misremembering what was on the Sega Smash Pack. Pack 1, Altered Beast, Columns, Golden Axe, Outrun, Fantasy Star Tune, Sega Tag, SpongeBob, Vector Man, yes. Comic Zone, Flicky, Kid Chameleon, Shining Force, Super Hang-On, Sega Swirl. Ah, here we go. I am crazy. I'm remembering this one. Altered Beast, Columns, Golden Axe, Fantasy Star Tune, Legend Shinobi, Sega Swirl, Shining Force, Sonic the Hedgehog 2, Streets of Rage 2, Vector Man, Virtual Cop 2, and Russell Ward. Okay, so they open up on Christmas Day. The dad brings out the Sega Smash Pack, and he takes out Power Stone 1 and 2, which I guess they can also get as a part of the fucking Capcom fighting game pack 2, which has both Power Stone 1 and Power Stone 2. And then the kid sits down and he sits with Dad, and he's like, "Dad, are there any games that are like that in your past?" And he sits there with his son. He's like, "No, son. All the games I make, they don't make anymore. It's so sad. It's so cruel." "Don't worry, Dad. I'll find a game that we can play." And they come and they find your game. And an evil smile curls up on the lips of the father, because he knows he's about to give their child distinct childhood trauma. If they're an only child, this is when they're gonna start hating playing video games with their dad. I'm talking Sims. I'm talking Homer Simpson and his father versus Chest. If they're the youngest child of the family, the older and middle child of the family, maybe both, are about to run the fucking gambit on the child, because they were the victim for the parent. Either way, you want somebody to come across your game and reminisce about games that they played before that it reminds them of, so that they have a reason to play your game more. That's what you want. Let it be birthday. Let it be some type of major holiday, including Boxing Day and or Christmas and or whatever particular celebratory version of Christmas your religion observes and or practices. But you want them to be with their family and beat, not beat, like beat your ass. Like, girl, stop playing with me, I'm gonna beat your ass. No, you want them to beat the ass of every single person in the room until everybody else gets tired of playing the game because they've gotten so good at it. That's what you want the kid to have.
I guess I'm making assumptions right now.
Yeah, I'm thinking more like the toy element.
Okay,
I've worked on games where we design the characters and mostly digitally, and then we get to the merch element. The designs fall flat, and there's just a huge amount of opportunity and affinity that people have for the characters, and we want to make sure that the toys and the merch will also reflect that.
That's awesome. Tell me a little bit about the Waffle House, because that's a very iconic cultural situation. You know what I'm saying? What other, you know what I mean? Like, what other kind of cultural references as far as environments are you guys gonna have? Because no one's really doing it.
Well, we know, and if you think about this world that we've built, we've very much thought about how would these pets think? If they're emulating their former masters, they would fight in the same areas that their former masters fight. So, Waffle House, Black Friday.
Black Friday at the Wolf Mart or something like that.
Exactly.
The county fair.
Yo, the county fair, the swap meet. This is going super like, you know what I mean?
Coachella.
Wait, Coachella?
You know, like all these different things, right?
Coachella.
You know, outside the porta potties, you know, all these, like, where do people fight? You know, at Little League games. You know,
Little League games.
So, but the thing is, this is kind of an extraction. Exactly. It's an extraction of where would people fight.
But essentially, if AI engulfed all of WorldStar, where would it fight?
That is fantastic. That is so amazing. I want to see I know you don't have it in here, but the bystanders, where people don't have the dope, mechs,
We are actually, one of the things my grandson keeps asking for is he wants us to throw people through the window and then have the people on the other side of them to throw them back in. So
that is so good.
Well, that's Ultimate Waffle House, so that's definitely going.
I'm getting destroyed.
Yeah. So we're looking into, like, a lot of this is, there's so much to be explored. Right? There's so many, callbacks and references that we want to pull into the game itself, and we can build into this that we are really excited to chase it.
What other animals are going to be debuted in the game?
Yeah, we've actually done some really great explorations on our character lineup, kind of exploring different fighter styles. We have just an amazing concept artist named Connie Kang. She, one of her books is called Metamorphia, and she kind of focuses on this really great translation of animals into human. And so we wanted to kind of play on what would a house pet look like, and the likeness between a pet and their owner. And so we're kind of playing around with birds.
Oh, nice.
Anything you consider house pet: turtles, cats, of course. They have a cat and a dog, rats. And then we're looking into
rats.
Yeah, like a rat or a gerbil, maybe.
Yeah,
your typical house pet.
That's super cool. So what do you how far are you I know you guys are pretty early on. How far are you in the development, and kind of where are you going to go from here?
This is probably 5%, if that, right? We are at the beginning of our journey, and one of the things that's been really great about this is that this is just even the start of our visual arc, right? And there's still a lot of development to go on. There's still a lot of mechanics to integrate. There's a lot of different things that I want to try and get into the game. I want to try and push this so that the game is very approachable for intergenerational play, so you can play with your kids, but I very much think of this as play with your kids, put your kids to bed, play with your friends, right? And when you're playing with your friends, you want a little bit more depth. And I want to put a lot more emergent or discoverable mechanics that can be in here to kind of push the play space of it. You have games like Power Stone, where whenever you get knocked down, you only lose one power cell. I'm thinking, what if we add a little bit more skill into it, where if you throw an object and it's kind of not targeted or automatically thrown at the person, but you're leading the person, and you hit them at a particular distance, it might drop 2 power cells as opposed to 1, right? Trying to find ways to add a little bit more nuanced play so that you can discover new tactics to outplay your opponents.
That's interesting. I remember, I'm a big fan of Power Stone. Power Stone 2. Power Stone 2 felt less of a fighter because the worlds were everything was moving and that kind of thing. But it'd be interesting to see what you guys do with the environments, even extending and that kind of thing. So that's awesome.
One of the best things I think about Power Stone 1 or that sort of thing is we want to make sure that the game is focused on defeating the other team and working together with your partner to make that happen, right? The arena itself is a character. We want to make sure that the arena kind of shines as well. Being able to kind of expand the play space, think of being able to knock people through walls, as we talked about earlier, through the window, and then be able to fight them, right? So there's a lot of places to take this game and to explore different mechanics and different events.
Yeah, we want to make sure the environment feels dynamic and that you can throw a character in front of a moving subway train, for example, at time of hazard. So we're kind of really looking at making the arena a character all its own, and that it adds a level of randomness that makes every match fun.
Yeah, and the pets aren't going to get hurt.
Of course, that's why they're in the box.
Okay, that's
punch a pet.
Yeah, because I was about to say, throwing it in front of a subway, you can't. No.
You can't. You can pet necks, but they're box.
Okay. So where can we find out more about Carrier Cuties, Cornerstone?
You can find our Steam page, Carrier Cuties, Pets and Mechs, but we also have a site that you can go to. It's really easy. Seastone Int Studio, start page, and you'll be able to look up, find more about our Discord, and be able to join, be able to wish list, and even see more updates that are coming.
And you can follow us on socials at Seastone Studio.
Seastone Int Studio.
Seastone Int. I was like, you hear me? I hesitated. Seastone.
Seastone Int Studio, and that's on all platforms.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys for coming through and allowing us to play your game, and congrats on everything. Jumping in feet first to make a game in a studio is not easy.
Thank you for having us.
It is not for the weak.
No, not at all. All right, on to the next segment too. This was awesome. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And just like the other day, or rather last year, they're just gonna cycle through and it's whatever. Okay. That's whatever, I guess. Let's see if I die instantly. answer is no.
Y'all niggas playing with me, man.
Let's get fired up.
I lived. I mean, all these video games set to the sound of fucking drum and bass. You thought I was joking about that shit earlier, didn't you? All set to the sound of drum and bass, and not a single one of them seems interesting. Disgusting. And you don't even have the name of them on the screen. That's the worst part.
Sweet.
Excited for all of them, but like, what was your favorite?
I think my standout would have to be Jay and Silent Bob. I mean, I'm a longtime Jay and Silent Bob fan, so just that nostalgia alone is enough to get me pumped up and excited, for sure.
Valid.
Yeah. Real quick, I want to give a big shout out to all of our devs today, Jesse, Steve-O, and the entire Cornerstone team. Be sure to put a lot of those games, most of those games, on your wish list while you can, and we're going to toss it over back to Jesse.
Thank you, Curtis and Lori, for hosting the show. Great to see you guys, and love those interviews. Love the devs and all the so good. Thank you all for tuning in, and the developers who are participating in these showcases and in this one in particular. Make sure to follow the developers on their socials, wishlist buy, and play their demos. If you are interested in helping to fund some of those projects that you saw on the show, you can donate to the XP Fund through the QR code on the screen and connect with us if you're interested in additional investment opportunities. We have to give it up to our partners, No Rivals, Aurora Broadcasting for being on the ones and twos, Raw Fury for helping to make this thing possible, and our broadcasting partners, Summer Game Fest. Thanks for including us again, Twitch, IGN, GameSpot, and Steam. Make sure to catch all of the other awesome showcases happening this week. There's so many of them. The Latin American Games Showcase, Women-Led Games, Southeast Asia Games Showcase.
And then he goes back to you. So not only do you use the fucking VTuber-esque model, but you then fucking go back to using it after them not using it. Disgusting.
Games Fest, Wholesome Direct, Story Rich, Planet Play, India Game Showcase, Day of the Des, and more. My head's about to pop. Again, I am Justin Woodward, co-founder of Black Voice of Gaming and the Experience Studios platform. See you guys soon, and peace.
Man, the less you know, the better, man. Ah, he wants to escape. Let's see. I fucked myself. Oh well. Goodbye, Buster. One more game, but it's 7-11. Give me 5 minutes. I'll be right back. You took an RUK quick for shits and giggles, and it was correct. He already knew you were gay, though. Alright. Last one of the evening. Certainly, PlayStation State of Play isn't going to be absolute cringe. Carl said to himself, lying, because the first thing they have up is fucking Wolverine. Oh, what can we say about this game that hasn't already been said by people who don't have the ability to make their own jokes? I think trying to pair Jean Grey with Wolverine, when the entire point was that he was supposed to be longing for what she represented with him, as much as he could just be good friends with them, it's pretty cringe and gay. You're continuing that same shit that Insomniac Spider-Man kind of demonstrated multiple fucking times. Like, this game doesn't need to exist. Nobody's looking for another Wolverine game that's designed in the flavor of all the other Marvel games that have come out within the last 5 years, with the exception of Midnight Suns. You can make an argument for Midnight Suns. It's ultimately just a card game. But, well, technically it's Firaxis Com with Marvel skin. That's what it is. Characters that haven't been seen in a while in Marvel. Like Nico. But, Firaxis Com card game using Marvel characters. But, remember all the other fucking Marvel licensed games? With the exception of maybe, like, Guardians of the Galaxy? Yeah! Dog shit. Mobile, puerile, and fucking liquid. Liquid shit. Liquid!
Hi, I'm Marcus Smith, creative director for Marvel's Wolverine. Today, we're excited to debut a new look at the game. To set the stage, Wolverine is in a race against time to rescue a group of kidnapped mutants before they're shipped off to parts unknown by cybernetically enhanced mercenaries known as the Reavers. However, Logan quickly discovers he isn't the only mutant attempting to save them. Let's take a look.
Let's see if we can find the one that got away. Redhead. Might be already lead. Looks like she took off into the industrial park.
All right, let's search the area.
Get status update.
Perimeter stable. Holding position.
Hey, we're gonna play a pseudo-self game that's also a kinetic narrative. You know what we should do? In an area where we have a bunch of people involved in the narrative, we should have a guy wearing a giant black and yellow outfit that makes him stand out from the people who are trying to get away from him and that he is also hunting. They wouldn't at all notice that as a sore thumb that sticks out in the narrative, would they? Nope. He dismantles them like his name is fucking Ellie, and like they are the fucking Fireflies. That's what he does. Nobody's smart. Nobody's prepared to fight a mutant when they're already dealing with trafficking mutants. No. They die like NPCs.
No answer. Stay sharp. I don't like this.
Should do another sweep. It's too quiet. Let the tape up.
The hell? Skullbuster! Up there! We need backup now!
Congratulations, you made Jane Grey look like the lead character from Control. Do you feel better? Because you should feel bad. You should feel significantly bad. Shame is what you should feel. That healing choice was probably not good of me.
There you are, Red.
Dean, is that you? Don't worry. You're not going anywhere.
Everyone shoot! Son of a bitch!
Oh boy, an on-rails driving section. That's what everybody wants to play inside a Wolverine game. Doesn't that seem exciting, chat? Don't you love when they tell you that, hey, you just need to watch Wolverine play the game instead of playing the game yourself? Come on. Come on. Who doesn't love that?
Burn those nukes! Get out of my way! Your mind shorted! Feel free!
And it just keeps going and going and going and going.
Let's get you guys out of here.
Are you a superhero?
Not yet. I'm Wolverine. Some folks can't wait to die.
I liked that he made him look like he did in the original X-Men that was done by Foxman. But, like, there's nothing to this game, bro. My god.
We hope you enjoyed that new look at Marvel's Wolverine.
I did not!
It's a player action-adventure game featuring a focused, story-driven experience that will send Logan on a perilous journey across the globe, where more than innocent mutant lives are at stake. In this game, mutants live in hiding, fearful of those who would hunt them down, while most of the world doesn't even know they exist. As you saw, you'll encounter iconic Marvel characters like Jean Grey, Mystique, and Sabretooth.
Some folks can't wait to die.
Okay, here's a problem.
As you saw, you'll encounter iconic Marvel characters like Jean Grey.
This is not Jean Grey. This is not Marvel Girl. This is not the Phoenix. This is not the Dark Phoenix. It's not the Dark Phoenix from the Hellfire Club saga. This is the character from Control. The body model of her. Wearing the identity of Jean Grey. With the telekinetic art splash of Betsy Braddock, aka Psylocke. And that key characteristic is the reason why the game is bad. Where I get to win the match, Carl. It'll make sense later. Don't worry.
Mystique, and Sabretooth.
Some folks can't wait to die.
Even though I'm playing this at 1.5, that wasn't enough to actually see Mystique.
We also showed you a glimpse of the brutal combat you'll experience in Marvel's Wolverine. It's fast, fluid, and visceral in the way that only Logan can deliver.
Brutal, if by brutal as much as he can give, is as brutal as Sora can give. And by that, I mean...
We also showed you a glimpse of the brutal combat you'll experience.
XXX. Then why?
Marvel's Wolverine is built to take full advantage of PlayStation 5 consoles, and we cannot wait for you to get your hands on it when it launches September 15th, 2026. We're also happy to announce that you can pre-order your copy today at the end of the show in select markets. Check out PlayStation Blog.
Don't you do it.
For more information. On behalf of everyone at Insomniac Games, thank you. See you next time.
Hello and welcome to State of Play. I wanted to start by thanking Marcus and the whole team at Insomniac for that extended look at Marvel's Wolverine. We've got a ton more to share with news and updates from both PlayStation Studios and third-party studios from around the globe. Let's get right to it with the latest from our friends at Arc System Works, XDev, and Marvel Games.
A game people are actually looking forward to.
Prepare to face the supreme master of the pugilistic art, the Duke of Get Your Dukes Up, Mr.
Actions are worth more than any word.
And the greatest action is to fight. You have defeated so many. You've defeated whole worlds. But you've never fought Doom. Let me show you why you should kneel. Think you're a genius, Doom? Your works are mere trinkets. My genius is endless. And now my turn. You made promises, Doom, and those promises shall be kept.
This violence will solve nothing, Eric.
My dearest Aurora, mutant kind shall rise, and I will be the one to lead the way.
Showtime! You look a little angry, Bug. I'm still holding a grudge. Curtsy, huh?
I'm stop laughing, Cotty.
Get all your guts bumped away. What? I'm going to kill Spider-Man, not you.
There's no fucking way that you would ever put Carnage on a team with anybody who isn't someone who's also a fucking mutant. If it's not also specifically with Venom. There's no fucking way, bro. Especially not fucking Doom.
Carnage will give you one to the
Moment has come. Attack! No mercy.
Let me do it. I'll slice you up. Don't be greedy. It's mine.
Knights of Doom, destroy them! Feel my wrath! The end is near.
Only one team left to assemble. Okay.
I see much from my perch atop the tree of tranquility.
I wasn't aware that I was supposed to be collecting Tokon battle commercials like they are fucking trading cards.
Yet, there are some outcomes that are uncertain, even to me.
Hello, Rayman. Hello, Glowbox.
Your heroics will no doubt be the stuff of tales twice told throughout the Glade of Dreams.
Feed my ox.
Calming biscuits? Oh!
Follow me, brave heroes. The Glade of Dreams is in great danger.
It's time I made my mark.
It's 4 against 1. You don't stand a chance. Maybe he stands a little bit of a chance.
Glowbox to the rescue!
I am as fast as a vampire. That's right.
For the blade, then. You think this ends here?
Cool! I'm here!
Are you ready for our game, Rayman?
You know, well, I am one that is happy that the Rayman franchise survived the death touch that is Eddie Shankar. Can you please just bring back original Rayman combat? Like, you've already created and re-released Rayman for the original first game. Re-release Rayman Revolutions. Re-release Rayman 3. Fuck it, I don't care. Re-release all the Rayman Rabbit games. And then remaster the Rayman Legends 1 and 2 game. And then give us Rayman Legends Retold. Because you could do so much more than this. You don't just have to be stuck in the Rayman Legends era. That's so boring. So boring and so gay. Sigh. Tisk, 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 sigh. Carl, why the fuck is the thumbnail my art? Because I said I was going to shitpost. And I decided I was going to use that one. And as I said to people on the timeline, if they get the reference, then they get the reference. And I specifically put it in your server for you to see. So that you could enjoy the references. Granted, I ended up not being able to put in all the things that I wanted to replace, because my goal was to replace almost every single bit of it and only keep, like, the beanbag and the TV screen. But, like, you can clearly see, Dev, the pieces that are left there, with, like, the exception being the nacho cheese bag, it just refused to remove the nacho cheese bag. And I could not create an asset to replace the nacho cheese bag with a redraw. You can see how many pieces of, like, Carl lore are put into the background. Because I tried to change a lot. And it was basically a reference. But yeah, that's why the thumbnail is the way it is, Dev. It was a nod. There's one person who's tried to DM me and be like, "Lol, you're making fun of Dev on the side. Ha ha ha, that's so funny." But no, it was meant to be a reference. Mainly because I didn't get to watch SGF when it happened. So now I get to watch it here. And like a fat lazy bastard, I'm sitting in my beanbag chair. Granted, this chair isn't a beanbag chair, but I'm sitting in the beanbag chair, lazily watching the things on the television. Okay. remember somebody saying the game was set further in the timeline, so Jean Grey is supposed to appear to be older. Well, she's not supposed to be fucking near goddamn 30, 40 fucking near age. That's just stupid. That sounds like a lie. That sounds like you're lying to me. Insulting, even. Oh, great. Black people and food. This is going to be really irritating. I can't really tell if this is a kinetic narrative game as much as it is a visual novel game. Clearly, it's a mini-game within a mini-game with various different pieces of the game that go along with the story. But I'm imagining black people being very fucking annoying about that video game existing. I think we've seen this game before. It's not quite a knockoff of No More Heroes. No, I think I'm mistaken. I think I'm confusing this with the other game where you like change between 3 different character styles on the fly in your one character. I think this is an entirely different game. I might be mistaken. Or this is that game and it's just later in development? I can't tell.
Hi everyone! お久しぶりです。安心の中村郁美です。
Hello, Nakumi. I learned you became a mother. How's life? I haven't played Tokyo Ghostwire yet. I bought it for like $5. Yeah, it was on a $95 discount. Long time since the meme.
Did you miss me? I missed you! と言っても多分私のことを知らないし忘れてる人もいるかもしれないんですけど、そうだな、見てねお姉さんです。今日皆さんにお届けしたのは妖怪ハンターアクションゲームケムリです。舞台はケムリシティ。この世とあの世が混ざってるカオスな街。
Back to the Yokai City, huh? Yeah, okay.
アジアをベースにいろんなカルチャーが入り混じってます。煙あるところに妖怪ありという言葉がありまして、それを妖怪ハンターが見つけ出します。そこで使うのが妖怪ハンターだけが使えるフォックスウィンドウ、キツネの窓です。この窓を介してパラノーマル現象や妖怪を見つけ出して、で可視化してそこに妖怪をハントする。しかし妖怪をただただ集めるわけではありません。私たちのゲームでは妖怪と契約をしなければなりません。頂上をまとい未知を狩る、あなた自身に憑依してもらいます。そして憑依した妖怪のパワーを使って憑依アパレルというかっこいいアパレルをまとってスーパーパワーでもっと強い妖怪に挑んでこの世界の謎に近づいていく。
So basically, imagine if instead of being a slice of life isekai about dating, if Dandadan was actually about a guy who got possessed by a yokai and then became like a better version of Yokai Watch while collecting and capturing stronger yokai to fight in a synergistic style with 3D combat. Tell me more, Kumi!
ハンターは種類が3つありまして、1つは刀ハンターになります。もう1つは弓ハンター、次はシャーマン。ここで皆さんお気づきの通りマルチプレイあります。 仲間と一緒に暴れて死にかけて妖怪ハンターとして一緒にこの煙シティで煙って遊んでいただければ嬉しいです。私たちはカオスをお届けして笑いをお届けしたいと思って煙を作ってます。あの世に最も近い都市煙シティへようこそと言いたいところですが、煙はまだまだ開発中です。情報いっぱい落としていきますので、もうとにかく煙の世界をこれから楽しんでください。レッツ煙っていこう。シュシュシュシュシュシュシュシュシュ。
It's very simple. You've got one job. I'll tell you that job and we'll tell you what it is, Akumi. It's very simple. Okay? You've got one game you have to hit the mark of. Any person who's played this video game knows exactly what this game is. Mujingai, the Forbidden City. All you have to do is get somewhere within the realm of the type of gameplay this game offers. Granted, this title is not, the greatest thing since sliced bread. But if you can get somewhere within here for this game, this will be everything. You just gotta get somewhere close enough to that content with your style, and you win all the money. Just like literally just nut all over the screen. That's all you gotta do. It's not that hard. I really don't care about Tomb Raider, but whatever. Somewhere in the world, Melanie Knack is pretending that she gives a shit about this game, while talking and hiding around conversations between her, Jerry, and her allegedly super gay husband the second time.
Way across the continent looking for you. Hard woman to track down.
Well, you found me. Ms. Croft, I hear, when it comes to retrieval, you're the one to hire. This isn't about glory or money or making the world a better place. This is a puzzle, buried in centuries of silence. You don't strike me as someone who walks past a locked door without wondering what's behind it. There's a reason I can only trust you with this.
Gotta say, I captured your good side.
You're assuming I've got a bad side.
What nice things can I say about Tomb Raider? Remaking the first game with, what, Haley Atkinson, and I have to assume is the voice actress, because who else are you gonna fucking pick? Not a bad choice. In terms of a kinetic narrative game, it's definitely up there. This is the one that takes place in the past, and not the one that's in the future, which I believe also involves Sada Sada Bing Bing Lahore So, positive, negative. 1, you know exactly when it's coming out. 2, it's going to probably be a platform seller. 3, since it's basically just a remake of what, the first game, you can't really get it that wrong. So it's going to be living with an expectation of being kind of like Legacy of Kain. They want you to basically make the game again, but make it in a way where now people don't have to feel like they're stupid and lame for playing a game with PS1 graphics. And then, on top of everything else, wrap it all up together, and then after wrapping it all up in a tight, nice little bow, sell it to the ball and gun gamers. Those are the things you have to do. And that's like the one extra caveat there. The ball and gun gamers are going to eat this shit the fuck up. Because they're going to be able to say that they played a real video game. Meanwhile, where's the Thief remakes? Both myself and Razor Fist are waiting for them. Where are they? Where are they? Where are they? Carl said, owning all 3 games on Steam, but it's not enough. I need you to remake the games. Remake the games now. Make them with better graphics. Because Underworld Ascended was a dog shit game made by the people who came from Looking Glass Studios. Immersive Sim is a name that's not going to be on the lips of a lot of people. You need to bring it back. Tomb Raider is a way to technically bring it back. One of the many ways. It's not truly a true immersive sim, but you know, it's a lot better than that fucking 3-part franchise that you did in 2012. Don't jinx yourself, they might remake Thief 4. Don't you do that to me! No! Don't do that to me! No! Don't do it! Don't you do it! You shouldn't even said those words! I can hear the monkey's paw! I can hear it! This game is unrealistic. Everybody knows that all women have J-cups. You're so true. That's so true. That's so true. Meanwhile, in the far corner, one day, Rogue Galaxy, one day you'll get your chance. Down in front! Oh my god, whoa, that was a threat. Wait a minute. Wait. No, that is a threat, okay? Imagine. Devil May Cry 6 gets released. Pre-order the game now and get the D lowercase MC outfit and the Netflix outfits for free. Don't you threaten me. Don't you fucking threaten me to remember dog shit video games. Don't do that. Don't do that. That would be infuriating as all get out. Lord have mercy, don't do that. Like, hello, game that's been co-opted by a billionaire daughter's company.
So, what was your favourite from today?
I liked the Alisson.
What did you like about it?
He's big and loud.
Oh, I think my favourite is the Diplodo.
Okay, so we've got ourselves a sad dad story involving a girl who likes dinosaurs. First-person explorative kinetic narrative. Strong female narrative. The Lost Wild coming to a platform that has shot themselves in the fucking face. Clean off. Ain't nobody buying this game. Or rather, I should say nobody should buy this game. As long as it's being offered as a solo platform title, this game should automatically fail because Sony wants to pretend that people are not about to play multi-platform content and that they're not about to wait for there to be a PC launch of all the titles that they claim they're going to try to make propensively single platform exclusives. Forget crank. Forget crack. Forget fentanyl. They're smoking Jenkum. Ass juice covered fanny cock, saturated and infused Jenkum. You've got to be fucking crazy to think that somebody's gonna wait until 2027 without a release date and wishlist this title and look forward to it and support Annapurna and support Sony and support the PS5 that has no real video games on it, with the exception of a handful of them, but only if you play the right genres, while hoping that you treat them like they are a customer and not a consumer. You have to be smoking Jenkum! Jenkum! Come! Your cousin! Your cousin, come! We've seen commercials for this video game. Now, believe you me, as I indeed am infected by the Wu-Tang Clan virus, I am a sucker for wuxia, okay? No, no, it is not a Fallout drug. No, 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 no. Jenkum. We're not even gonna look up Jenkum. Just, you have Google. Look up the Digital Library of Alexandria and look up what Jenkum is. No. The Phantom Blade Zero! This is the closest we're gonna get to an Onimusha game in a while, okay? Summer 2026, full trailer, pre-launch order date. This year. And I don't know what month. Maybe August, because it clearly doesn't appear to be July. Maybe August, maybe September. It has to be September by the latest, because they only have 3 months after that, and that's already into the fiscal quarter of 8th. Because it officially starts, quarter 4, officially-ish, technically starts, on the 8th month of the year. So they have that much time. Oh, no, I'm a liar. Technically, it would start on the 9th. 9, 10, 11, 12. They have a month and a half to show us more of Phantom Blade Zero. But just inject it into our veins now. Inject it into our veins now and we'll be happy later. Anything more than that, you're playing with my dick. Don't play with my meat. You suck my meat. You ain't gotta do much.
Back in early 2023, S-Game first showed us Phantom Blade Zero in past...
Kazar, Milka's Kazar, and Milka's Kazar, and Milka's in a crop top. Hey! Kazar, and Milka's Kazar, and Milka's Kazar, and Milk with a hawk nose. Yeah!
...at a hotel, and we knew immediately that this game had incredible potential. Look forward to more details in a gameplay and story deep dive coming later this summer. Next, let's head over to the sandworm-infested sands of Arrakis in Dune Awakening.
Do I have to? Can I just stay here with you and your Jewish titties? Come on now. Shoshana! Let me sing Hosanna on the highest by motivating your chest!
In this open-world survival RPG, you can fully immerse yourself in the world of Dune. Unravel a cinematic story filled with mystery and intrigue, featuring many of the characters from the books and movies.
Find the Fremen, wake the sleeper.
Alone or with friends, you will explore the vast open world of Arrakis and learn to survive and thrive by unlocking the secrets of the Fremen.
So, here's the problem with this, okay? And it has been a problem, and it's not necessarily a Pirate Software problem, but it is a Clanner problem. You want people to play this video game as though it is a explorative single-player title, but it's not. It is a multiplayer title that isn't designed to be played with Clanners. It's designed to have PvP. Now, unfortunately, the majority of most people in the player base and that are available in the customer base are casuals, so they're not going to do that. What they're going to do is they're going to do the same thing they've already been doing, which is demanding for more PvE-centered content and less PvP-centered zones, which is what last we left off, the last time I brought up this game, was them basically zoning all of the game to be PvE only and having only some type of PvP zones that had extra benefits, like I think 3 times resource extraction in PvP zones with the danger of getting ganked by other players, and then normal resource gathering in the overworld. I cannot imagine the ball and gun gamers playing this enough, because that's what's on the console. Ball gun gamers playing this game. So, we've had single player topics and like pseudo multiplayer single player titles, along with all the other multi-platform titles that have already been revealed this year alone, that have either been delivered or are in active development in a form of early access. What is going to make those people play your video game to the extent that people right now are playing Palworld? If you can't give me an answer to that question, this game is going to die in the vine when you start telling them to play it on PS5. Your numbers are not going to increase, basically, is what I'm saying.
Along the way, you'll discover new technologies, craft gadgets and weaponry, and build a base of operations that will grow and expand as you progress towards power and fortune. Pursue the path of the Bene Gesserit, Swordmaster, Trooper, or Mentat, and master anything from mind control to brutal hand-to-hand combat. In Dune Awakening, you can choose to play with your friends or alone in a brand new single-player mode arriving with the PlayStation release.
Well, that answers that question. So, the only way you can be able to get people to play a clanner video game is literally inventing a single-player title. When did we last see this happen before? Was it Marathon? Was it Marathon having to shit itself in Season 2 and making a PvE and PvP light mode with what is essentially and quintessentially now known as the Lose Everything Factory? I do think it is the case. Yes. So, you want people to engage with this title that has very clearly been labeled as a clanner game. And it's not a bad thing. You need to have multiplayer extraction setup games. You know, EVE Online needs some competition. It do. But unfortunately, number one, pirate software. Number two, there aren't enough people who are going to do it. There isn't. There's not enough people. There are not enough people who are going to engage with it. They won't. They refuse to. And so you had to make a single-player title. So, what was even the point? Just make a different game in the universe of Dune that is better for a single-player person to handle.
Dune Awakening arrives on PS5 on September 22nd. Pre-orders start today.
Don't you pre-order that shit!
The fan-favorite PS2 classic Dynasty Warriors 3 is getting remastered for PS5.
But not the rest of the Dynasty Warriors franchise? Just 3? Come on, man. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Extreme, 7, 8, and then all of the other extremes too. Chop, chop. It don't take that much. Chop, chop. If you can remaster Onimusha, you can remaster fucking Dynasty Warriors, excuse me.
Dynasty Warriors 3 Complete Edition Remastered is a modern revival of the 2001 game that established the foundation of the series. Players can become one of over 40 officers and experience intense 1 versus 1,000 skirmishes across vast battlefields. And joining the battle is Zolan, the protagonist from Dynasty Warriors Origins. Dynasty Warriors 3 Complete Edition Remastered launches later this year. Pre-orders start today.
So, here's the thing. If you're going to be selling Dynasty Warriors, you need to sell Dynasty Warriors on the other platforms. Do they? Do they sell them on the other platforms? Let's investigate that. My first assumption would be no. There's like a handful that they sell. So, Dynasty Warriors Origins, $70 video game. Dynasty Warriors 9, $45 video game. Dynasty Warriors 9 Empires, $60 video game. 8 Empires, $50 video game. Dynasty Warriors 3 Complete Edition Remastered. Okay, it's already there. So, it's already going to be coming this year, September 30th. But for some reason, they're sending out this copy on October 1st? 2 days after? That seems very questionable. But whatever. So, yes, they do sell them on the platforms, and they will be selling Dynasty Warriors 3 Complete Edition Remastered alongside of it on the other platforms. So, the question I have to ask you, Sony, is why would someone buy it on your console when you shot yourself clean in the face, head, and balls? Like you did it as a combo. You said boom, boom, boom. And why? Why? Are you selling physical discs for it? Will there be physical copies, or is it all digital? If you can't answer that question, it's already an automatic no. Why would I buy the console? Why would I buy the console edition when I can buy it on fucking PC? Come on now.
From the award-winning studio behind the Ori series comes a bold new vision for action RPGs. No Rest for the Wicked is a brutal Souls-like built around skill, consequence...
It is not. It's not brutal enough. It's boring as shit. It wants to be like all the other ones, but it is incapable of grasping the piece that people necessarily want, which is to actually be deeply interesting, engaging, and involving. They're trying really hard. Thomas Mayer is trying really hard to make it more exciting and more inventive and more inviting. But I'm so sorry, I don't give a shit. Let's see here. Like, the amount of times in which I've seen No Rest for the Wicked, especially with the version of No Rest for the Wicked together. You've tried so many things to get people to play this shit, and it's just, oh my god!
Series comes a bold new vision for action RPGs. No Rest for the Wicked is a brutal Souls-like built...
The problem is it's just so hard to give a shit about this game. It's just so hard to give a shit about it. Like, Moon Studios, it's not anything they've done. But the entire point of a ARPG, especially one that's supposed to be a Souls-like, is that I will eventually, both one, experience the game to myself, two, I will be a dick to every enemy that I come across, including the players, and that I don't have to play it in co-op with 4 people. If there's one thing that Dark Souls shouldn't be, it shouldn't be couch co-op. It's not Castle Crashers. It shouldn't be Castle Crashers. Also shouldn't be a bunch of this other shit that's in the Founders Award Pack, but you know. People, money, things. Especially if you buy this by the 10th of July, which, that's already coming past. And then buying it during early access, getting armor, and having access to it before everybody else. It's just not. This is getting casual normies to play ARPGs. It's a gateway ARPG. I will give you that much. This is the new Torchlight. But unfortunately, because it's the new Torchlight, it means that people are not going to engage with this the way that they should. Now, Ball and Gun gamers, they will buy this. Yes, they will. Ball and Gun gamers will buy it. The PC players, they refuse to. I can barely get some people in my own audience to play Path of Exile 1 and 2. So why the fuck would you want to make co-op Dark Souls?
Around skill, consequence, and precision combat. Step into a living hand-painted world you can explore alone, or share with friends in your own persistent realm. A world that evolves even when you're offline. The highly anticipated full 1.0 release expands everything. A massive world, a deep class and progression system, and hundreds of hours of content, including endgame, all with full crossplay and cross-save.
So here's the problem that I can already foresee. I'm going to have people play this game with me, hypothetically speaking. I somehow get 2 taunting creators and an audience member to play this game. Is it asynchronous? Yes or no? Is it drag in, drag out? Or do they have to be in the session once I start the session? Is it locked to only those players? Or can other people who own the title also jump in and jump out in that save file? Answer that question, and you dictate whether or not it's only going to be console Ball and Gun gamers that are going to try it, or if other people will try it as well. Because why would I want to play this when Exile 2 is right there? Now, for somebody who's not already bought in, this is a $40 buy-in. So you're buying in, you're getting early access, you're getting the early access soundtrack, and you're getting the experience from which you jump in from the playable version that they expanded in 2024 to what they've expanded here in 2026. And just like every other game that was put into early access, where people said, "Yeah, I'm gonna wait till the game's out." The same story that I've been given multiple times, they're gonna get here. But they're gonna say, this isn't as scary as the other one. And unfortunately, as a gateway ARPG, that's like talking about Gauntlet Legacy. Now, I know there are many people who have not actually tried or played Gauntlet Legacy, let alone emulated it or had it on original console. But, like, that was the quintessential couch co-op game. Drag in, drag out, jump in, jump out. This is not that. I very likely doubt that casual players will be able to get into this video game. Highly doubt.
No Rest for the Wicked launches on PS5 this October, and is available to wishlist now. Up next, let's check in with Capcom for an update on Onimusha: Way of the Sword.
Doesn't matter. At least isn't far from an Oni, you know. You do well to follow his example. I thought you'd see the appeal, Musashi.
That castle on the mountain.
Musashi, I sense Genmai. Prepare yourself. No ordinary Genmai can move like that. I doubt this area was designed to welcome visitors. The castle's owner must be terribly cautious.
I am Suken Tochi. Miyamoto Musashi. The fool who seeks strength yet
Stop teasing me with Onimusha: Way of the Sword. Just put it out already. Just take your cock out. Let me suck it! Sigh! Stop teasing me with fucking Onimusha. Just take your cock out.
It's the power of the Oni. You shame yourself, child. Witness my might!
If you live by the sword, fighting is everything. So you've lost. Will you swap the sword for a trowel? Like hell I will. No? What then? Are you going to start taking human souls?
If human souls are what it takes.
Musashi, if that's the path he walks, I will follow. I've chosen to trust Musashi's judgment in all matters.
Ori departed. Give me every ounce of power that you have. In return.
Then get going, Onimusha.
Wee.
We can't wait to get our hands on Onimusha: Way of the Sword this September.
Kazarian milkers. Kazarian milkers. Kazarian milkers, Kazarian milkers, Kazarian milkers. Oh! She's even wearing it in a turtleneck, so it stands the fuck out, bro. God damn!
But you won't have to wait long to try it yourself. Here's one more update from the Onimusha team.
The demo is here! The demo is here! Slurp, 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 slurp. In my veins.
Hey, who's there?
Simon, see you there? Please say something. Where did you go, Simon?
Something doesn't feel right. Zoe? I'm sorry, Zoe?
What are you doing here?
I don't care about Silent Hill Townfall. Main reason why I don't care is because I am not a Silent Hill fan. There's somebody who cares about this the same way they care about Silent Hill F. But I just don't give a shit. It's not quite a kinetic narrative game. But the thing is that Silent Hill is kind of suffering the same problem that is afflicting Resident Evil, especially the remakes, where they put in a lot more effort to try and redesign the game, instead of keeping it to what it needs to be, which is the game in the spirit of the game without extra fucking fluff. And they're just not willing to do that. And thus it sucks. That's all I can really say.
The target is the front gate of the capital of our homeland, the Federation of Central Asia. We will storm from the sea and take the capital back from our enemy.
So you're the next one? The one whose rear we'll have to cover?
People left behind back in the continent need something to hold on to. Some sort of symbol that inspires hope.
We will be in visual range of the land battleship soon.
Giant! Enemy artillery intensified, Harris. Where's wings when you went to need it? All units return to base.
Where are you going, Copter?
No, Natasha.
I was unfortunately more talking about Dark Souls 3 and Elden Ring more than Bloodborne, as that was when my friend was asking to join me, and it was annoying, and yeah, that's exactly why From BB Neo 2 is my favorite. I mean, the problem with Elden Ring, okay? I'm gonna explain it to you. I'm gonna explain it to everybody. I'm gonna explain it to every person. The reason why Elden Ring multiplayer is not good and was also cancerous and chaotic is because Elden Ring was designed to be played from the single-minded perspective of a person in their own single-player file, and then you and your friends chose to get together on various different multiplayer playthroughs so that you're so far out-leveled from all the people who would try to invade you, because they're not interested in invading you, level 350 person who's wearing various pieces of armor sets because it gives you specific armor buffs that you can use to be able to fight the ever-increasing difficulty of New Game Plus, 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 plus 7. They were trying to invade the level 1 through level 112, 120, excuse me, 120, 150, 150. The level 1 to level 150 that's in the zone that you're currently standing in, because, like me, they were parked out in front of Gale Tunnel and said, you and your bitch-ass Phantom, and your bitch-ass Phantom, and your bitch-ass Phantom, and your bitch-ass Phantom gonna have to get through me if you want to get that fucking Moonlight Greatsword, or in this case, Moonlight Katana. Or, they were like Oboro, or Peeve, or Dropout Dragon, or Chase the Bro, hunting throughout specific worlds of the game, and specific areas of the game, with various designs and ideas and build concepts, because we were trying to either, one, make you remember, bitch, that you're not safe. Even on the lowest level difficulty, with your friend playing a twink, you're not safe. Two, yes, this will be the greatest challenge. This will be the greatest difficult battle that we have ever fought. Our battle will be legendary! And then the two of you dragging this shit out like an epic anime battle for like 5 minutes. That was the problem with Elden Ring. You were supposed to play the game multiple times and then meet up with your friend, rather than you and your friend finding ways to go through the game together and do a triple Son Goku Comet Azure build, where your friend plays incantations and you play sorcery, and then you got a bonk build that is utilizing and trying to break the game with all the meta strategies possible. That's what it was designed around. It wasn't designed around playing together. It was designed around each person individually playing separately and then coming together on New Game Plus. Because then you would actually be able to play together appropriately and take on bosses with some level of difficulty. Because on New Game 1, you are going to be so capable of cheesing the bosses, it's not fucking funny. I don't like mixing my PvP with PvE that much. We discussed it earlier, right? We had that entire conversation. Bringing up the chart, just in case for people need a reminder. We had that whole discussion earlier about the I don't want to get into games that are going to make me have to do extra amount of things because I'm trying to play this part of the game, not this part of the game, right? So in this case, with this as the discussion for Elden Ring, you want to play 100 hours of Elden Ring, you're not trying to play an hour of Elden Ring and then 10 hours of try to run and hide and get to the fog gate away from the Phantom as they play peekaboo fuck you throughout every single zone that they're invading you in. And the problem with that is that the way in which Elden Ring's multiplayer was designed for the single player in mind. It wasn't designed for the multiplayer. Blame whoever you want in the studio, because this was a studio choice. They designed it around a single player going through the game and experiencing everything without ever being harassed by a person, not a group of people playing in a world private instance, and only if they put a check mark on a question on whether or not they want their world to be invaded by a hunter, will they then have the ability to do it. And then, of course, if they're trying to get invasions that way, of course they're trying to gank a Phantom. Alongside all the other problems of bad netcode, obviously. Oh look, that's the next thing that Avalon said. So like, me going through the game by myself, and doing everything that I did, and then beating people's asses in multiplayer as I went through that adventure and journey, rather than designing a character who was designed to specifically fuck those people over, specifically with things that could only be gotten from like the Halig tree. So going from soul level 1 all the way to the Halig tree, getting to the Halig tree, getting the Rot Dagger, and then fucking somebody up at the First Church America when they're being drop traded a bunch of items, and then stealing those items off the ground, and then mockingly taunting them as I move around in a hyper circle, as I then phase out of the game with my netcode. That is the experience that they planned around. They didn't plan around multiplayer, which is why they then made Night Rain. That's the actual answer to that problem. In reality, what Elden Ring PvP is some guy shooting Swift Flintstone starts at you 40 times because it's fast enough to catch you in the middle of the dodges because of bad netcode. Well, that's if they're cheesers. If they're cheesers and or are copying somebody else's guaranteed netcode swap lag switch build, or they're hacker. That's what they do. Most Elden Ring PvP is what Chase the Bro's doing right now, and has been doing for the last like year and a half. It is experimenting with an item, making a build around that item, and then taking it into some premier PvP spots and seeing if you can actually fight and fight back. In reality, Elden Ring PvP is supposed to be Dark Souls PvP, but with elevated and extra steps. There's no Gravelord faction, so you can't fuck over other people's save files, because that's toxic. You've got red phantoms being able to invade on cooldown, which is normal. Blue phantoms defending you from red phantoms. Your white and or yellow phantoms protecting you as you're trying to go from zone to zone. Welcome back, Odorbs. And then all of this together just effectively makes a collective and eclectic experience that just fucking sucks massive donkey dick. Because just like with Dark Souls Remastered and with Dark Souls 1, the problem is that once you get to something like the Colosseum that existed inside the Illusive Township, or more specifically the Colosseum that they obviously added into Elden Ring, once you've gotten through the DLC and all of its particular complementary content, it's very clearly a single-player minded game, with multiplayer as PvP only, not multiplayer with you and your friends fighting together. Because the only way that works if it is a specific zone and a specific boss. It's not going to be the case where you got a game where randomly in your world a helpful player spawned in and you do 50% of the game with them, quietly guiding you or attempting to help you through the challenges when they are ready and prepared for you to do so. Unfortunately, it's not like Dark Souls 1, which did have that, and it was possible to do that, whilst also still having encounters with maybe even a Peace Wraith coming in and helping you clear enemies and zones and jobs, mainly because they're just looking for a good fight. And instead of fighting you, the host, they're fighting your phantoms. And if they gank your phantoms, they say, "Boink, thank you." Drop a slab on the ground and fucking leave. Because they can't find anybody else to fight. Because every time they do, they find Havel families trying to gank them with hacker, cheese, traitor, swamp bullshit. Even more so and worse off in the remastered, since you can only invade from one zone in each zone. And it's always a fixed spawn, which means it's easy to spawn camp, which means there is no variance, which means it's not fun. And then Night Rain sucks. Let's just tell it honest truth. Night Rain sucks. It sucks. It sucks dick. And I agree. They've been difficult. They've been very afraid of making late game spells strong, since the sorcery shotgun was just so broken. So now, an early game spell with a build that incentivizes itself into the stat is just blatantly better at all phases of the game, including late game DPS ones. Because the late ones in the late game take too long to cast, and the ones in the early game are perfect. Especially the Carrion spells. Including Carrion Retaliation.
That's where the Wings of Thief comes in. The legendary savior. DD wants the legendary savior to get as much publicity as possible. The more exposure, the better.
All aircraft, pull out.
Sorry, Rex. You stay put, Joker One.
Above you fight the Wings of Thieves. No harm will come to you. Hands to the sky, everyone. Open within reach.
The Terminus fingers.
With the imposter?
Sharing information isn't always about telling people the truth.
That's all we can offer, right, Joker One?
It's an ambush. Shadows.
Just as planned. We dangle the bait and we took it.
We'll find out soon enough.
Would you please? Green flight, commence the maneuver. We've got a leak. Is it time to run, Ray?
Hang on. Joker One, down an enemy.
You never ran away, did you?
Here we go, Rex.
Come on, Ray.
Let's go, Rex.
These skies belong to you, Rex. Go take what's yours.
Ace Combat 8, Wing of Thieves. Even though it's a franchise game that just looks like kinetic narrative to me.
皆さんこんにちは。エースコンバットシリーズブランドディレクターの河野です。お待たせいたしました。エースコンバット8ウィングスオブシーブの発売日は2026年10月2日。アーリーアクセスは9月29日になります。今回の映像では皆さんがエースコンバット8で直面する出来事を一つ一つのカットに意味を持たせて約2分にギュッと詰め込んでいます。自由自在に空を飛びドッグファイトの興奮を味わいながらドラマティックな英雄体験ができる。他にはないエースコンバットだけの空はもうすぐそこに広がっています。加えてもう一つお伝えしたいことがあります。こちらの映像をご覧ください。
Did you know there are 3 kinds of aces?
今回エースコンバット8ウィングスオブシーブにはダウンロード版はプレイオーダー特典としてパッケージ版には早期購入特典としてエースコンバット0ザ・ベルカンウォーの移植版がつくことになりました。
Oh, that was horrible. A port of Ace Combat Zero, The Belkan War, as a pre-order bonus for getting the digital version.
プレイオーダー特典としてパッケージ版には早期購入特典としてエースコンバット
And an early purchase bonus for the physical version. Poof, 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 poof. Clean off! Clean off! It's not your fault, Kono-san. You're just the messenger. Sony's the dumb fuck.
0ザ・ベルカンウォーの移植版がつくことになりました。ぜひ8と世界を同じくするストレンジリアルの世界をもっと深く楽しんでください。お知らせした通り発売まではあと少しです。出撃の準備を整えてお待ちください。ありがとうございました。
I don't think it's Need for Speed. Maybe I'm wrong. Knight Rider reference? Your generally spellcaster PvP in Elden Ring is swift, glintstone shard, zoning tool like Ronnie's Dark Moon, and under the feet trap like chairs and fingers. You're correct. It can be very irritating and very annoying, very fast. Because most people are not prepared for it. If you're a good player, you can be prepared for it, but... Again, I remind you of the playing 100 hours to learn the next 1,000 hours argument we presented earlier. People are not trying to do that. They are trying to have fun. They are not trying to get fucked up by a player who's devised a perfect mousetrap to kill people. But unfortunately, casual players are playing a game that was designed for those people who came from Dark Souls 3. And that's exactly what they wanted. So then they made the PvE experience in Night Rain, and it does not match. It does not match. Because now, every run is you trying to put together the build that if you were playing Elden Ring, you would just be your build.
Great take. I think we got it.
Yep, roll playback.
Stuntman Hollywood. Okay, you have my attention. Dark Souls 3 is the only mainline Soul game I have never played. Dark Souls 2 will keep all the wind on my sails. Never do your first playthrough as Sir Magic Fist.
There's a wounded man. Nasty injuries. It's like a beast tore him apart. A beast? Out here? Are you drunk or something? Tore him up and show him out. But he's still weak, so be careful. What's going on?
Die, bastard. And you're tough. Surprisingly lively for someone who just came out of a coma.
If you want to survive, you gotta hustle. You fell from the moon.
I will help you, but you must not go there.
I'll take my chances. Turns out I'm a lucky man.
You'll find nothing there. But death.
Well, good luck. Keep quiet in there.
Ill. Ah, yes, a game that everybody's looking forward to. It's not quite it, but it's close enough. Welcome back, infamous Second Son! I mean, Control Resonant!
Something is coming. I have to go. It felt like an earthquake. But it was just a paperclip falling off a desk. The tiniest tremor before the main event. I know what they put you through. You never had a chance.
Two days before the lockdown fell, an uncategorized resonance appeared in Manhattan. As things stand right now, Billy, you're our only shot at survival.
You are not FBC. You're not even fucking human.
The FBC locked me in that cell for years and forgot about me. The hiss, it was a way out.
People can change. The past doesn't matter.
Man, remember that game, Control Firebreak? Or was it called Firebreak Control? Remember when they tried to get you to play a game that was not quite Control, but was in the universe of Control as a friend slot video game? And that shit came and went? Fucking dead in the water? Carl remembers.
Who are you today?
We're gonna have a lot of fun together.
to those without eyes to see. The canvas, blank and vast. Secrets buried in shallow graves.
The things that can be said about Marathon are all negatives and should all be said to make sure that nobody else pays money to play that video game. But what I'm about to say should be taken as recognition as the reason why it is bad and a way to make it better so that it's good. Marathon as a franchise and this specific concept was in a very unique position. Hot off the presses, on the heels of Destiny 2 updates, amid information designed around the philosophy of what if we treated the original Marathon games, the real Marathon games, as backdrop footing for this rebuilt universe that we desperately want you to play inside of. The way to get success, don't make it a PvP full loot video game. Keep the PvP aspect. Do not make it full loot drop. Make it into Fortnite. I'll explain what I mean by that. Mode 1, Adventure Mode. You and 2 friends, or at least 2 people in an instance. You could put it as a party system. You could put it as random drop. You could do it as solo, and thus allow people to jump in and jump out into your session. But design the entire world as a concept. Make everything from perimeter, Darmosh, Outpost, and then eventually when they release it, Cryo Archive, into a faction-based single-player concept. Where the thing that you're doing is campaign mode is designed to be the less than lethal PvP mode. You will find other people in the environment who are going to be playing around you, but the goal is to get in and out with the loot that you want, and to experience and learn the game. The game, its lore, the systems. Mode 2, Fight Club. Every zone is a buy-in. There's a minimum buy-in of 15k for anything that's not perimeter and above. Instead of level-based matchmaking, it's skill-based matchmaking. Or it's legitimately Fortnite. Since you're sending out people's bodies, and it's literally a frame with a digital consciousness attached to it that's being controlled via uplink and upload, have several bodies that can go out inside of a match of Fight Club. And then let that buy-in be everything on those shells and your buy-in cost. and make it either or. Make it that it's either your buy-in plus your gear, and so you go into game modes where other people are geared, or you make the buy-in the money so that you can then get a fighter's purse to get the sponsored kit that then sends you in with the sponsored gear of that liaison contract. That is how you get your faction points to level up your character in the freedom that comes with intentional gameplay loop design. Okay? Campaign mode. I think Exocrusher's synopsis is good. Fortnite saved the world, but you're using geometry and cover more than building cover and playing through the modes. 2, the Fight Club mode, which is intended to be hardcore, full loot PvP, but it's 0 to hero or buy-in to bring in your loot. So that you do not have this bullshit situation that you designed in there. And do not make it 3-on-3. Unless you're playing in the competitive Cryo Archive space. Make it 16-on-16, make it 8-on-8, make it 100 free-for-all, like all the other fucking games in the zone. And in that case, if you're going to do that, then make those ones, the ones where it's clearly a buy-in, and you're playing from 0 to hero, into Fortnite. And then, the focused modes that are smaller, with smaller teams, let those be the ones where they bring in their loot. And then, thirdly, obviously, since they instituted this into Season 2, as was a part of the design by Ziegler, the PvP Lite modes, where you get a mixture of Arc Raiders, and a mixture of Friend Swap, and the fun that comes from fucking around in that mode, on stream, on camera, and in play sessions with your friends. That's how Marathon should have been designed. You serve all three demographics at the same time. You serve the ball and gun gamers, number one, first and foremost. They're going to have fun with the free-for-all system. They're going to have fun exploring the game and learning the game, so that they can then go into the PvP mode and try to take other people for their fucking lunch. You reward these fucking cancerous, bitch-ass Osiris players who are doing nothing but the same shit that NA Painter did to those guys that went into Cryo Archive and fucked them over using out-of-game glitches, and the only thing he got was a temp ban. Not a perm ban, but a temp ban. Because they want to fuck other people over, and they want to brag. But with the system designed as it is, it's just going to lead to toxic negative loops, where someone's going to cheat off the camera, and they're going to go over, and they're going to take that person for the loot, and they won't have the ability to fight back, because they know that they dropped with something that's very, very specific. And they know they're going to get targeted in those modes. It's like that new mechanic that they added to Fortnite, with the fucking Squishmallow shit. You drop in with a rare one on your character, and everybody knows you dropped in with one, so you're getting targeted the entire fucking lobby, because none of them are unwilling to let go of the opportunity, knowing, oh my god, there's a gold gun in the lobby, I gotta take it off him, I gotta take it off. They become fucking rabid! Rabid! And instead of just naturally playing, they make the game experience into fucking negativity from the beginning to the end. From the beginning to end, 365 days is nut. Same old bitchin' baby. Cause all I don't wanna do is stretch bullet with you around the corner, you pussy. Get out of that fucking corner. Because no one, and I do mean absolutely fucking nobody, likes to have to check their corners 5 times. I feel like SpongeBob. Double tag once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. Check for the assassin. Ah, there he is. Clack, 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 clack. That's not fun. It's not fun in 3-on-3. It's not fun in a solo player. And it's worse in the solo mode because that's all these fuckers know how to play. And unfortunately, you can't say, well, you say they're just some cheap bitches, Carl. You just gotta be better than them. No! That's the only way you make them able to play! 1 shot, 1 kill, 1 life! And the game has stats. 3rd thing. 4th thing, actually. Take out the stats. Never in any single flow loop PvP video game that's supposed to be skill-based, where you very much clearly are taking inspiration from Call of Duty and Medal of Honor, and also technically a little bit Battlefield. Never should you ever have fucking stats that dictate that in the same encounter, in the same situation, with the same idea, with the same build, on the same frames, you automatically do more damage than me because you were playing the game longer than I have. At that point, redesign the marathon entirely. And they do when they need to. Take the fucking stats out the game. Liaison contracts should be about having access to more interesting ways to play, not active with stat boosts that mean you do more knife damage than I do. Because that's why the game floated into the meta that it currently has. And that's why people are quitting. How do you beat the goo gun? How do you defeat the biotic injector? You beat the biotic injector by using bubble shields. It stops the grenade damage on the shield spot. That then forces them to come into a gun battle where they must get close. But what's the most prevalent style that people play with? The most prevalent style that people play with is shotgun, ergo using MIPS bullets, and a bully SMG, which is heavy bullets, if I remember correctly. Everything else, between MIPS, light bullets, batteries, and then people abusing melee, but specifically melee with statted kits and statted mods, not natural melee. You invite them into bubble play, so now you're fighting on the inside and outside of the bubble, fighting each other. Vanguard don't care about that shit. Vanguard charges forward, gets extra bonus knife damage, and stabs you to death while you're trying to pull out your gun. And before you ever get off a single bullet, let alone a point-blank headshot, you're already dead. And I don't have to med in between knifing you, because guess what? That build literally has Siphon for free. So not only do I get back HP for killing you with knife, don't gotta worry about last tapping you for the Siphon kill to get back shield as it's charging. Don't get stuck in animation frames. I knife you, I get back full heal, full shield. And I'm already on your ass, running after you. And if it was the case that you were killing me, me and my team members have Stonewall, and I'm using a Phoenix kit on your ass. Fletch, 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 Fireball, 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 Fireball! It's just dog shit. You created a game that was dog shit. And then you said, yeah, we're going to develop this game more, and we're not going to make more active content propensively for Destiny 2. You shot yourselves in the mouth. Intentionally. And then there's no lore. There's no lore worth looking into with the game. It's just the same old bullshit. That and the fact that they ruined the first player game experience. First, the dev company ruined the game experience for those new incoming players that were incumbent. Then, it was further ruined by the streamers who decided to make the game into what it became. Because they decided that it would be the Lose Everything Factory. It didn't become that. They chose that it would be that. People like N.A. Painter and other people who copied him and said, it's not cheating, it's not bad, we're at least not hacking. They're the ones that made the game into that shit. Negatively so. While then saying Arc Raiders sucks, Arc Raiders bad, if you can't handle this, take your baby shit ass back to Arc Raiders. While trying to mark people like myself, but they couldn't do it because I actually played the game actively, my own skill. And mocking people like Varadark, who had a bad run, and thus they mocked her as though she deserved to be, the same way they also then correctly mocked Smash JT for not actually investing himself into the game and just claiming that the game was bad from the access point of the server slam, which was designed to check if they could handle the numbers on the game, not for the actual refinement of the game's balance. The non-existent balance, mind you, but the balance, allegedly. Tired of devs using small teams as crutches? True. Best thing is if you let the toxic players use the golden guns in solo casual free-for-all, since most of them fall into the teammates and get slimed on by multiple people. True. remove stats in shooters, especially in competitive shooters, because everyone should be the same stats in the match themselves. Guns, grenades, and abilities enhancing and debuffing or buffing allies and enemies. True. So ultimately, what you end up with, if you do these things that I'm suggesting, you end up with a mode that casual players can play. You end up with a mode that hardcore players can play. You end up with a mode that the toxic, cancerous streamers are going to be baby-gated to, because they're not going to want to play anything else, because they're going to say, oh, you're not the best player if you're not playing this mode. This mode's where the real players are made. And then putting all that around content, around a game mode, that only unlocks on the weekends and is then open for 5 days alongside a ranked version of the mode, which must be 0 to hero. It cannot be log your loot in. It cannot. That's for Fight Club mode, or should be for Fight Club mode. Because if you're coming into ranked and you already have gear, you're defeating the purpose of proving whether or not you're a better player, because as was explained by the game director himself from Ziegler's mouth, the entire core behind ranked was to be the reinterpretation and the reinforcement of the game design, which is start with nothing, kill somebody else, get something, reassess, push your edges, reassess, step back from bad fights, lean into good fights, and then look at the opportunities in front of you, scroll left on the map with the 25 minutes they give you to work with, and then say, okay, we've gotten enough loot, it's time to get the fuck out, and then do it again, and become better over time. So that, after 100 hours of that gameplay, you decide if you're ready for another 1,000 hours. In that mode. No need for gear fear if you stop giving people the excuse to have to say, hey, is my gear good enough to get from getting butt fucked by an unfun strategy? Because guess what? They gotta find the shit on the map first to do the strategy. They can't just jump in with the strategy and then destroy every person who hasn't already come prepared for it. Going to Dire Marsh, do I have to worry about being sniped halfway across the map as I jump in because there's somebody who's bush camping in the distance as an assassin player who's undetectable without having my own heat, without having my own thermal sight? A thermal sight that I can't keep, because if I was to bring it with me, it'd get automatically taken by this person who can engage by extreme long distance before I ever have a chance to fight back? Because they have to actually earn it first! That was the entire reason they did the sponsored modes. While also at the same time, number 4, having sponsored repeatable modes that add fun and chaotic diversity to the game that then will be included as core content to give more people things to do so that they can then push to finish their liaison contracts, learn the lore of the game, experience the content that it has available to them, and in that mode where instead of needing to create Rook for the purposes of looting off people's corpses, they can play through the campaign version and bring that loot with them to the Fight Club. So they can play more of the PvE version of the game and take it to the PvP version of the game where they can risk it for the biscuit to either double or nothing, or be able to have more fun competing against other people and seeing if their ulterior builds are viable enough to survive in the ranked environment, let alone if their core gameplay loop is capable of working in the ranked environment. But they didn't do any of those things. None of them. They did none of those things. They made the game perfectly, as we already studied, as we already discussed, as we already showed over various episodes of the Gap In with Carl, that they wanted to play the most toxic, the most aggressive, and the most invasive way possible. In ways that, as I, an invasion player in Elden Ring / Dark Soul, blush at and be like, nigga, are you serious? Twice? 3 times? And thus now the game has an audience of nobody. Congratulations, Carl. You just made Destiny Crucible, Iron Banner, and Trials of Osiris. I know! But see, therein lies the problem, right? Marathon needed to have separate game modes. Instead, everything is fully PvP. And so, there is no way for them to get prepared. Every time they go into the game, they're always risking everything, unless they're willing to play with a free kit. And a free kit has nothing. It doesn't have enhanced shields, it doesn't have double shields, it doesn't have extra bullets. Well, actually, The only thing that a free kit has is the ammo pack to give you extra bullets, should you find another weapon of a type. So then, much with the entire design that I've explained 1,000 times at this point, you create a haves and have-not environment where you've got the enemies that are NPCs, the loot goblins that are players loading up on the NPC loot, the player killers that are trying to pop those loot pinatas to take what they have and possibly call them a little piece of shit on the way out of the door as they send them back to the lobby, and anti-PKers who are baiting them to engage them so they can take them for their loot. And all you end up doing at that point, on top of reinventing various forms of gameplay from Destiny 2, is you reinvented the fucking deep wilderness of fucking old school RuneScape. And at that point, if you're gonna make that as a clanner game, why not play Dune Awakening? At least then you can rebuild in peace, instead of getting ass raped again on the rebuild. Because now, not only do they hunt toxically players that aren't at the highest level and recognized, but they're also hunting rooks and treating them like pieces of shit. And so the rooks have become evisceratingly unfair and evil to straggler players because they can never trust if a player is going to trust them. Because what should be a fun experience where you play by yourself and you come across another runner, and instead of trying to murder them, you are actually working with them, and maybe it's a game of social deception. Maybe they backstab you. Make it instead, and here's an extra caveat they don't have. Make it so that if you go in solo player, you can link up with other people, and then you can become a part of a team. Because now that way, you have the ability of going into those matches with the intention of actually working together as a group. Mechanically make it impossible for them to backstab you once they have joined into your squad. And then have the 3-on-3 squads go at it. Like that. I'm just throwing concepts out here. After having played any amount of time on that game as I did. I think I've played less than technically 10 hours. Not accounting for the file that I chose to play on the throwaway Steam account that I have. Let me double check. Ooh, Breath of Fire 4. When did they add that to the platform? Get into my inventory. Technically 11 hours on this account. They could do any of these things. They could do all of these things. They could do some of these things. And the game would be better than it currently is now. But because they did not, and they decided to try and make this into a reinvention, this game, and anything that ever comes from it, will always be known for its launch, which was dog shit. Because the best time to play this game was when it launched. The worst time to play this game is now. Because you are always going to be facing somebody who's stronger than you. And then, the best time to play the game, after that, is at the next season away. So that you don't get fucked over by somebody who does have an advantage against you. Because you have to basically play it every single week. You have to play it every day, you have to play it every week. Because if you ever fall behind, you will always be permanently weaker than everybody else who's playing the game at the same time. You don't have this problem with Arc Raiders! But you do get this problem here.
I cried out to myself. A warning.
And the combat never looks like this, by the way. You will never get into a gun engagement that ever looks like that, ever. It will never happen. It will never happen.
Do you crave endless life?
And mind you, when that game was being put out for basically almost free, and I do mean free on the platforms, it was being done so they could promote their Sony numbers. And it didn't work. In fact, let me show you how badly it didn't work. I have one screen on Marathon. I have one screen on Arc Raiders. Are you ready? Are you ready? You're not ready. I promise you're not ready. But just to make it worse, I'm going to start with Arc Raiders numbers. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Here's Arc Raiders. Look at the number. Look at the number. Look at the number. We'll even be fair enough and we'll say back to a month. Look at the numbers. Look at the number. Are you ready? Are you ready? Here's Marathon. And look, again, we're going to be fair. Look at the numbers. Look at the numbers. Look at the number. At this point, there's no reason to even point and laugh. I weep. I weep for the developers. I weep for the players that really are true believers, who say this game has potential. Because unfortunately, the developer in me says, yes, this game does have potential, but not in the design in which it currently exists. The game's numbers tell you the story. Go back all the way to the beginning. Go back all the way to the beginning. And then look at the numbers. Let's even go here. Look! Look with your eyes! Look with your eyes! Look at it! Look at it! Just like how Sony shot themselves clean off on the face, Bungie and Sony's leadership putting Bungie in the position that they are, shot themselves clean off in the face. Because nothing's improved. It's only gotten worse. The numbers are lower. You tried to bring people in with a promise of Season 2 being better, and you tried to bring them in with a free week. And it is an abysmal failure! Not just an abysmal failure, but an abysmal failure, pause, burp. You need the advice. That's the main reason why I'm saying it. Not just to smug and smarm. You need the advice, Bungie. You need ideas. You need ways to give a hook. Because this... well, let's just put it like this. These are the marathon numbers. Take a wild guess at the Destiny 2 numbers. Take a wild guess. Take a wild guess. Ta-da! Do you get it yet? Do you get it yet? Do you get it yet? They're relatively close in rating. They're relatively close in store rating. 76.7, 76.46, 77.97. And yet, they are 10x your numbers. They have 10 times the players currently playing. And mind you, they were losing numbers over time, and they're cratering too, for a separate reason, but they have 10x your numbers. They have 10 times the people concurrently playing the game, to where you had a peak of 40k on the day of the free week, and then tapered off and dead. Dog shit in the water, dog shit in the water, dog shit in the water. Every single one of these micro peaks is the opening up of the weekend, and then people getting offline. Today is a Friday, which means going onwards towards tonight should be when people log on to go on to Cryo Archive again inside of Season 2. Because they're in the mid-season of Season 2 right now, where they forcibly had to add in the PvP Lite and the PvE mode. And that was to get people to play the game. And it's still not fucking working. An abysmal failure if you've ever seen one. We will talk to our children about how dog shit this game was.
The dangerous and cutthroat world of Marathon expands today with its second season.
Kazari and Milkers, 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 Kazari and... Although yours are a little bit droopy. Well, but goddamn, Zatanni's gotta be your last name, because with a nose like that, you gotta be a witch for Halloween. That's mean. Carl, that's mean. You're going to hell, Carl. Going to hell. Going to hell. Going to hell. Going to hell.
And if you haven't checked out Marathon yet, Bungie announced an open trial period for the launch of Season 2. You'll also be able to pick up Marathon at a discount. Now, let's take a look at what's coming soon to PlayStation Plus. Up first, a beloved fantasy world is finally coming to PlayStation for the first time. RuneScape Dragon Wilds is an open-world survival game where you rise from...
I will tell you more about this later when I experience more of this in my save file. Because I had a save file from before they started making updates, and I have a save file now after they made recent updates to the title. Much like any SMP, it is an SMP designed around the world of RuneScape. Specifically, for those of you who have not played enough of OSRS, there is a faction known as the Dragonkin. They basically are wyvern-like creatures that created all of the dragons in the game. In lore. Chromatic, metallic, etc. And this game takes place in an area in the ocean/world of Gilnor where those experiments that they did were designed and involved. And your entire goal over the course of this game is to explore that area and to build up your bases and to build up your fortifications to continue dungeon delving and diving and fighting and engaging with various levels of enemies and encounters in a clanner-like system. Even though it is a game that has PvP and has PvE, I don't think I've seen a single person ever involved inside of something that wasn't their own single-player world. So, as an SMP, it is basically Minecraft, but in RuneScape, which does mean RuneScape-like levels, such as levels in magic, levels in runecrafting, levels in woodcutting, levels in agility, levels in combat, etc., etc., etc. All the skills aren't in the game yet. But in terms of being fun, well, don't take my word for it. Here's marathon numbers. Here's Dragon Wilds, but it's in early access. So go back a year. Releases, launches. Go even further back. Releases, launches, updates. The update that was made that was most inclusive, 20k all the way down. And this is a game that is played for open world survival craft. For reference, here's Eco. If I can hit the 0. There we go. Here's Eco. Bad numbers. For better reference, here's Once Human. Average numbers, considering that you have people playing at all hours of the day and night. On servers that exist for 28 to 40 to 1.5 months worth of time. And yet, look at the amount of people who have played it since. And this is free to play, of course. There are lots and 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 lots of different things that you could say about the titles. But you cannot say that it's not earning its right and earning its keep. But it's not quite there yet. It's incomplete. It needs more. But I haven't experienced all of the new content yet, so I'll have to let you guys know once I've done that, whether I do it on or off camera.
Survivor to Dragon Slayer. Play solo or with friends as you explore Ashenfall, a beautiful, dangerous new frontier in the RuneScape.
However, I do have to warn you, this is one of those loot level games. As in, you need to have armor equipped to a certain level in order for you to do damage to other things. More about that discussion later. Probably a later date, not today.
Universe, where power is earned and every action deepens your mastery. With magic at your command, cross deadly terrain, mass forage in seconds, uncover hidden paths, and outmatch brutal monsters. Craft stronger gear, master magic, melee, and ranged combat, and push deeper into uncharted regions of Gillinor. Build a home together, farm the land, and fish the waters. Make it yours. RuneScape Dragon Wilds arrives day 1 on PlayStation Plus later this year.
I can tell you that the fishing, the mining, the farming, and the reinterpolations of melee, magic, and ranged combat, that was new in the last update. All that and more. They didn't have that earlier before, which made the game very, very flat.
Next up, here's a preview of games coming to the Classics catalog over the next few months. In June, battle colorful enemies with musical instruments in Guitar Man, one of the most stylish rhythm games from the PS2 era.
I recognize OC when I see it.
In July, PsyOps The Mindgate Conspiracy joins the Classics catalog. This PS2 action-adventure mixes run-and-gun gameplay with psychic powers.
This should not be a Classics Collection download. Dawn of Souls should be on the Steam library, as well as every Propensity library where you can buy it. This game either needs to get remastered or re-released for modern consoles. Stat!
And finally, Onimusha Dawn of Dreams, a Capcom classic from 2006, launches later
Dawn of Dreams, not Dawn of Souls.
this year in August.
Akashima Island, haunted by dark stories. Our goal, confront the evil, corrupting paradise. This is Dead True International.
Thanks. Come on, let's get a photo together.
Over! Rotate it on that one.
A for effort, dude.
Who's the buff idiot?
Does no one know this guy?
This is how villains are made. This is
Oh, you two haven't met yet, right?
Sebastian, how about looking out for you? Roland, whenever you're ready.
This facility has been shut down for decades. Uninvestigated, untold, until now.
Ink Suit actor video game? Because I'm pretty sure that's just Zac Efron, no?
Oh, you two haven't met yet, right?
Sebastian, how about looking out for you? Roland, whenever you're ready.
This facility.
I can't tell. Maybe, maybe not.
It has been shut down for decades. Uninvestigated, untold, until now.
This is how villains are made.
Did you hear that?
Nate, are you out there?
You gotta go. Right! Have a bad feeling.
Let's get better then.
Keep it tight.
No, he's coming!
Take a deep breath. Fuck! Which way? Steady the mind.
We're gonna have to jump!
There's rocks down there!
Oh boy. That's just what we needed. Until Dawn! Island Edition!
Can we do what needs to be done?
Fuck me! Carl, stop making hard read calls. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Again! Apollo! Take it back! I don't want this gift! I don't want the gift of fucking prophecy! Take it away from me! Take it away! Take it away! Did we need another Until Dawn?
Hi, I'm Stu Tilley, creative director of...
So, I was correct. It is an Ink Suit actor video game. I just don't recognize any of those actors.
VsChat Games, and I hope you enjoyed the first look at our brand new installment of Until Dawn. In Until Dawn 2, a successful crew of ghost hunters who fake all their best content come face to face with real horrors for the very first time.
Whenever you're ready.
Having just signed a deal with a major TV network, they visit an abandoned tropical island, but beneath that beautiful surface hides dreadful, heartbreaking secrets, centuries old and hungry for vengeance. We're looking forward to sharing more details about this very soon, ahead of release in 2027. Thank you.
Now we have one more game to show, and it is something special. This is a brand new title debuting with more than 20 minutes of uninterrupted gameplay. So turn up the volume, sit back, and enjoy.
As opposed to any of the other games you've shown that have no amount of uninterrupted gameplay, so people know what they actually feel like, and they can get a mouthfeel before buying it. Called in the Air. Emotional humming that becomes a rampaging piece of music. Actually, no. I already know. It's actually God of War the Fae.
Find your way home. You are free.
Pause. So, Deborah Ann Woll. The first time most people have been familiar with this character actress was True Blood. Baby Vamped, I forget her character's name. Made by Bill. Very much a deep ingrained part of the show, from her first moment of being involved to the ending of the show, because the show is different than the books in which this show was based on. Then, they got to meet her again as that actress character from Daredevil, who was working alongside Foggy and Matt Murdock. And then various little role pieces along there. And then also a stint with Critical Role on various board game shows. Basically doing the tabletop rule bit. And then eventually, through various other TV shows, various other movies, various short films, and other video game titles and voice acting intrigues. Here, as the character in the Data Boy franchise. Now, because I'm not an unreticent faggot who's going to complain, bitch, whine, and moan, and cry about a character, here's the honest truth about her character. The honest truth of her character is this is Senua's Sacrifice. That's what the game is. It's Senua's Sacrifice. This game is Senua's Sacrifice. And because it's Senua's Sacrifice, you have to ask yourself, what's Senua's Sacrifice? Senua's Sacrifice, or rather I should say Hellblade Senua's Sacrifice, was a game designed as a kinetic narrative game that was all about a person's journey through a type of purgatory until the game decided it was no longer necessary for you to play it, as you then get bogged down by an endless kill strain that is designed to lull you back to sleep. A dull roar of a video game. Right out of the same vein of other kinetic narrative video games from the PS3 era, but shittier, because the better games that were good for this design were the titles like that of Heavenly Blade. Or is it Heavenly Sword? No, Heavenly Sword. Heavenly Sword. Where the narrative had a beginning, middle, and end. Didn't need another title in order for it to exist. It just was. Now, in choosing to make MILF of Boy Afterlife, which is just them choosing to do a story similar to Senua's Sacrifice, but in the universe of God of War, as they've designed it with Santa Monica, a handful of things. Number one, Alana Pierce, you lied and said that you wrote for a God of War game that was already released. You tried to lie about the cookbook, then you tried to lie about involvement with Ragnarok. But in truth, what you were doing for 4 years is that you were writing the script that then became LaVey. You should be removed from your acting guild, from your writing guild, for having told that tenuous lie, because that's pedigree farming, and you know it, and the studio knows it, and Santa Monica knows it, and Sony knows it. But because you're fucking the right boyfriend as a voice actor, you get to pedigree farm your career. You should be out of the industry, period, for even giving away that you were working on this. Should have shut your fucking mouth and taken your goddamn paycheck. Number one. Number two. I don't care very much for the God of War franchise since the reboot. But if I'm going to have an open mind, there is nothing wrong with choosing to write an entirely different story for an entirely different character in an entirely different context. Because now, you open up the concept of the afterlife. Right? This is the concept that comes with having people who are from different pantheons that are all different versions of Kratos, or basically Kratos-like characters, do the things that they do, and then we go through and see how their particular universes, worlds, and afterlife works. Kratos is the Greek pantheon, right? Which means his wife is the Jotun / giant / Celtic / Viking pantheon, which also involves their son, since he's half and half. Here's a brazen idea. Kratos, technically, has already had his entire franchise come and go. Technically with the original voice actor, but blah. Loki, as his child, is learning about the pantheon that he belongs to, and his mythos, and his mythology, through his mother. And his father guiding him on how to become a man, allegedly. Because divine masculine can't teach divine feminine. So, having a game written from a feminist perspective, from the feminist longhouse of writers, trying to tell you and other people to tell me, as it was in an argument on December 6th, and various other debates and various other languages since, that this game is actually teaching men how to be men. No, it's not. It's a feminist longhouse writer trying to tell you how to be a man from a position where she knows nothing about masculinity. With voice actors. Ignore all of that aside. If God of War 1 and God of War 3 and all of the other video games that came from that timeline are all Kratos' journey, and Kratos' journey in the Greek pantheon ends in God of War 3, where he then finds himself fucking a redhead in the wilderness, in the Jotun wilderness, inside of the Celtic/Viking Elder Footswar language pantheons of their religious beliefs, and then has a child with a Jotun. And we're learning all about their living world. Let the mother be the bridge between the living and the dead, and the afterlife. Hence, why I said this is Senua's sacrifice, but in the universe of God of War. Kratos, living, teaches her son, living, how to connect to his ancestry. And then, in the afterlife, on whatever is on the other side of the veil of what they believe in the dead, since we've already seen what is the world of the living and the world of the dead for the Greek pantheon, let her be the connective tissue to tie back to that. And then let us learn a pure Jotun story from the perspective of what effectively, and this is what I would say should be the story of a person becoming an Enenhar. So that the story comes back round again to her getting to see her child when he's older, and he deserves to now be taken to Valhalla because his mother has come to reap his soul because he died in battle. Now, of course, the connective tissue for this would require another video game where we see him all aged up, which then means Atreus/Loki would then become the lead of his own game. Now, here's my problem with this. In order to do that, we had to mix pantheons. You got lazy, you got bored. And in being lazy and in getting bored, and we know this because we watched Black Voices in Gaming, and the freaking designer who made the combats and made the encounters and did it around the writing of this game with its mechanics told us so! You got lazy, and you wanted to be inventive with different methodologies and attack systems and weapon combinations and historical systems of combat based around other people's pantheons, using Tyr as the connective tissue, as a hook to be like, haha, look what I got from the Egyptian pantheon, look what I got from the fucking Japanese pantheon, hey yo, look at this shit that I got over from here, from the people who are inside the fucking European lands, bro. Look at this shit, I got a club and shit, bro. All of that shit to tease various other people that he may or may not have met on his travels throughout all the many realms that may connect to various other realms of existence. You know, the whole fucking tree of life shape, Jotunheim, Svartalfheim, Vanaheim, blah, 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 Minigard. Because we mix the pantheons, and we have yet to see any other people come from things like a Japanese pantheon and such, you made the game more complex than it needed to be. You made your ability to make a rewrite more complex than it needed to be. And in doing so, dog shit. Write it over. Write it over again. Write it over again until you have figured out how you want to do it. And then stop wasting my time, stop wasting your time. And stop trying to use Deborah Ann Wall as rage bait. Because I'm not falling for the shit. She's not at fault. The person you should be angry at should be Santa Monica. The entire company. And if specifically, explicitly, Alana Pierce. Okay? Okay, babes? Okay. Now let's watch this train wreck.
concludes. The pyre, it happened. They're starting on the path. It's just... I didn't get to say goodbye.
Pause. The only reason I would get mad at Gabaran Wall is if she starts calling people chuds, which is what she's already started doing. I'm going to say she's kind of forced to say this. She's forced to say this because she's forced to take a position in the culture war against her will as an actress. And she's being fed information. She's being fed an opinion by a people who are already antagonistic to people who they consider themselves to be mortal enemies and nemesis against in the culture war. So she's not getting a true, unfiltered opinion. She's getting versions of opinions, which itself is toxic and bad. And all the people who are doing that should be ashamed of themselves, because they are. That's what I will say in response to that. Now, if she pulls a Rachel Zegler, and she says that shit with her chest, or she says a premier level of soft cheese Larson at the peak of her entitlement during Marvel, only for her to then draw that shit back and act like she has been since being a part of the Super Mario Galaxy movie after she was cast as Rosalina. That she brought it on herself at that point. I don't know what the fuck to tell you. I would tell you, don't harass voice actors. Don't harass content creators. Don't harass talent. Their job is to read the script that's on the page. But you're grown adults, you can do what you want. I can't tell you what to do otherwise. My issue is having a place known as the afterlife of the gods messes up so many things. So many questions regarding the past and the present canon of the God of War. I agree with you! I agree with you! If they have her fight Greek gods, I'm going to be so very mad. True. I know that she's getting some heat, but I'm being reserved on her behavior. I'm definitely mad at Santa Monica, but I also hate the premise of why this would exist and why gods have an afterlife. Again, the writing for this game comes solely from a woman that then says, guys, don't blame me. I just wrote a script and then they decided to pick over pieces and parts that they liked. So ultimately, you still have to blame Alana Pierce at the end of the day, because everything here is her brainchild. She's not even taking credit for her brainchild, despite bragging about the fact that she was now a part of Santa Monica and got to be a part of the Cool Kids Club, so she could be able to literally plateau herself into a career and gain a level of acting pedigree that she does not deserve and belong to have.
This definitely isn't the light of Alfheim.
Despite how often we try to do not this, it's yet again another Perry Slop game. Garbage, trash, trash, garbage. Please, can we get away from Perry Slop content? Fucking Christ. If a god can die, how does this physical world, how then is the physical world not an apocalyptic wasteland? How did Kratos not end up in this afterlife when he stabbed himself back in God of War 3? And how did he also Hades not show up here when he did all the shit that he did? Yes, I agree. They're trying really hard to make this look like it stands out and has similar Devil May Cry-like combat.
Wouldn't have been that difficult. Yeah, armor. Good idea. out.
How did you put on a pair of pants in this one single solitary movement when there was no bottom crease to those pants? This is one of those type of moments that you see from people who have been trying to repost this about content that they're seeing from Black Lagly Synced. But no, that's a legitimate question. Like, that's like a really not effective, bad cutscene. That's really shit. Oh my god. Please redesign that cutscene. Don't worry, Carl, it gets worse. Ah. From the makers of The Cube, we bring you this game.
Guess I'll find my own way from here. That mask. No, it can't be. It's not possible. If there's another mask, the path isn't safe. I have to find a way back.
That begs the question, what is the difference between the afterlife like Valhalla and the underworld in this afterlife? How do they take into account reincarnation? Can Jesus die and then show up here? That's a good question. I don't have an answer. And they shouldn't have opened that can of worms by choosing to do what they did with Dad of War, Dad of Boy. But they did. And so, God of War, Dad of Boy became Dad of Boy, Ragnarok, and now MILF of Boy, Afterlife. So. Why would there be a magical exploding barrel in the afterlife? That's retarded.
This is important to you. I wonder, do you think this could set you free?
You touch me again, and I swear, I will kill you.
Would you like to see how hard it is to die here, Godly? I can show you.
You can't keep me here.
The gateway is closed. There is no escape.
Resisting the truth will only make this more painful.
What a horrible fucking cutscene. Considering that she has manipulated Kratos and Atreus along with the help of some other Odin to make Kratos and their champion to make Kratos their champion to spite Odin. Nope, I've pulled a dev. I have read your sentence in a broken format. I didn't think we can understand the goons, now I'll have to rewatch this. She is a MILF. That's not even taking into consideration that this is going to make me not like Faye even more if they did find a way to escape this afterlife, considering that she has manipulated Kratos and Atreus along with the help of other Jotun to make Kratos the champion to spite. There you go.
No.
You know, you said it was uninterrupted gameplay, but what you should have meant was uninterrupted movie.
Let's see. I will handle that problem. You deal with our new pet.
Okay, I think they're gone.
Just be careful.
Fresh air. Oh, you're different.
Because certainly what it was missing was a magical talking cube with a sword in it, voiced by a celebrity voice actor. Here's another thing. When this game is being made and developed and released, I don't want to hear not a damn word about no crouch! Okay? You won't have to crouch the game if you stop hiring celebrity voice actors. We all know that you might not like them, but get fucking Yuri Lowenthal. Get Nolan North. Get Craig T. McCracken. Do not hire celebrity voice actors and complain about being over budget by over $100,000 per celebrity voice actor. Now, Jack Quaid might be an okay voice actor. But, you see, saying Jack Quaid's a decent voice actor is like saying Charlie Cox is a decent voice actor. Because Expedition 33, he was a decent voice actor for what he was hired for. But mind you, they had him actually there for a role, and not to be a mogging fucking cube who just to play fucking Valkyrie in a game's content.
In the cube. Talking. You know what? It doesn't matter. How do we get out of here?
Yeah, we've tried. There's no way out.
And you're a talking sword.
I'm not the sword. I'm the ribbons, obviously. And my name is Rue. The cube is Frank.
I'm Faye. There has to be a way out of here.
Way out? But you're not even all here.
Of course I'm not here. I'm dead.
You have to be dead to come through the gateway.
It's like you're holding something back.
This isn't working. Where are we anyway?
Afterlife of the gods? I call it the everyone.
Huh. Afterlife of the gods. Great.
So, what's the plan, boss?
Not your boss, Frank. That cask. That's why you're trapped.
Yeah. Wait, you made that big explosion happen, right? Could you do that again?
My magic. It's wrong here. I feel wrong here.
You want out, right?
I think we all want that.
We definitely do.
Faye, you need to accept it. All of it. You're dead.
How? How do I accept that?
Simple. Focus. You're here. Be here.
But what if I need to be somewhere else?
Then focus on what you do need.
promise.
Okay, we'll take it. Now let's get out of here.
Okay. Get ready.
Wait, not a good idea. Bad idea.
I highly doubt that a single explosion from a container device like that would have caused all that to happen. You hate the cube, you very cube, and its very existence feels like a fat or black boy toy doesn't suck them off right. Don't remind me of the Vampire Lestat. Because by what it seems like Jay's going to end up doing, we're going to end up having to record 3 episodes at once. And the show's gotten bad enough that it physically hurts me. Also, quick time events that tell you to hold down a character button.
Rue? I think you should give her the sword.
How do I know I can trust her?
I'll give it back. I promise.
Okay. Take it.
So, Devil May Cry and Darksiders 3, but you couldn't be bothered to make a new inventive combat system? Flash and pomp over circumstance, huh?
Wait! We need to get out of here!
Not until I get you out.
I don't need help. Here we go. Coming up behind.
The air juggles aren't the thing that are of interest to me. I'm weighing this in the head of all different action-adventure video games of the last 10 years. Darksiders comes to mind, Devil May Cry comes to mind because combo mads, and obviously God of War as well. But there's not enough combat here to justify it. Like, how much of these combos are her mashing X, and how much of this is her mashing X and then followed by her mashing Y?
Got an idea on opening that cage.
Hey, kids! Get ready! Come on!
No, I got a promise to keep.
Fine, but lady, that sword, it's more than you think it is.
Already? I will kill you.
Don't make promises you can't keep, God.
Notice, there hasn't been a single health bar over any of the heads of these enemies. I have a feeling that is on purpose. And she feels too feathery like she saw in Kingdom Hearts? Yes. That's why I said Darksiders. Especially Darksiders 3. The female one.
Try again!
Stay focused!
Where? I will write you thread by thread. You don't know what you wield.
What is it? You're scared of this sword. Why?
I fear nothing.
Cutscene, 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 cutscene. Probably. She'll probably get multiple types of weapons. If they want to be anything close to the kind of combat style that they're going to be aiming for, they have to aim to be more like Darksiders than being more like God of War. Which, when I say that, I should probably actually satisfy that with the base level quotient. So, God of War, God of Boy, all of the God of War reboot games have been what we call adopt-alikes. What they chose to adopt is the upgrade-a-thon system. So, this is a style of game design that they've been doing since the Tomb Raider reboot. The majority of your gameplay actually comes from various upgrade menus that upgrade all of your skills down a line of upgrade trees that branch off of other upgrade trees. They put it in most of the kinetic memory, most of the kinetic narrative games, because it's one of the easiest methods to program, and also one of the most dog shit, including Dustborn. But the kinetic narrative systems have all been basically, here's you getting an upgrade for a skill, and then here's us giving you a weapon to go alongside that playstyle. They need to give her a Darksiders-like system. A little bit of Darksiders 2, a little bit of Darksiders 3, namely because Darksiders 2 was the popular one, and Darksiders 3 was the reinvention of the wheel to try and get closer to Darksiders 2 type combat. So, from all of those video games and more, you open the game with what's more than likely going to be a kinetic narrative upgrade-alike in the form of Wolverine. You end on Buffet. And all the drama that comes with, and all the other video games in between that are either dog shit, passable, or it's alright. What a horrible fucking state of play. Holy shit. Holy shit. Shiitake mushrooms. There are so many things that are bad. So many. And the inspection of all of it. If you remove the types of titles like Tokon that are going to obviously sell, Control Resonant, Tomb Raider, arguably Until Dawn 2, but only for the movie game buffs that like to watch their movies as they play them. Control Resonant, Tomb Raider, Tamuri, Silent Hill. Those are the only playable things from this showcase. And then a Sony exec smashed a disc and held up a middle finger for the audience. Yes, yes, we got it. And then just black screen for the rest of the broadcast. So, the first 3 events were absolute dog water from the content that they had to offer. That is more than abysmal. But, you know, what are you going to do other than not buy it? Which is what many of you shouldn't do. You should not buy it. So, that was day 1, day 2, and day 3 in today's broadcast. Who the fuck is driving down my lane with a truck? So, that was day 1, day 2, and day 3. Technically, event 1, event 2, and event 3. A partner showcase a flagship event, and a community spotlight. After that came the flagship day on the 5th, or actually no, the 4th, and then another one on the 4th, and then the actual flagship on the 5th, and Day of the Devs. So that is the Latin American Games Showcase, the Women-led Games Showcase, Summer Games Fest on the flagship, and Day of the Devs on the flagship. That is what we will be doing next time. What do I have to say about the titles that I've looked at thus far? The Mixed Summer Games Fest is a Snorefest. Black Voices in Gaming was hilariously dog shit. They didn't even bother with a fucking musical event this year. But alas, it's good that they didn't. My little achy breaky heart could not watch them torturing fucking Mega Ran again. No, I could not take that. I would die on the inside. And for the titles that they had, with the exception of the ones that I've already talked about that are like open, is there anything viable that you can expect out of these fucking titles? Especially if you happen to be a Sony pony. If you actually truly are a fan of Sony products and you want to support the PlayStation 5. I don't think there's any positive I could say. Like, Sony clearly wants to shit down the throat of the consumer after cleanly blowing their face, heads, and eyes off their head. I would say don't follow them down the rabbit hole. Cut your losses now, invest in a Steam machine, invest in PC in whatever way you can, and hope that they don't waste your time next time. In terms of the showcase of the flagship video game, I'm not really against LaFay. I don't care is the problem. There's lots of things I could say about the video game, but as a voice actor, I'm not gonna attack an actor just because people don't like a video game. It's weird. I think the most important part here is just continue beating the customer service side over the face until they understand that physical media is not something they get to decide we don't want as customers, I guess. That's like the only thing that matters. Don't get distracted about that. Yeah, sure, look forward to video games, but look forward to the video games if they're multi-platform. If they ever announce them as only on one platform alone, slap in their fucking face and say, we're not doing shit until you do this. And then after you do that, continue to punish them for the decision making by only buying for a platform that isn't going to throw your value as a customer into the shitter. Because the alternative is that you believe that they have your best interest at heart, and it shows they clearly fucking don't. Aside from that, we will be seeing you all. Same Carl time. Same, well, probably not the same exact time tomorrow. But we will be seeing you. Same Carl time. Same Carl channel. Because we've been going for almost 10 hours now. Boy, I am disappointed in the industry, but I never thought that my disappointment could go any lower than it already did. But clearly, there is a floor, and we can go lower. We can go lower. Forget a crazy train, this is a pain train. Pain, indictment, embarrassment. And imagine, you get to watch them commit seppuku and harikiri for free. For free! Do all the algorithmically promotional things, support content, go look at the videos that I posted onto the shorts today, and look out for like 4 different videos that are going to be dropping soon-ish. One of them will be produced from TikTok solely, and they will be uploaded across the platform. Look out for that. It's going to be a doozy. I will see you all tomorrow. Goodbye. Goodbye. So long, farewell to you, my chuds. So long, farewell, until you can bust a nut. I said so long, farewell. Go forth and bust that nut.